WRI, Pavan, and the team here have been seeing in the battery space last few years' time where we've seen a lot of challenges. Everything was new for everybody, for that matter. And the last 6-8 years' time is the time where we started off, especially in the lithium-ion side, with the government coming in with various supports there. We needed bodies who can actually represent a lot of ideas from various stakeholders. That's one thing which I've seen you guys doing it rightly. And secondly, in such meets, we are able to discuss threadbare a lot of points. And the one thing which I like about you guys is you people come out with the findings and published a report which is there out for the public. Now that's something spectacular and that's something good you guys are doing. Hope so today. We are a little bit advanced than we were a few years back. And every year we see some advancements. And hopefully I believe this, by the end of the day, I'm sure there'll be quite a few things that will be takeaways for everybody here in this particular room. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Yeah.
I am Dr. Srikant K. Panigrahi, Director General, Indian Institute of Sustainable Development. I would like to congratulate WRI. It's a very timely and very important initiatives. We, all of us, those who are working in different ecosystems, should come together to a common platform. And it involves a lot of research and innovation. And India need to create its own system of challenges in battery. There are frequent developments all of us are know and feel happy, and still a lot to go. So this summit is rightly planned and well designed. So congratulations to WRI again, and Pavan in particular.
And thank you, sir, for being a partner on this. So just want to also ensure that ISD is one of our partners of the Battery 360 Alliance, also supporting this initiative. Yeah, Nilima, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm representing Department of Science and Technology. I know the Honorable Minister, Secretary Sir, Dr. Anita ma'am will be here. I am part of this division called Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technologies, and definitely decarbonization, clean energy are major focuses, and battery comes into the main ambit. I'm very happy to see such strong presence of industry and policymakers, government, various stakeholders in this group, and I'm really looking forward, because especially the critical minerals related with the raw material, related with the battery thing, the lithium, the sodium, so many things coming up, and it's exciting to see this summit at the right juncture, at the right time, with the right kind of stakeholders getting involved into it. So I'm really looking forward to it.
And we are extremely grateful for DST to actually be a partner and, you know, to really support in kickstarting. Yeah, sir.
My name is Dr. Ashok Kumar, and I represent the SME and MSME recyclers in the field of various streams, particularly in e-waste, battery waste, and tire and plastic. So we have been facing one problem of the collection of the raw material, which is very, very important for getting to the world-class recycling in India. And we are very thankful that you have conducted this summit. And the most important thing is that the small and medium enterprises wanted to have a very good technology which can take care of the environment, particularly because economy and environment has to go together. So we would like that what sort of technology you can showcase in this conference. And I'm sure that it will be helpful to the lot of small and medium enterprises who wanted to enter in this business stream, which is very important, as Madam has stated that there are 30 critical metals, and out of that battery generates about 4 to 5 critical metals. And it is very important that we must now bring the best technology and must be better than the Chinese, so that we can go for global recycling in India, which is the mission of Government of India, and Honorable Prime Minister has already emphasized on that. Thank you very much for taking this initiative. Thanks a lot, Mr. Pavan.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Yeah.
Hi, My name is Abhay Oswal. I'm from Delhi IIT. We're building a next generation of battery technology for India, which takes advantage of indigenous components and is going to be solid state. I think we are addressing a very critical aspect of battery development. If we are to keep up with countries like China and US and other companies, we have to look ahead. And this is what we're trying to do. We are attempting to build a battery that would be extremely important for both the EV industry, for a lot of defense applications, and a lot of other instrumentation and medical instruments and so on. So this is what the country has to do if we want to keep up. Otherwise, we will be bypassed by these other countries all the times.
So the essence I take, sir, from your words is like, how do we keep up with the pace in the global race? Yeah.
Thank you, Pawanji. I am Sunil Bhatnagar. I am ex-CXO at IPL Tech Electric Limited, which is a Murugupa group company. We make heavy-duty electric trucks of 55 ton, and we have sold almost 200 trucks to different cement plants and all that. We are doing this for last 3 years. We do retrofitting also of the trucks, and we do the new trucks also. We have a 2.2 gigawatt hour lithium iron facility also, where we make and assemble our own batteries in the plant for our own trucks. So we have a plant size of 6,000 trucks. So let's see how it goes. And congratulations to WRI for arranging this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunilji, and congratulations. I think IPTL has been reading a big stride towards deploying electric trucks in India. Anil, let me bring you in here. What makes you feel excited being here? Please introduce yourself.
Right. So myself, Anil, I come from a technology company, Tata Elxsi, based out of Bangalore. So one of the interesting takeaway which I'm anticipating is also one is a lot of battery and battery-related technology. People are all coming together. And now this is definitely one of the big areas where India is going to grow when we are really going to go electric, right? And along with what is really happening around the technology, we were also trying to spend some time, spend some energy to see can we really build a concept called battery Aadhaar. Because now, as more and more batteries are going to be used in vehicles, they are going to be put out in the market for resale purpose, for resale as well as for repurposing and recycling. So what are we going to do in terms of, taking care of, are we going to fill the landfills with these batteries? Or what is going to be our strategy? And how do we really want to deal with it? So there are certain concepts which we are trying to introduce. And definitely we think this consortium also, this audience also will be giving a lot more feedbacks, insights in terms of are we in the right direction? Should we do course correction? So those are the things which I am really excited, attending this kind of a conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. So for those of you who don't know, there is a battery Aadhaar demo that will be happening. How many of you are aware about the Battery Technology Showcase, BTS? Please raise your hands. Oh, we have done a very bad marketing then. So the Battery Technology Showcase is happening in the next room with 25 startups in the battery space demonstrating their solutions. So once we kick off this with the Honorable Minister, we'll also have an opportunity to go and talk to all the startups and companies and understand what they are doing actually in this technology space. And one of the demos that we'll be looking at today is this battery Aadhaar, which is globally known as battery passport. So WRI, Tata Elxsi, many of the organizations, almost 8 organizations are working together to really develop this battery Aadhaar system for many of the issues that we all have been talking about. So Anil, congratulations to you and the team and everyone. But let me walk back here and the gentleman in black shirt.
Hi, myself Princess Deva. I'm from Air Pollution Action Group, and we're working with MCD and Noida on this EV infrastructure. So my purpose coming here is to see the developments on the policy side in the EV.
Great.
Hi, my name is Stanley Charles. I am representing Midwest Energy over here. So basically, we are a new company which is coming up with our own 1.5 gigawatt hour of battery assembly line It'll be kind of one of its own kind because we are targeting mostly on the battery energy storage systems. So my main purpose of coming here or representing here is we are an industry partner for NFTDC as well. We are working on some crucial technologies on solid-state batteries, then solid electrolyte and other things. We have done a lot of work in-house with regards to the technology development, but very eager to know how the other industry players are working and where we can collaborate or where we can take things further.
Thank you so much. Welcome. So how many of you are from startups? Let's see a show of hands. Okay, nice. From industry? Academia? Research organizations? None of the above? Good. Anyone wants to share thought as, yeah.
So, good morning everyone. I'm Nishit Srivastava. So, as of now, first of all, thanks to WRI, we have buffet of stakeholders here, starting from OEMs, academia and all. I'm a bit out of that. I work with a development bank. So, in terms of investment aspects, I think we are exploring the things. It has been mentioned that battery storage or batteries would be required for EVs as well as for storage purposes. But how to develop the investments for banking aspect, for the other aspects. So this is how we are exploring into it. So I'll be also happy to learn what is happening in battery ecosystem, but how to appraise the projects so that the banks and the ecosystem is ready to finance these projects in future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. I think financing will be one of the most critical pieces when we start talking about batteries. We will be taking one more person from maybe here. Oh, sir, would you like to go, please? All right. Anyone else who would? Yeah, thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Hernan Dominguez. I'm the director of Fireside ACTs. I came from USA. Our company partnered with a local industrial company here. We make a chemical that we use to protect the lithium battery from the beginning of the battery to the end life of the battery. And we test from 2008 to extinguish the lithium batteries, starting testing with Bosch. And the last test that we made from the last year that we test to extinguish an EV car in South Korea that we can extinguish in 8 minutes 30 seconds. We started to work here in India in the last 2 years to teach the different organizations and the different companies how you can be safe in the different steps of the battery, in the first life, in the second life, in the battery storage system, e-bikes, and especially all the small companies that are researching on the batteries to be safer. This product can encapsulate the toxic gases and can prevent the reignition. I'm here to share, and thank you for all this information.
Thanks a lot, sir, for the amazing work you've been doing. We will be starting the session in 2 minutes. Request everyone to meet. Thank you. Please everyone take rest.
Requesting everyone to take their seats. The chief guest has arrived. He should be here with us in another minute.
Interesting.
Good morning, everyone. And now, a very warm welcome to the Battery Summit 2025, a day where we aim to bring together some of the brightest minds, boldest ideas, and the biggest ambitions driving India's battery-powered future. I'm Shrey Sangvi from WRI India, and it's my privilege to co-host today's plenary.
And I'm Chandana from WRI India. Together, we'll be guiding you through this session. We're deeply honored to have Department of Science and Technology under Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Niti Aayog as our knowledge partners for the event. We're also thrilled to be doing this Battery Summit 2025 in partnership with United Nations Environment Programme under the aegis of the project Electrifying Mobility in Cities, investing in the transformation to electric mobility in India, which is being supported by Global Environment Facility. And finally, we're grateful for the support from ARAI, the Battery 360 Alliance members, including the Energy Resources Institute, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, the International Institute for Sustainable Development, and UL Standards and Engagement.
Today, we're not just talking about batteries, we're talking about a national mission. A mission that powers electric mobility, stabilizes clean energy grids, and places India at the forefront of global battery innovation and manufacturing. To achieve our vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, we need a resilient battery ecosystem, one that drives progress through renewable energy, electric mobility, and energy storage. But we also need to solve for challenges, from supply chain constraints to limited material processing infrastructure, and the deeper need for research and development. Battery Summit 2025 is designed to bring together industry leaders, policymakers, researchers, and innovators to share ideas, spark partnerships, and advance India's battery roadmap. Throughout the day, we'll dive into themes such as mineral security, localization of supply chains, next-generation chemistries, battery data systems, and the commercialization of the battery innovation. Together, we can build a battery ecosystem that not only meets India's net zero requirements, but also positions India as a global hub for clean tech manufacturing. Thank you for being here. Let's make today a milestone in India's energy journey. To kick off the day, we begin with our plenary session on the theme, Building an Atmanirbhar Battery Ecosystem for Viksit Bharat 2047. This session sets the stage for India's battery power ambition and the partnerships that will take us there. We would be honored to welcome the following distinguished guests to the stage. As I announce each name, please join me in inviting them forward. Firstly, Mr. Madhav Pai, CEO, WRI India. Madhav is a respected thinker practitioner who has been working on issues of urbanization, climate change. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anita Gupta, who has immensely contributed to India's innovation and startup ecosystem. She heads the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Division at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and has been instrumental in setting up over 100 technology incubators across premier institutions. Dr. Gupta has also led flagship programs like NIDHI and the India Innovation Growth Program, and is a strong champion for women entrepreneurs and grassroots innovations. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anita Gupta. Next in line is Mr. Asher Lessels, Head GEF Climate Mitigation Unit, UNEP. He manages a global portfolio of over $400 million in GEF funding, supporting more than 100 developing countries in their transition to low-emission sustainable development. With over 15 years of international experience, Asher brings deep expertise in climate policy and technology. Please welcome Mr. Asher Lessels to the stage. Next, we have Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Before joining DST in October 2023, he served as the director at IIT Kanpur and as a dean and head of Electrical Engineering Department at IIT Bombay. He spearheaded a national effort in setting up Telecom Standards Development Society of India, India's standard body for telecom with participation of various stakeholders. Professor Karandikar has several patents issued and pending, contributing to IEE, IEEE, 3 GPP standards, contributed chapters in books, and a large number of papers in international journals and conferences to his credits. To conclude our introductions, with utmost respect, please welcome our chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh, a distinguished parliamentarian and a medical specialist who now serves as the Minister of State for the Ministry of Earth Sciences and Technology, alongside key responsibilities in the Prime Minister's Office and the Departments of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pension, Atomic Energy and Space. Re-elected to the 18th Lok Sabha, Dr. Singh brings to these portfolios over 3 decades of public service and leadership. Please join me with the loudest round of applause in welcoming Dr. Jitendra Singh to stage. We would now request our distinguished guests to step forward and light the diya to have an auspicious beginning to our opening plenary. I would now request Mr. Madhav to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh. We would also like Mr. Madhav to hand over a token of appreciation to each of our distinguished guests. And now we would like for Mr. Madhav Pai to kickstart his opening remarks and outline his vision for today's summit, the Battery Summit 2025.
Again, distinguished dignitaries, industry leaders, researchers, valued partners, it's my privilege to welcome Chief Guest Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology. And he's shown an unwavering commitment to advance science, technology, and innovation, and has been instrumental in shaping India's response to global challenges like climate change and sustainable development. Also very, very honored to have Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of Climate and Energy of the Sustainable Technology Division at DST, and Mr. Asher Lessels from UNEP, right? I think it's great to bring all of this invaluable expertise to this. As you have walked in, you may have seen that just the electric mobility demand of batteries is going to be 150, 160 gigawatt per hour by 2030. If we look at the net zero scenario, and this is some of the modeling that we've done also at WRI India, as part of what we call the India Energy Policy Simulator, the battery demand, if we follow the net zero 2070 pathway, is going to be 630 to 650 gigawatt hour by 2050. So this is a quantum leap that we need to make in being able to sort of incorporate battery into our whole energy ecosystem. We've made great strides. Today, basically electric vehicles, in 2024, we sold 2 million almost 1.97 million electric vehicles, accounting for 7.8% penetration. And we aim to do a 30% adoption by 2030 on electric vehicles. Also, we've been also looking at how some of this large demand actually translates to the states. So as we have been doing more analysis with Tamil Nadu's transition, for Tamil Nadu to deploy about 20 gigawatt of solar and 25 gigawatt of wind power by 2030, it needs 30 gigawatt of battery storage. Similarly, in Maharashtra, for example, and we've been working very closely with the State Climate Change Department and the Transport Department. They've just launched a new EV policy also. What we have seen is if actually they are able to manage their 2050 target, there's going to be a 100% increase in the demand for batteries, demand for electricity. So E2, 3-wheelers will have 50% penetration. So I think as we see this massive uptake of electric vehicles, of renewable energy into the grid, I think the scale at which battery needs to grow it's absolutely critical at this moment that we need to focus and imagine batteries. About a year ago, we decided to talk to a lot of industry stakeholders and identify what is really required in the battery ecosystem. And one of the things that clearly emerged was that there needed to be a greater dialogue between industry, academia, and government partners, especially some of the young labs and all of the innovation that is coming. So that was the sort of birth of this idea of the Battery Summit, and I'm very proud to see that we've actually been able to bring this together. There are two other things that we are going to do at the Battery Summit. We have a showcase next door. About 25 entrepreneurs are showcasing their technologies. These are in, whether it's about recycling and critical mineral recovery, whether it's about battery management systems, or it's about the newer advanced chemistries that we need to think about. So that's there. And also, we are going to launch the battery Aadhaar, or the battery passport, which is a pioneering leap in trying to develop transparency, traceability, circularity, because 90% of the minerals in a battery can be recovered, right? And I think how do we, as we get to these numbers of 100 gigawatts and 600 gigawatts, how do we make sure that there is traceability becomes absolutely critical as we drive this whole circularity agenda. Of course, this is also very critical for our jobs and livelihoods and green skilling type of opportunities. So with that, very excited. for this, I also want to make sure we thank all, we are very proud at WRI to do this. DST has been a strong supporter for us to do this event, but also with our partners, UNEP, JEF, ICRIER, ULSE, and the Asian Development Bank. So with that, welcome to all of you. Hope you enjoy an exciting day of conversations on battery, and look forward to all of the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhav, for those wise words. Madhav is the CEO of WRI India. Yes. As next steps, we would like to call Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of Scientific Division, Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India.
Honorable Mantri Ji, Dr. Jiten Singh, Secretary DST, Professor Abhay Karandikar, Ashley Lessers from UNEP, Madhav Pai, CEO WRI. Very good morning to one and all here. I must congratulate WRI for having conceived this program, which has brought together all the key stakeholders, a critical cross-section representing academia, researchers, industries, MSMEs, startups, and policymakers and international organizations under one roof. Needless to say, as we speak, the climate change, you could see it is no longer a narrative. It is a full-blown reality before us. What we saw recently in Mumbai, in Bangalore, because of extreme events, urban flooding, unprecedented rains, these are shining examples that we, as a responsible nation, as a responsible citizen, need to really come together to address this. And Government of India, since last decade, has already put up National Action Plan for Climate Change. There are already 9 missions underway. One of the mission, which is on sustainable transportation, is already in the offing. It is in advanced stages of consideration. Now, as we really speak, India has already chalked out its NDCs, 2030 targets, our commitment. Then we have overarching aspiration and ambition to be Viksit Bharat by 2047 and our pledge to be net zero by 2070. So having all these at our backdrop in terms of electrification and decarbonization of transportation, we really need to focus on, and Battery Summit really is going to offer that one-day full, insightful deliberations. And DST has, at the behest of Niti Aayog, has brought out white paper on EVs. Then Office of PSA has also really carved out roadmap of EVs. It has translated in ANR's first Maha-EV mission, and we really need to create, as already outlined, a robust EV ecosystem driven by research, development, and innovation, and greater involvement of industry with a policy push and the needed policies, programs, and partnerships, really to fructify and attain our ambitions towards clean energy transition. So we need to really focus, and if we really do the SWOT analysis, India is missing the pilot cell manufacturing facility. We need to create a good amount of center for excellences. Also at the same time, when we speak, startups who are really actually close to 2,000 startups are there in EV domain. We need to tap their innovations with a proper support and also integrate with the by connecting various dots in terms of testing, validation, and enhance their probability of success and reduce the time to market. So with these intent, we really had carved out a new program, Evolutions, and where we are connecting with not only testing and validation through engaging ARI and also ECMA, because our intent is to really build a robust component supply chain driven through startups innovation. Another aspect which has been already highlighted through white papers is the battery Aadhaar card and also focus on circularity, because battery Aadhaar card will give unique digital identity for the entire lifespan of batteries, from manufacturing to charge cycle to really end of life. And we really, and also from the other safety aspects, And from the circularity, we need to really come out with the technologies, the processes. In fact, IEA has already partnered with Ministry of Mines to really come out with really data-driven and capturing related to battery as a whole. Another aspect which I would like to touch upon, which is going to be game changer in terms of India's aspirations on energy transition, is going to be BESS, battery energy storage systems. And India has put in place requisite policy, viability gap funding, but this is going to be a key enabler for India's energy transition. Another aspect which we really I want to touch upon is our partnerships, collaboration, and on that front, DST happened to steer mission innovation. In fact, this term was also coined by our Honorable PM to catalyze R&D in clean energy domain, and we have been working on, in fact, in the next few months, there is going to be a ministerial, which the delegation is likely to be headed by Honorable Minister to Busan in Korea, and there are 2 missions which are really very relevant for today's event. One is urban transition, another is green powered future mission. We really need to integrate with grids, whether it's RE or whether it's EVs, in a unified system through energy storage to offer grid stability, and also actually do away with the issues of peak shaving. So these are very important aspects, and by 2047 we have our goals already charted out. We want to position India as a product nation, and given the geopolitical situation, we need to really also focus on the supply chain resilience, which is very, very critical. And I think with these aspects, we need to also stimulate our deep tech research ecosystem, deep tech startup ecosystem, research system, have the robust translational R&D ecosystem in place, and create and work for creating green jobs and promote rural and industrial growth. In fact, I also heard about Nandan Nilekani saying where each household could be an energy entrepreneur, and we look forward to that kind of vision in place, and we look forward to the key takeaways of this one-day event, and DST will be closely working with all like-minded organizations to really create the desired ecosystem in the entire gamut of clean energy, including EVs and batteries, which is the heart of EV. So thank you, and Jai Hind.
Those were indeed some powerful thoughts. Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. We would now request Mr. Asher Lessels, Head GEF Climate Mitigation Unit, Climate Change Division, UNEP, to come forward and share a few thoughts with the plenary.
Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Ministry of Science and Technology. Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of the Scientific Division, Department of Science and Technology. Mr. Madhav Pai, CEO of the WRI India. On behalf of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, it's a pleasure to welcome you to this event, which is part of a project financed by the Global Environment Facility, the GEF, led by the Department of Science and Technology and Niti Aayog, and implemented by UNEP and executed by WRI India. Colleagues, to quote or to draw upon the words of the UN Secretary General, Dr. Antonio Guterres, we are facing a triple planetary crisis. 2024 was the hottest year on record, and during that period we had 15 of the 16 hottest months ever. These months were all above 1.5 degrees, an aim of the Paris Agreement. We're breaking records that we don't want to break. That's on climate change. On biodiversity, since 1970, studies are showing that 69% of wildlife populations
have declined or have actually lost 69% of that population. And we know as well on the third axis on pollution, air pollution, soil pollution, water pollution, we're seeing this across the board. Air pollution leading to many deaths around the world, and there's estimates that 40% of our freshwater supplies around the world are severely contaminated. What's interesting about this when we talk about batteries is it cuts across these three areas. We're all very aware that batteries used for energy storage and also for electric mobility, if the energy that these batteries are storing is generated from clean sources, can lead us to moving forward on the transition we want to have a low carbon future. We know as well that, and other panelists have mentioned, the minerals for these batteries are sourced from mines which are often in biodiverse sensitive areas. So that connects into the challenges we face about biodiversity as well. And also we know that batteries can play a key role with regards to reducing air pollution, but they can, on the contrary, also lead, if we don't think about how to dispose of them or recycle them effectively, lead to contamination of our soils and waters. So batteries really is a cross-cutting issue on the planetary crisis that we face on the environment. Working on batteries also has social aspects as well. It can have positive aspects for the just transition we want, and therefore helping to create job opportunities. And there's a lot of innovation in this room that can help to stimulate the economy. But it can also have impacts as we transition our economy from traditional vehicles, and therefore some might be left behind. So we have to think about how we manage this transition as well. It's important to prepare for this transition. We know that electric vehicles as a percentage of the fleet is small in India, but as a number is now large. So it's good that we're starting to think about this here and in other initiatives to prepare for when these batteries start coming, and we need to think about how to recycle them or how we use them in secondary usages. UNEP and GEF together, the Global Environment Facility, created a global program which works with more than 40 countries around the world and consists of $140 million of non-loan to work on electric mobility and look at these issues around circular economy of batteries. We're creating a global partnership on end of life of vehicles and batteries as well. And this initiative here today is part of a national project financed by the Global Environment Facility, as I mentioned earlier, and led by UNEP. As we know, therefore, a key aspect of the project financed by the GEF is on batteries as part of today. And really to work on that, we need to bring together innovators like yourselves, financiers like yourselves, and work out how we can develop local solutions to the local problems we face. Let's not bring in the solutions from afar. With that, I'd like to thank you. I look forward to discussions. And again, thank you for your participation, and to the esteemed colleagues here on the panel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate those thoughtful remarks, Mr. Asher. Indeed, batteries are a cross-cutting issue, and that can address various aspects of climate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Union Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Mr. Madhav Pai, Mr. Asher Leslie from United Nations Environment Program, Dr. Anita Gupta, all the distinguished guests, people from industry, startups. Let me extend my warm greetings on the Battery Summit, which is organized by WRI in collaborations with the industry associations, industries, and also the Department of Science and Technology. As all of you know, I think this is a very informed audience, so therefore I don't want to dwell upon the importance of net zero emissions and the EV penetrations, and also the challenges associated with the EV penetrations, which includes, the range anxiety in the customers because of the limited range, or the penetration of the charging infrastructure and the challenges associated with it. Public concerns over safety, charging speeds, reliability, And most importantly for the industry, the technological dependence on, imports, particularly, on the components, manufacturing equipments and other supply chain issues. Now, in this context, I would like to tell you that in the Department of Science and Technology, we have launched several initiatives in the recently established Anusandhan National Research Foundation. One of the first missions that we launched was on the electric vehicles mission. And that mission included not only the power electronics and drives for the electric missions, but most importantly, the battery materials, and also the charging infrastructure. So these were very, very important components of the electric vehicle missions. We have already selected partners for this, which is mostly comprising of the academia research labs. But in this mission, we had mandated that industry participation is not only necessary, but contributions from the industry up to an extent of 10% was made mandatory. So therefore, I think right from the beginning, we wanted industry to get associated with research labs and academic partners to develop the technologies which will be critical in terms of the EV market in the country. And as I think Dr. Anita Gupta already mentioned, the evolution program will work on providing the funding support to the startups and more importantly, the startups which are working on the EV component domains, which definitely includes, battery as the important aspects. Now, battery manufacturing continues to be an important element of the entire electric vehicles things, and therefore it really lies at the heart of the e-mobility transitions. And in this context, the battery manufacturing will be a strategic priority as far as our country is concerned. In this context, not only in terms of the entire manufacturing ecosystem, which includes supply chain, but also in terms of advanced materials and new battery chemistry, is extremely important to focus on. And in this area, again, I should say that the Department of Science and Technology has been taking several initiatives to support R&D in the area of battery chemistry and advanced materials. Dr. Anita Gupta already talked about the battery energy storage systems, which is extremely important from the point of view of enabling the hybrid grid ecosystem. And finally, I should say that in order to maintain a robust supply chain mechanism and developing the strategic autonomy for the country, we would wish, I should really urge the entire industry to really rise up to this occasion and make sure that we are truly Atmanirbhar in terms of not only the subsystems and systems, but also in terms of the component. In this context, the government had already announced setting up of the Research, Development and Innovation Fund of 1 lakh crore corpus. And in this budget, 20,000 crore has been already allocated to the Department of Science and Technology. We are in the process of operationalizing the fund. Hopefully in next 2-3 months, the fund will get operationalized. And this fund is meant for investing in private sector R&D. While, the ANRF and the DST primarily invests in the academic research and, university and the research labs, but the RDI fund is meant exclusively for investing it in the private sector R&D. Under this, we will also be setting up a deep tech fund, and the whole objective of the fund is to develop strategic autonomy in critical sectors. And clean energy and electric vehicles and advanced materials are one of the key critical sectors in which the fund will be investing. As I again mentioned, this fund is not just for the startups, it is also for corporates and industries also, provided of course they are taking projects in developing the cutting edge R&D. So I hope that once the fund will get operationalized, we will see that the industry comes up with really cutting edge product with an aim for our country to become a product nation and achieve the strategic autonomy. And I hope that we will have a sufficient critical mass to work on the components which are required for the e-mobility transition systems. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the WRI India for organizing this event with the Department of Science and Technology and UNEP and Niti Aayog as the knowledge partners. And I hope that today's deliberation will enrich all of you with a lot of knowledge exchange and will strike the partnerships to collaborate and together develop the key technology components for our country. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Those were some profound thoughts. Thank you, Professor Abhay. It is indeed very good to know that the EV mission is focusing across the entire battery value chain. And it is also extremely great to know that the battery and the fund that is essentially being launched is going to support the entire battery value chain. And now it is my highest honor to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Minister of State of the Ministry of Science and Technology, to share his views on the battery ecosystem in India. Can we have a round of applause?
No, can I shut down this laptop so that I don't read somebody else's address? Anyway. On the dais with me, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Professor Abhay Karandikar, Mr. Madhav Lal from WRI India, Mr. Lesser, Dr. Anita Gupta, members of the fraternities. I'm told there are also a group of startups there, representatives of the industry, also representatives of UNEP. And seeing this, I must say, this is indeed what we fancifully describe, whole of science plus whole of government plus whole of nation. So we have different components of science being represented here and also actively participating. We have the non-government entities and we also have the industry. And I think what is more important is the very fact that, what, you want me to be this side? So you have to adjust with the position of the photograph. I thought he was gesturing something to me, so sorry. I think when I was listening to all these learner speakers before me, the thought that occurred to me is, of course they were talking of the different changes that has happened over the years and the transformation. I think the biggest symbol of transformation is that we are having a conference or a meeting on batteries. I don't know how far would you be able to appreciate that, because I've been in the conference circle for almost 4 decades. Till a few years ago, India was not taken very seriously as far as the subjects of climate concern are concerned, or possibly the carbon challenges are concerned. The world thought that we were not possibly enlightened enough or awakened enough, or not even mentally prepared with that mindset to think of that. But today, we are actually seriously deliberating on these subjects. And therefore, also carving out for ourselves a wider role on this planet, a global role. And I think the biggest credit for this goes to Honorable Prime Minister, because soon after he took over in 2014, he started speaking about these global concerns. He was the one who in COP20 laid down the target of net zero by 2070. He was time and again talking about clean energy. And I think the climax of it was that in this year itself, we have come out with nuclear mission, which is not for nuclear explosions, which is for clean energy supply. And in fact, the other day there was a program in Bharat Mandapam, and I said that when Homi Baba started the nuclear program of India, the common refrain and the skepticism was that India was up to some mischief because Hiroshima, Nagasaki had just happened about 7, 8 years back, and nobody actually trusted us with what we were doing. At that time, at that point in time, Homi Baba had the courage and conviction to say that India's nuclear program is dedicated to peaceful purposes. So I said, under the Modi government, we have actually vindicated what Homi Baba declared to the world 70 years ago or 60 years ago. And today, the nuclear mission, which is a dedicated nuclear energy mission announced this year, actually is meant to play a wider role in contributing to our net zero target. And therefore, when a conference like this or a meet like this, when we talk of the low carbon technologies, it has multiple ramifications for enhancing energy security, A, B for creating green jobs, C for making India's industry globally competitive, and last but not the least, as I said, ensuring a global role for India. And I have no hesitation to say, because we are taught to speak in the terms of figures and statistics and the scientific galaxy over here. I think the best way is to comparison what has happened in the last 10 years with what was there, the scenario in the preceding 10 years, the preceding decade. From fragile 5, we have risen to first 5, and only day 4 yesterday, the 4th number. And very soon, maybe by 2028, the projections say that we would be number 3. And from the Global Innovation Index, from 81 to 39. From startups, we were just about 350, 400. Today, we are over 1.7 lakh, the 3rd rank in the ecosystem. Patent filing, we are already number 6, with the majority of them Indian resident patents. And all this has happened only after 2014. So, if I didn't have the figures, it could be dismissed off as a political jargon, but you could go to the websites, and the figures and the statistics I'm quoting is from the global indices, not from the Indian indices or not from any political parties' indices. And that has been because there has been a political will in that direction. And the political will comes only when the political hierarchy of the day has that approach or willpower to enable the scientific fraternity or the innovation creators to move on. And I'm glad that under the present Prime Minister, this has been possible. For example, our GERD was just 60,196 crore in 2014. Today, it is more than double. It is 1,27,381 crore. So figures speak for themselves. And that's because there have been certain very concrete measures taken on the ground. For example, on the one hand, the budget was increased. The DST budget, because we are now talking in the terms of the Science and Technology Department headed by Professor Abe, had a budget of mere 2,777 crore in 2014. 2,777 crore. And this year's budget was 28,509 crore. Now, if you want to make the figure more fanciful, I might add the increase is 926%. Because in the age of breaking news, you have to talk in that jargon. And this has happened only in these 10 years. Because I have also to address that lobby of, intellectuals or pretentious intellectuals who say कि कुछ नहीं हुआ. And added to that, as Professor Abhay was rightly reiterating time and again, we have opened up to the private sector. So this 900% or whatever increase is not the entire pool. It's only government's contribution, the state exchange contribution. But the pool has become much larger because it has been allowed to open up. So doors have been opened up. And if this government could open the nuclear sector to the private players, you can imagine there is no inhibition, no reservation in any other sector. Space, of course, opened 3-4 years back. Because nuclear sector is one sector where there was no demand. In fact, most of our common stakeholders are also reconciled that, look here, this has to work behind a wheel of secrecy. This is a confidential kind of a sector. And at the same time, as he rightly mentioned, Professor Abhay, we have the National Research Foundation, which has been named Anusandhan, and I'm sure which is a better version of most of the other such research foundations wherever they exist in the world. And there too, we have more than 60% participation of the non-government entities. So we have allowed our resource pool to open up to whatever extent it may. And that has made all this possible. And of course, a number of schemes which have started under Professor Abhay, under Dr. Anita, whether there's a Nidhi scheme or the TIDE, which is Technology Innovation for Disabled, or the Technology Business Innovation Hubs, etc. And therefore, why I'm saying so is because I've learned not to talk without sense. I'm saying so because I want to drive home a point. I think time has come to make the stakeholders, the youngsters, to make the best of these schemes and enable us to scale them up. And I'm using this opportunity to say this, that only yesterday I shared with Professor Abhay an article. One of our biggest beneficiaries is giving inputs to the media that there is not enough of funding happening through Nidhi. Now, one would ask, if it was not so, why would he approach for a benefit of Nidhi? So that cynicism which is still there has become conditioned over the years, 60, 70 years, सरकार तो कुछ करती नहीं है. So, ये सरकार बाकी सरकारों से अलग है, ये माइंडसेट अलग है, ये समझने में भी माइंडसेट डेवलप होने में टाइम लग रहा है. तो सरकार की स्कीम, the gentleman has been one of the biggest beneficiaries. Maybe he, at the back of his mind is that if I say something in the media, my grant will be more because Professor Abhay will come under pressure. I was telling Professor Abhay, there's the other way around also. You just tight it, less the grant and he'll come other way. So what I'm trying to suggest is that when all of us and the government has made up its mind to collaborate, as Anita was also saying, collaborate in a very extended way, let's all move in a positive direction. And that collaboration itself is a battery. You need the battery of energy even to carry forward the clean energy. And therefore, now, after having done this comparison, I think that we can't sit back with the satisfaction that, look here, we have done so and so, which was much better than what. I think now the time has come to lay down targets for 2047. How do we move from 4 to 3? And how is our clean energy initiatives or carbon technology is going to contribute to this? And how are these going to overcome the necessary hassles which happen? Maybe the cost effectiveness. So it is now time to think of that. And to that extent, I think meetings like this become relevant. And therefore, I think the focus should be A, on indigenous technology development, particularly the scenario they are seeing the world over. One day the Harvard is banned, the other day it is opened. So no longer you have to depend on others. B, domestic manufacturing has to increase, which I'm glad that, as Madhav and others were mentioning, is sought to be happening. And third, of course, a robust innovation system. So we have these basic bottom line requirements drawn up for us. That alone will be the key to our further headway or further success. And of course, as has been said, others were also saying that batteries have an important role to play in the times to come. But in the government itself, we have been very forthcoming in picking up or associating ourselves with every new initiative. We have, for example, the PM E-Drive program, which was started in 2024. The FAME program, which is the fast adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, started in 2019. A viability fund for battery energy storage systems also initiated about 2 years back. And of course, the ANRF itself has a key initiative called Maha EV Mission. And upon that, the role of startups. Now, to have good startups into this, you don't have to look for very great PhD. Sorry, I'm saying this in the presence of very learned scientists. Because this concept of startup came from Europe, landed in Bangalore, which is an IT city, so we thought you have to be a great scientist. It's not so. In fact, we have proved that more than once and we vindicated ourselves in the agriculture sector. Our purple revolution, our lavender cultivation, which has generated more than 3,000 very lucrative entrepreneurs out of startups. I think about 20–30% of them are not even graduates. So we need to have persons who are technology driven in their approach, in their mindset, who are good learners, who have the passion or the junoon. And the government is there to offer all technology help, also finance, also hand-holding. We don't need too much of, intellectual buddies who start criticizing the Nidhi fund after receiving the check. Rather, we need the ones who come back to us and give us ideas. I was totally impressed. The other day, I had a group of boys, because I keep meeting these youngsters for my own learning. They were into this lavender. They have also linked up with the industry in Maharashtra, mainly Mumbai. So, group of 4 or 5 boys. I don't think they were much highly educated, but please remember, startup qualification is not totally correlable with the university degree. I think the boy who came as their spokesman, who was doing most of the talking, maybe just about 12th pass or so. So he said, "Sir, I have come with an idea." I said, "What idea? You become richer than me in just 3–4 years." He said, "No, there is one idea, कि सरकार में ये सुझाव दिया जाए कि चाइना का सामान बंद हो." I said, "How are you bothered now? Let the Ministry of External Affairs, the Government of India take care of that. You mind your homework." कहते नहीं साहब, हमारी जो छोटी छोटी अतर परफ्यूम की शीशी मुंबई की मार्केट में 15,000 की बिक रही थी, लेवेंडर परफ्यूम, उसको घटा करके 10 करना पड़ा क्योंकि चाइना ने आके 12,000 में बेचना शुरू कर दिया. You see, that is the startup mindset. He is coming and telling us, "See, look here, if you scale up my entrepreneurship, because to sustain startup also, you have to move on to the next levels." He may not be, he's not giving a very intellectual feedback like somebody coming and telling him what is the exact spelling of Nidhi. He's just giving us a simple cue because he is into it. So we need individuals, youth who are actually into it, जो इसमें डूब जाए कि आग का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है, who come with that mindset, not with those who come to write a philosophical dictum out of that. And for that, and of course, as I said, in the next 20 years, we'll also have to find our own resources because most of our these clean source energy, lithium, cobalt, come from other countries like Australia, etc. To my mind, that also reminds me, I think today itself I'll follow up with the mining ministry. There's a huge reserve of lithium which was detected in Jammu and Kashmir, which was incidentally part of my constituency till a few months back. After delimitation, I lost that. Otherwise, I would have become richer. So I think somebody connived to could take. So they had actually floated tenders, but no bidder came forward, or possibly they could live out. So we are now, for the first time, this government is looking at these sources. The reserves have not happened overnight in 10 years. They were there already, but the eyes, as Wordsworth says, the eyes see what the mind knows. The mind didn't know. Now mind has got awakened, the eyes also opened up. So I'm sure in the times to come, we'll develop more resources, discover more resources, take them up, scale them up, also develop our critical know-how. And as I said, in the kind of geopolitical situation that we have, we need to have our own IP and other aspects looked after. Already, the DST is very futuristic in approach. They are among the first to have a mission quantum. They have a supercomputing mission. They have the AI mission. And now, of course, also into the batteries. As I said, the ANRF, one of the first initiatives is related to this. And therefore, I would end saying that we need to have more and more of public-private participation. I'm glad to see in this room we have all these stakeholders. If we are able to move beyond this room, because otherwise what happens is that the next year we again meet in the same room, sometimes speak the same things. Sometimes some of us also repeat the same slides. So, but that is, you know, a pure academic of the your years. I think now we've started moving very fast. So if we are able to have an extended collaboration, as Madhav mentioned about the battery Aadhaar pilot, some, you know, very innovative initiatives of having unique IDs for the battery. And therefore, all this calls for an action which has to be a collective action, and we don't have time. As PM keeps saying, कि यही समय है और सही समय है. तो यही समय भी है, सही समय भी है, and I would rather have the courage to add कि यही स्थान भी है. So this is the time, this is the appropriate time, and this is the destination. We have also started a program called Vaibhav under Professor Abhay, which is meant to incentivize, enable, encourage the expert innovators and scientific workers across the world to come back to India. And I think the stakeholders over here, including the industry, can also contribute in making that happen so that we have a larger self-sufficient pool to scale up from where we stand today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Could we have another loud round of applause? This is not just for the wise words, but also the incredible support that the government has provided us over the years, especially towards battery technologies. Moving forward, we would now like to launch our conference proceedings. I would like to invite the authors of the conference note, Development of Data Frameworks for Battery Circularity in India, that looks at considerations for developing a battery Aadhaar for India, which enables the development of a sustainable and a circular battery value chain in the country. Dr. Priya Bansal, Abhishek Meshram, Chaitanya Kanuri, and Dr. Parveen Kumar. Could we please have all of you on the stage for the conference proceedings, please? We would like to have the dignitaries launch the conference proceedings. We would now move to the inauguration of the Battery Technology Showcase, an exhibition spotlighting India's cutting-edge advancements in battery innovation, manufacturing, and circularity. May we request our chief guest, Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, along with all our dignitaries, to inaugurate the exhibition. Attendees are welcome to join and explore innovations, including a special preview of the Battery Aadhaar initiative, a unique identifier system for India's battery ecosystem. Request everyone to remain seated till the dignitaries move forward and proceed for the inauguration. Please note, we will reconvene in the next 10 minutes for the first panel discussion. Thank you. लैपटॉप के लिए ना ये लैपटॉप
पता नहीं किसी लिए है क्या मिनिस्टर ने तो बंद ही कर दिया
हाँ।
इसमें नोट्स वगैरह भी था
ठीक है
नोट्स चाहिए था
अच्छा ये मैं अनाउंस कर दूँगा
पहले सुरेंद्र सिन्हा और लाइक
हाँ ठीक है I'll just kill yeah that's enough We will be reconvening in the next 5 minutes. Request all our attendees to move back to their seats as early as you can. And I would also request our panelists to be available. Just mentioning the names of the panelists. Dr. Sudhendu Sinha, Tata N. Rao, Abhijit Mule, Rajat Verma, Manjunath Rao, Karan Chadda, and Dr. Yashodhan. Request all the panelists to be present and requesting all the attendees to be back in the seats. Could we please have everyone get back into their seats? We would like to start the panel discussion in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The exhibition is open all day for everyone to visit. We would request you to come and be seated for our first panel discussion. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes. I request everyone to get seated, please. We'll be starting with our first panel. इसमें लिख के दे। Welcome back, everyone. We're now moving on to our first panel of the day, which focuses on one of the critical pieces of India's puzzle, the lithium-ion battery supply chain. India's LIB supply chain holds tremendous potential to drive self-reliance and global competitiveness. However, unlocking the potential requires enabling ecosystem, one that spans sustainable mining, regulatory frameworks, and coordinated infrastructure development. This session brings together leaders from government, research, and industry to discuss what's needed to strengthen each link in the chain. To set the stage, we're honored to invite Shri Sudhendu Jyoti Sinha, Program Director E-Mobility, Transport and Infrastructure, Niti Aayog, to deliver a 10-minute expert note. With over 3 decades of experience in operations, strategic infrastructure planning, and public policy, particularly within the Indian Railways, he now leads Niti Aayog's efforts to shape electric mobility and sustainable transport agenda in India. So, please.
Thanks a lot. So, we heard the Honorable Minister, and he was absolutely articulate, explaining the initiatives that are being taken in the country today. So at the onset, let me congratulate WRI for this battery summit, to each of the participants who are right here. So maybe we start with a small story. 2019-20, that was the time when at Niti Aayog, we were deliberating that how to go about this ACC manufacturing in India. So the problem statement was very clear. We had to draft a PLI scheme for advanced chemistry cell, and we had absolutely no base knowledge of it. 3 things we wanted to understand. Number 1, how much time does it take to set up a manufacturing facility of giga scale? Number 2, what are the challenges in its supply chain? And number 3 is that where from the sourcing of materials should be there. And finally, what should be the quality parameters of the ACC that India would be producing? So that was the problem statement with which we started. We had before us a few websites to go through. So there was one called Battery University, and of course the books. So we went through it and we were attempting to understand that how exactly it is to be pulled off. What we did was we went into very, very granular understanding of 9 places where the ACC manufacturing in giga scale was being initiated. That was underway at that time. So it was Hungary, it was Poland, it was Germany, it was Sweden, it was Deep at Renault, the Panasonic one at Nevada. So we identified 9 places and we studied them. We were finding out, as I told you, what are the quality parameters of this ACC, where from are they sourcing the materials, and in how much time do they make it. So finally, we kind of developed one scheme and then we put it to public debate. So there was some kind of feedback that was coming from the industry that we considered incorporated. What the big idea was that we must have localization. So 2 things. From the very first start, we should have 25%, and in 3 years of operation, we should have 60%. So that was one of the parameters for getting the incentive. Then we said that, okay, the quality of these advanced chemistry cell with respect to the cycle life, with respect to the energy density, that should be the best of those 9 places that we had, we had considered. And time to set up the factory. So we realized that the time that was being taken was, the lowest was 19 months and the highest was 3 years. So what we did was that we decided that 2 years should be the time that we should be giving to our bidders in RFP, that this is the time in which you have to set up the factory. So we were kind of getting into, we created the RFP, and along with it was decided that this should be anchored at MHI, and then we were into conversation with all the people, the prospective bidders. What the problem was that the best of the countries who stand for quality, they were always trying to convince us that the quality parameters that you have laid out with localization, you will not get the bidders. So simple idea was that we will not get the bidders. Now it was a 50 gigawatt support system with 18,100 crore rupees of allocation. And very transparent system of incentive was laid out. So we were trying to work out, tell them that no, let's try kind of thing. Even some of our own agencies were very apprehensive. They were wondering that whether we will get bidders, we will not get bidders. People were talking to us, but they said that we will be very lucky if out of 50 gigawatt, we are able to get 15 gigawatt people who are willing to set up 15 gigawatt equivalent of, manufacturing facility. But we were, like any other recalcitrant organization, we said that let's push it forward, let's see what happens. Worst to worst, we'll have to recalibrate it, that is what we'll do. But first, let's try to float it. We did. To our amazement, we had takers of 128 gigawatt. So that, that's something amazing. We were absolutely baffled. Out of, when the expectation was 15, 20 gigawatt, we had takers for 128 gigawatt. And when I say, friends, 1 gigawatt, please translate it and then multiply the whole 128 into 1,200 crore rupees. So 1 gigawatt simply means 800 to 1,200. I am taking the extreme one. So 1,200 crore rupees. So that was the kind of money that industry was willing to invest in India. Some of them were global also. They were willing to invest in India for the manufacturing of advanced chemistry cell. And with respect to the cycle life, localization, energy density, everywhere we said that this should be the best. Today, 50 gigawatt is going on with the support of government. And there is additional 85, 90 gigawatt, close to 100 gigawatt, that is going forward, not on a giga scale, but as of now on a mega, and then subsequently it will be ramped up to giga scale. That is without the government support, that is also moving forward. So some 13 to 15 players are into that spectrum and they are taking it forward. We knew it that supply chain would be a challenge. They would be worried about where to source the lithium from, where to get the quality cobalt kind of thing, where to have anode cathode kind of formations. Everything was, it's an initial challenge was there, and we were trying to link them up with our own embassies to kind of explore, either directly get into the kind of engagements with those countries where it's the thing over there, and that is how we took it forward. What I'm just trying to this story, that the takeaway from this is that everything becomes possible in India. The only thing is maybe that you have to go for little more extensive stakeholder consultation. Once you are able to win their support, that we are absolutely transparent, we are attempting to support them, and this is how it is going on. So just to give you a sense, when I say 1 gigawatt, as I said, that 1200 crore rupees, and it would be somehow, it would be supporting it would be supporting close to 5,000 buses, big size buses in its operation. That is what 1 gigawatt can be understood as. So this is where we are. Today, as I told you, it gives tremendous satisfaction that we are moving forward. And what is happening is that now the state governments are also taking it forward. So their state governments are coming out with what they call the battery valley kind of thing. You just now heard another quality parameter, that is battery passport or battery Aadhaar, whereby at the pack level you can identify that where exactly this battery is moving. Maybe once you break that integrity, it would be slightly difficult to find out at the cell level. So that was one big initiative that we took. There was another one to add on to it. We know it that we cannot be, we had created, as I told you, we had created a PLI scheme which was chemistry agnostic. We knew it that probably we have to be always upscale in this stream. That's why we reached out to the IITs, and today 16 out of 23 IITs, we have helped them, we have nudged them to create centers of excellence, which also includes the battery technology. So you hear about, sodium, you hear about Kanpur is doing something, or the zinc kind of thing, somewhere they are working on aluminum, and that is how it is moving forward. So how to go beyond lithium, how to enter into the niche chemistry. So that is what the second great challenge is, and that is what we are working at. So this is all about, friends, this is all about my kind of initial comments, and I'm sure that as we move on, we will come to know more about it. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. I now request Ms. Chaitanya Kanuri, Associate Director, Electric Mobility at WRI India, to kindly present a token of appreciation to sir. Thank you, sir. We kindly request you to take your seat. Now we're pleased to welcome our distinguished panelists for a dynamic discussion on India's policy, regulatory, and infrastructure advancements for lithium-ion batteries. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tata Narsingha Rao, Adjunct Professor, IIT Hyderabad, Shri Abhijit B. Moole, Deputy Director at ARAI, Mr. Piyush Sinha, Vice President, Special Project at Loham, Mr. Manjunath Vitthal Rao, Regional Manager, Standards, South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, Mr. Karan Chadha, Head Business Development, Fourth Partner Energy, Dr. Yashodhan Pramod Gokhale, Vice President Battery Technology, JSW Energy. This session will be moderated by Ms. Chaitanya Kanuri, Associate Director for Electric Mobility at WRI India. Over to you, Chaitanya.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're running a little late, so we're going to try and keep this session a little crisp, although we have an excellent set of speakers, so I do want to get all of their insights for sure. We are sort of joined by leaders from academia, industry, as well as technical experts who are looking at the standards and regulatory space. This first panel is about the LIB supply chain in India, the policies, regulations, standards, and infrastructure requirements to accelerate our battery chain development. So we'll dive right in. I had a bit of a speech prepared, but I'm going to cut that in the interest of time and move right to the meaty stuff with all of our speakers. So I'll start with Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao, you've had a distinguished career in research and academia. You've worked at the University of Tokyo, been the director of ARCI, and now you're a professor at IIT Hyderabad. So in your perspective, in what areas of the battery value chain do you think India has comparative advantages and where we can build distinct global expertise, and what sort of policy support is required for that?
Yeah, thank you for giving this opportunity. So to answer your question, I am in, right now I am in academia, IIT, but I was director of ARCI, where we're focusing on the battery materials. And you can see my next director who has taken Dr. Vijay. So you can see the stall where they displayed all kind of battery chemistries and the cells of different form factors also. So the basic thing what is required for the country is two things. Because very crisply I want to, because there's no time. Two things are important. One is the material innovation, and then material innovation, what is required for our country. Earlier, when it started with NMC, then people started buying NMC batteries from our neighboring country at any cost, because you can buy anything what you want, provided what cost you want. So especially the two-wheeler. In India, majority of the electric vehicles are two-wheelers, more than 60%, I think. So two-wheelers, they start compromising on buying the low-cost batteries, especially NMC chemistry that time, and you saw that a lot of scooters caught fire, and then people realized that it is not the chemistry that works for the Indian conditions, where it's a tropical country. Then slowly even two-wheelers started moving to LFP, and LFP is everywhere. So when I started my team for LFP and LTO, that is 15 years back, people used to ask, why NMC is the one, why are you talking about the LFP? But today LFP is the one, what is the game changer? And we transfer the technology to the industry and then incubator in ARC campus, and then now there. So the point what I want to make is, the material innovation is very important, because that is the key component of the battery technology. And in India, we depend on the battery material, we depend on the equipment to set up the plant. It is like you want to make biryani, you import the cooker and you import the basmati rice also. Then why? You import the biryani itself. So I think these are the two things what we must think. And material is much easy, because we have a lot of young people who can think of the materials, and then a lot of fundamental research going on. And now, at this point of time, battery energy storage system is also picking up so fast, and that also is going to play a major role in battery technologies. And for that, you don't need to really worry about only lithium, because we have a lot of problems with lithium import. Although Mantriji said that we have lithium sources in Jammu and Kashmir, but it will take at least 10 years to extract the usable lithium for our battery supply chain. So because it is still at G1 primary stage, and you have 2 more stages to really find out. And then we have the problem of extraction metallurgy people in the country. We don't have many extraction metallurgy people to do the extraction and then make it to a level of the high purity where it can be used for the battery grade. So these are the challenges. Now for the BESS, battery energy storage system, the sodium ion that is coming up so fast, and for sodium ion you don't need to worry about supply chain, because you should have the material that is made in India, because you don't need to worry about where from sodium comes. So people who are the young people here, you should start thinking about what kind of materials. And right now there is a sodium vanadium phosphate. It is almost equivalent to LFP in the lithium case. And then that is coming up. And just very recently you can see from JNCSR, there is a paper on lithium vanadium phosphate with aluminum and niobium doping. It is almost like a supercapacitor with very high energy density. And you see advanced materials paper from JNCS. So these are the innovation, but only problem what we stop at that point and then we don't go to the scale up and then go to, because it's the valley of death. You have to start somewhere innovation, which is there in the country, but we have to cross the valley of death to take it to the next level. And that is the gap what is to be filled. Otherwise, we can do a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for that very crisp address. When you mentioned the valley of death, the technological valley of death, that is something we will be discussing in the next session, which is looking at the role of startups and innovation in bridging this gap. But you also mentioned battery fires, and so I would actually like to turn to Mr. Abhijit Mule. Mr. Mule, at ARAI, if you could talk about what some of the recent transitions in battery safety regulations have been, and what impact that has had, because I think those have rolled out, and it'd be great to understand how and where they came from and what sort of impact they've been having in the battery ecosystem for EVs.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting. And it's a very interesting question because year 2023, March 2023, there is a big transition which we have seen for automotive traction batteries. And earlier there was a very old standard which we were following. The philosophy was if the basic ingredient is safe, and then the entire battery will be safe. So a lot of focus on cell level safety, but after 2023 there's a lot of shift where I think it is a system level approach, and it is like there was an attempt where our Indian standards were aligned to the best of the international standard. In fact, we are having 20-25% more stringent requirement than any of the current international standard. And there is, apart from this technical requirement on the safety, including thermal propagation, there was a very interesting tool which is introduced as a safety critical component, that is conformity of production. So it is not only to have a good prototype, but every 2 years we randomly select, and the test agency can then verify whether the battery manufacturer is also continuing with the same kind of qualities. And this tool is also giving access to the manufacturing plant, because there were many international papers where it has been observed that 30% of the safety is actually provided by manufacturing quality. So that's very important, where now the test agency and the certification authority has got access to the manufacturing plant, and they are ensuring that it is meeting the basic safety standards. So I think this was a good move, and there is a big impact which you can see on the field, because I remember ARAI did certification of around 180 batteries for 2 and 3 wheeler within a 6 months time, because it was a transition. And around 60% of them failed during their first iteration. There were a lot of testing, retesting, frugal engineering, and now it is like it is seen on the field that batteries are safer, and it is also ensured that the manufacturing quality is up to the international standard. Thank you.
Just to AIS 156, you must be knowing that is the safety standard, and there are a lot of amendments which were brought in and then imposed on the industries. But initially it was a pain for the industries, but now everyone is enjoying it. There is 100% safety is there. And the ARAI, and then we are all responsible in the committee to make the amendment. That time people used to call, somehow it is leaked. That sir, kaisa in stringent rakhenge to kaisa, but people have to live first. And the business was dropping because there was too many accidents. And you can see after 23 March or so, the implementation, there were no accidents, maybe hardly 1 or 2. Otherwise it was so chaotic. So I think standards are very, very important, and ARAI plays very key role in that one. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you, Mr. Mole. I think what both of you are referencing is sort of this maturing of the ecosystem, and while there might be a short-term pain in terms of maybe cost and all, in the longer term that balances out and the safety really picks up. I had a quick follow-up question for Mr. Mole as well. Now, the other challenge coming up today is the need for greater capacity for battery testing, given that we have more and more EVs picking up and adoption happening. Is there anything ARAI is doing on that front in terms of expanding capacity for battery testing?
Yeah, in fact, battery is the only subject in ARI. We have seen the upgradation of facility, where we have done a multifold expansion within 5 years. So the original lab was inaugurated in 2020, and now another 2 months we'll be inaugurating our advanced battery lab. So there's a big expansion on ARI side where we have established advanced battery lab, where we have ensured strong rooms and the safety through automation, safety through additional precautions in our lab. But I am not saying that this would be sufficient to take care of the entire India testing requirement. ARA is also through its academy, we are helping a lot of other stakeholders and industry by conducting training programs based on our 10 years experience, the kind of safety, kind of equipment we have innovated for battery testing. And these programs are also becoming very popular because a lot of industry stakeholders, they will be having their in-house facility. There will be other institute, they want to establish their own facility. So ARA is also doing a bit through its training program to make sure that the competent manpower is generated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mulay. Coming back to the industry ecosystem, one of the other things, Dr. Rao, you actually laid out all the points I wanted to talk about in the beginning, and now we're picking them apart one by one. So coming to Dr. Gokhale, you are leading the battery technology development at JSW Energy. Now, recently we've heard that some of the beneficiaries under the ACC-PLI scheme have also cited delays due to supply chain disruptions. So tell us, where do you see the key challenges and what do you think needs to be done from a policy and regulatory perspective to accelerate cell and cell component manufacturing?
First of all,
to make the whole biryani in India, basically.
Yeah, I agree what Dr. Rao and Dr. Mulay has mentioned. One of the thing is, though in last 7 to 8 years in India, people have tried to make the battery packs. There is a lot of learning curve. Localization is happening in that space. Though still on the high voltage side, Make in India, BMS, it's still the challenge. Cold plate, which is aluminum, sheet metal and other components, which are the key areas when you are making the battery packs for high voltage 650 volt, 350 volt onwards. To cooling system, then wiring harness and few other components. But on the other side, there is a lot of safety which has done by the local agencies, which done a very good way. In terms of the energy storage system, there is a still challenge to have a certification on bigger container level, though we have seen there are a lot of projects coming up. Even government has mandate for the solar projects. BESS is mandatory on certain programs. So these are still the challenges in terms of certification. And localization, still we need to have a proactive, subsidize and encourage the local vendors which are making wiring harness, cold plate, BMS, which can help in reducing the costs in India.
Yes, thank you for that. I think, yeah, even through our research, we've been finding that there is a need to strengthen the MSME ecosystem for sure, so that they are able to actually support the further localization requirements, especially with the PMP being strengthened for the battery ecosystem as well. So that's a really important point.
And one thing I must to emphasize, like battery passport or battery Aadhaar will help, because all these energy storage tenders require 12 years warranty, 25 years warranty. Though we have a dependency on our neighboring country for the cell, because it will take for India at least next 3 to 4 years, more realistic, to have Make in India cell, which can be more robust, more legitimate, which can perform on the field, we can put that cell in our vehicles. I'm talking on the high voltage side, passenger car, commercial vehicles and energy storage. So these, when we are ready with this standard with battery Aadhaar, then it can link to the warranty also, which are going to place in different projects in India. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Vogle. I'll turn to Mr. Pratyush Sinha next from Loham. So, Pratyush, the lithium-ion battery supply chain is essentially a critical mineral story, right? So, for a country without the domestic mining of relevant minerals, like again Dr. Rao said, it'll take us some time to get there. Material recovery from recycling becomes one of the key sources. So recently we've also noticed that the MOEFCC has restricted black mass exports in order to strengthen our local domestic supply. So what other levers do you think government and industry can put in place to actually strengthen our access to the required critical minerals?
No. So thanks for the question. I think, and Dr. Rao covered a bit of it earlier, but if you look at the entire supply chain, and for the supply chain to be viable, there are three essential things that need to be in place. There's supply, there's demand, and then there's the capability to actually produce the material. On the supply side, if you have to break it down, there's primary sources and secondary sources. Primary sources in India today are under exploration and under sort of cultivation at this point of time, so that will take a bit of time. But there's an opportunity to go out and acquire assets, which the Ministry of Mines has been working on. One of the inputs there from our side is the public sector organizations or the government might find it a bit slow to explore or do these tie-ups, while private sector might be more agile. So a sort of private-public partnership there makes a lot of sense, where the private companies go out and explore these assets, and then public companies come in to bring in the backing of the government of India. Moving to the secondary side, there's again a domestic aspect and an international aspect. From a domestic point of view, what is definitely needed is improving the collection rate. Battery Aadhaar is a very, very important sort of cog in that wheel to improve that collection, because unless we measure, we cannot manage, and that's something that needs to be done. Apart from this, there's a need to formalize the ecosystem. That formalization will require, again, some policy levers. One of those could be, say, providing some sort of tax incentives to the informal sector for them to formalize, maybe through the reduction of GST rates or similar mechanisms. The other would be on sort of ensuring that bad actors do not proliferate in the ecosystem, because recycling, because it is so important, and considering the need of India and the volume of material that is available, recycling is going to be very important. We don't want that industry to become such that the material is not coming back to recycle. So it's important that that happens. That requires stringent audits and proper training of auditors. So that's something on which the MOEFCC and CPCB have been working on, but probably ensuring that it doesn't go the way of, say, other kinds of waste recycling that have happened in India, and it's nipped in the bud in the nascent stage. Coming to the demand side, and why is demand important? Demand is important because for us to be able to compete at any level, we need scale. And without demand, having that scale becomes very difficult. So how do we essentially spur demand? There needs to be a focus on downstream industries, essentially components manufacturing, also looking at next generation components manufacturing for, say, solid state batteries. There's also a need to have international supply chains so that there's some sort of green corridor that is established between EU and India, US and India. And it's something that's a win-win, because India is the only country in the world that can match the scale and the cost structures of China. If you look at energy costs, we have one of the lowest in the world. If you look at labor costs, we have lowest in the world. After China, we have probably one of the largest metallurgical industries in the world. We have great metallurgical talent. So we are the only country in the world that can provide an alternative. And if you look at, say, the struggling OEMs in Europe, it makes a lot of sense for them to partner with India. So on the demand side, domestically, the downstream supply chains, and internationally, allowing free movement of material. And that's something that probably requires trade deals to be put in place and harmonization of standards to take place. And then the last bit is on the actual production capability in the country. While that is coming up, it requires scale, which means in the early days, especially for low value materials, there needs to be some support, either in the form of CapEx subsidy or OpEx subsidy of some kind. And then there's a need to focus on technology, particularly next generation technology. How do you increase the amount of value that is being captured in India? This might involve developing materials that are purer, going from say 2 nines or 3 nines to 5 nines, so that material can be used in many more sensitive applications. And it could involve reducing the dependence on equipments and reagents on other countries, and that requires a fair bit of R&D as well. So overall, I think that this is the sort of comprehensive approach we can take, both from the industry and a regulatory point of view, to ensure that we meet the growing demands. And probably this industry will have to front run the battery industry. We can't wait for the battery demand to come in. So we'll have to sort of lead the way here.
Thank you, Pratyush. And you spoke very rightly about one of the points being the need to harmonize standards in order for us to have a globally competitive ecosystem as well. So for that, I will turn to UL Standards and Engagement, Mr. Manjunath. For everyone, the UL SE stall out there already talks about some of the standards for Second Life and the circularity ecosystem. But I would like to ask Mr. Manjunath to speak about these standards a little and what they are addressing and what stage of ratification they are at in India today.
Thank you, Chaitanya. Thank you very much for having us here. I'm very glad that every one of us is talking about standards, because standards was a kind of requirement which everyone resisted initially. But I think we understand why standards are very essential. It need not be re-emphasized that safety, security, sustainability in the entire ecosystem can be brought by standards only. So what does it really mean? And also Battery 360. I mean, it's a very well thought through kind of name that has been given, which is the circularity for battery. It is not just the first time use, it is the entire thing. And also the circularity doesn't mean that you just look at recycling. It is repurposing, remanufacturing, how do you repair it, reuse it. Entire ecosystem has to be addressed. So UL, and also as Pratyush said, something needs to be measured, then only we can improve. Until unless we don't measure, we don't improve it. And that is where the circularity standards become an essential part. There is a first standard which I would like to talk about is UL 3600. This is the first standard which was brought in for the circularity measurement. How do you really measure the circularity at every element? There are a few things which are still missing, like governance part, which also becomes essential for the circularity measurement. That's still missing, but as a overall, for any manufacturer to really look at, circularity becomes that you know where to measure, where are you on the circularity, are you at 30%, are you at 70%, and where you need to focus so that you can become a circular economy per se. So while that is a motherhood standard, which I can say, it is also essential that we should have something which is very sector specific. So UL thought it was, again, it's not that it is a country specific standard, it is a global standard with the participation of various technical committee members, like even Pratyush is part of that technical committee, where the standards for, particularly for lithium ion battery, has been brought up. We are at the final stage. The consensus has been arrived. Probably by mid-June or early July, we should have this standard, which is UL 3602 for the circularity of the batteries. So this really what is going to help us in entirety is how do we really look at the batteries, and also our aim of becoming Atmanirbhar. That can be achieved by us looking at all these standards. There are various other standards which we can continue to talk about. But what is essential to really look at, how do we also take it to the implementation level? One way is to look at the regulation, But is it really essential that we should look at regulation only? It can be done by our own regulation. Why don't we, as the manufacturer, as the repurposer, as the recyclers, we adopt these standards and implement it? Because while the standards are getting referenced in the regulation, it is essential for we to commit ourselves and to become a global power or the international player. It is very essential for us to look at these standards and implement. I think that's where we really look at. But however, there are various standards which you can look at, and there are standards which has been listed. You can even view those standards free. There is no charge which you will be charged for viewing these standards. So I think standards are essential piece. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think that has been the motto with which Mr. Manjunath greets everybody in the ecosystem and by which he is known. So thank you for reinforcing that. And finally, for the first round, I would like to turn to Mr. Karan Chadda from Fourth Partner Energy. Mr. Chadda, you have an expansive overview of the power and renewables sector from your background and a strong understanding of the business and finance side as well of this ecosystem. So, based on the learnings from one sunrise sector to another, can you tell us what might be some of the most important policy, regulatory requirements and priorities that need to be taken up to accelerate the development of sustainable and localized battery value chain in India?
Sure, Chaitanya, thank you so much for the question and thank you for having me here. So as a matter of fact, not only as a sunrise sector, I think as a very critical end customer as well. I think just to give a brief overview of where the power sector, especially in India, stands today, we have a 400 gigawatt grid, out of which about 130 odd gigawatt is today renewable. And out of that 130 gigawatt, close to 100 gigawatt is, or a little more than 100 now, is solar energy. Now, solar energy was practically zero when we go back 15 years back, right, to where it is 25% of the grid today. Now, what that actually creates in our markets today is solar gets produced only during the daytime hours. So basically your generation starts at 8 a.m. or 7:30 in the morning. It kind of peaks at about 12:31 and then it kind of, you know, it's like a parabolic curve. It kind of goes down and finishes at about 4:35 depending upon the region of the country. Now, one thing that I would like to tell you where this is extremely critical in India, because we were always power hungry, because the economy is growing at a certain rate, it requires a certain energy density. We, really said, well, let's just put as much energy as we can. And of course, renewable energy is important. It's cheaper. It's more sustainable. Let's put that. As a matter of fact, as recently as 3 days back, on Sunday, the 25th, was the first day in the history of this country that on the exchange market at 10:30 in the morning, the power cost for buying power was 1 paisa. So, and I think it's kind of driven because power costs in our country, at least at the margin, are driven by weather. So you'd seen unseasonal rains that happened last week. There's been an early onset of monsoon. We had, rains in Delhi. We had rains in the western part, the southern part, and of course the demand completely collapsed. The government has anyway been talking about, and I think at least over the last 2 years, where the focus has shifted away from saying let's put vanilla solar and wind projects to ensure that BESS systems are essentially an integral part of the all these projects that are set up. Now this is a very direct commercial implication for us as well. So when I sell, we are a renewable energy developer. We build solar and wind plants and sell electricity, into the market as merchant or sell it to private customers. The country, earlier there was thermal generation was the largest component. So it was pretty much a flat line. You pretty much produce the flat amount throughout the, throughout the 24 hours. In solar and wind, with solar, like I said, you actually produce the maximum during the middle of the day. But if you look at the demand curve of the country, our demand, and this is pretty much across all states of the country, you have a peak demand in the early morning hours, let's say between 6 to 10, and then in the evening hours, let's say between 6 to 12. And then you have low demand during daytime and during nighttime. And we've actually gone ahead and installed technologies which are actually developing more when people need less. So obviously the only solution to this is batteries. The only solution that I have as a developer today is to generate the energy when it generates, because it will only depend upon the natural resource, and store it, and then inject that energy into the grid during the evening hours. That is the only solution that is there, because the grid is a balancing mechanism, right? You can't input 100 and take out 80, it will fail. Like, it has to be balanced out. And that is where, we think that, the ability to have a ready supply chain and the ability to ensure that, as an end customer, we can actually bring, add scale. The demand is there, of course. Like I said, this is a natural phenomena. You'll have more and more days where power cost will be zero, because you'll have, the solar addition is at a much higher rate than GDP growth right now. So, we need to be able to have access to a local supply chain, because what happened in solar, if you see right from 2011-12 to 2019, we kept saying, well, we need to scale. And till about 2023, before the government actually put in a non-tariff barrier, in spite of all kinds of barriers, tariff barriers, etc., we still had about 70-80% of our, the solar modules which were actually imported, and by logic mostly from China. So it is only in the last 3 years we've kind of said, let's start making modules, let's start making cells. But essentially we are, at a stage where we are still probably, if you look at the solar supply chain, there's a 500 gigawatt supply chain, China controls 400 gigawatt. So I think the battery manufacturing in the country today is same as where probably solar was in 2013, where, any amount of scale that we give, I can tell you with the, just the base requirement that is there, and it's not something that is a projection, it's right there. We may be in a situation where 10 years down the road, we'd still be saying, 60-70% of our, battery solutions or best solutions are from China. So I think that's something that we want to obviously avoid. So yeah, that's what I would like to say.
Thank you so much. Because I did not get a chance to ask all my questions in the first round, I'm going to try and do a very rapid second round. I'd request everyone to cooperate and keep their responses to say 1.5 minute max. So starting with Pratyush, one question I have, Pratyush, like literally a minute, is on dismantling for circularity, like design for circularity. What is needed today, because we know that dismantling batteries is a big challenge today. What is needed in that space? Is it regulation? Is it standards? What is it?
Sure. So it requires all the things, regulations, standards, also some willingness from the OEMs or the manufacturers, and also some technology. So when you say dismantling, the biggest problems are the joints. They have to be reversible. So how do you make reversible joints that are strong enough to hold during the life of the battery? That becomes a problem. If we go one level deeper, once you have taken the joints out, there's a lot of phase change material that's used. How do you have reversible phase change material so that you can take the cells out without destroying them? Yeah. That becomes a challenge. So you need, again, tech and standards there. And then if you go even deeper into the cell itself, one of the biggest problems with cells is the fluorine content, which is used in the binders. And binders in general require some amount of energy to liberate the material that they're sticking to. So how do you make binders that are reversible or water soluble? And how do you reduce the fluorine content to reduce the compliance? So I think it has to be done in a systematic manner, looking at every single stage, and requires regulation. But before that, willingness and standards, because it's not an insurmountable problem, just requires some effort.
Thank you so much. Coming quickly to Mr. Manjunath. we've spoken about battery fires. We've spoken about standards to allay battery fires and make it safer, which we have started realizing now. Another aspect is capacity building and workforce training. So what sort of capacity building is needed for consumers and governance stakeholders to actually ensure that these standards are being adhered to, and that how you treat, say, LIB fires and how to kind of deal with them in the rare case that a mishap happens. I know that UL has been doing some work on that, so what do you find the most critical there?
Yeah, as you rightly said, the capacity building is the most important aspect, because particularly when it comes to fire, while we may design, conform to all the standard, the requirement that we spoke about at the manufacturing also, it could happen that there could be some possibility of fire. First thing is, at the consumer level, how do we really make sure that they understand what is thermal runaway? Because we use that like chutney everywhere, thermal runaway. But किसी को समझ में आता है what is thermal runaway? So I think we need to really make sure that people understand what do we mean by thermal runaway, why it would happen, so that it has to be in a language, because India being such a vast country with multiple languages, it is always good for us to make sure don't use English. Put them in an infographic way so that everyone can understand. That's at a very, very basic level, because even in a small village, when you go, I see a lot of mopeds being on the EV. It's not the elite group which is using it. And then comes, how do we really make sure this at the regulation level, at the people manufacturing, how do we build that capacity in terms of what we meant, saying that at the manufacturing, the consistency has to be there, it has to be maintained. Why do we need to say that segregation has to happen? There cannot be any lenience in the manufacturing process, so that is the second level. And I also talk about what Pratyush said now when he is talking about the design for circularity. These standards have to be such which will allow the innovation to happen rather than restricting innovation. So we really need to look at how, because today many of the standards are still prescriptive. How do we make it more descriptive? Let's make it as a prescriptive standard so that you say if it has to be safe or if it has to be easy to dismantle, what is that you really need to do? So these standards has to be really looked at in that form and continue to build the capacity with everyone.
Thank you. Dr. Yashodhan, one regulatory requirement of the BWMR is the amount of material, recycled material to be used in new battery manufacturing. Do you see that the ecosystem will be ready for that in terms of the 2027-28 deadline? And are there any challenges to using recycled material in new batteries?
I must say, already people are using the recycled material. For car battery, they are doing retrofitment and they are using these cells to make the three-wheeler and two-wheeler battery packs. 2027-2028, I can say there are some companies who are coming up to make the cell, which we can use. But last, I just wanted to make one remark, like we say last century is IC, like integrated circuit. This century is also IC. At the moment, the height of the C is bigger, and as JSW, we are trying to increase the length of I, and I think everyone in the audience also trying to increase the length of I. That is like more with localization, indigenization. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I will give the last word. I know we didn't do a full second round, but I'll give the last word to Dr. Rao. If you had to choose just one policy in the next, say, 2-3 months that needs to come up today to make the battery ecosystem go, what would it be?
I would say that the ecosystem has to survive. Along with the DST, we have made vigorous exercise on developing battery swapping standards. And if we want to realize by 2030 that 30% of the vehicles should be electric, and majority will be the scooters, two-wheelers, three-wheelers. To that extent, I think the 3 standards what were given to BIS and then published, if they have to be brought into the practice and then let the companies realize that although it is hard for them to the beginning, but once that comes into circularity, I think this will be a great success. And battery swapping is one thing what is required for the country to increase the business, even in the slow phase. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our great panelists who gave us some really deep insights. I will now turn it back to Chandana to close us out.
Thanks a lot again, all the panelists, for your insights. I now request Ms. Chaitanya to kindly present token of appreciation to all our panelists. Yeah. Okay. Request everyone for the group photo, please. Thanks a lot for being patient with us. We'll be serving lunch after the fireside chat. A big round of applause to all our panelists, please. As we shift from policy to practice, our next session explores how innovation in batteries can drive India's EV revolution and energy security goals. We know that electric vehicles are key drivers of India's battery ecosystem, with batteries accounting to over 40% of EVs cost. Achieving economic competitiveness and environmental sustainability in this sector is essential for accelerating our transition to clean mobility. To explore this further, we now move to an insightful fireside chat featuring Shri BVR Subramaniam, CEO of Niti Aayog, in conversation with Mr. Madhav Pai, CEO of WRI India. The discussion will focus on unlocking the full potential of India's battery sector through innovation, localization, and strategies for building an energy-secure, sustainable future. Shri Subramaniam is a retired 1988 batch IAS officer and has been serving as the CEO of Niti Aayog since February 2023. Over past 3 decades, he's held key positions in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Jammu and Kashmir, along with a stint at the World Bank. He's also served as Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Chief Secretary of Jammu and Kashmir, and held positions in Prime Minister's office. Joining him is Mr. Madhav Pai, a respected thinker, practitioner in the fields of urbanization, climate, and transport. He's been a part of WRI India's institutional founding team since 2008 and has been instrumental in its growth to being one of the most trusted environmental think tanks in India today. I'd now like to invite Shri BVR Subramaniam and Mr. Madhav Pai on the stage.
Very warm welcome. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Subramaniam. You also had a glimpse of the various startups and companies that have been showcasing. Again, there's been a lot has been said about the opportunity of the battery, the size of the growth of the requirements of battery capacity, the need for innovation. So without delving too much on any of this, I mean, maybe just, I think one of the crucial roles that Niti Aayog has been playing is really creating this integrated vision for electric mobility. We know in a way the governance, especially for battery, is distributed across Ministry of Mines, MHI, and also Ministerial and MOEFCC. Plus, you know, we are doing this event in partnership with DST. There's other mighty PSS office, others are also driving technology R&D. So again, thank you for Niti Aayog to start playing this coordinating role. But yeah, I mean, if you can broadly reflect on the importance of battery from India's energy security perspective, and then maybe we can come to the questions of how we, look forward to the future. So, if you
Yep. Thank you, Madhav. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address all of you. I know I'm standing between all of you and lunch, and we are already late by about 20-25 minutes, so I'll keep myself brief, short. First of all, I'm extremely happy that WRI has taken the lead in collaboration with UNEP and others to organize this thing. I mean, the entire EV ecosystem is very important for the country. And within that, the battery ecosystem is very fundamental and critical. That's almost half of it. So I think it's extremely important. It focuses attention on narrow things. So in a way, it's a very technical subject. It's a place for technocrats, and that I presume most of you are that, but I'm a bureaucrat, right? So not a technocrat. So I limit myself to generalities. I mean, India is growing rapidly. We're a $4 trillion economy, and we're growing fast. We have aspirations. We have aspirations for rapid growth, and we have a goal for 2047, and a very simple goal to make India a developed nation, which means you're targeting a GDP size of about $30 trillion. And the $30 trillion economy will be a large economy. It's larger than the United States today. And it will be a major producer and consumer of goods and services. And the modern economy is underwritten by two major things. One is energy, and other is mobility. I mean, these are fundamental, critical features or elements in any modern economy. So I think in India also, energy consumption is going to rise, and mobility requirements are going to rise. So what you are seeing, India is the 4th largest car market in the world, and we are one of the largest energy producers in the world. I'll say, the best is yet to come. It's going to be much larger. I mean, from the 4th largest car manufacturing or automobile sector, it may become the 2nd largest. And so, we have aspiration. The same will happen with energy. Even if we cut down energy intensity, etc., the sheer size and scale of our country and our developmental aspiration are going to make the demand for these two areas very, very large. But simultaneously, we also have to address the issue of sustainability. And sustainability requires that we are, carbon efficient. We reduce our consumption of carbon, we are energy efficient, and reduce the role of carbon both in energy as well as mobility. So I think that's very, very important. So if you see in our aspirations and our goals, be it the share of EVs we want to be as a part of our automobile market, the country, the nation has had a goal of 30% penetration of our entire automobile segment with EVs. Globally, I mean, it's already crossed 15%. We are only about 6-7%. So it's a lot of distance to cover. But I'm sure we don't want to just catch up with the rest of the world. We want to actually lead the world. So I think that is the aspiration we have. So given the rapid growth of the economy and the requirement to meet climate change goals, I think the EV ecosystem is going to be very important. But I'll also add, the energy ecosystem is going to be equally important. However, the critical things, and one item which is common to both is batteries. You need batteries for storage there, you need batteries for actually making mobility possible here. The characteristics, the design features may be quite different. But the fact is, as you go more and more into RE on the energy side, battery storage is becoming more and more fundamentally critical, because RE is not uniform across the day. It comes in peaks and spurts, and you need to store it so that your supply when demand is there. And for cars in any way, you have to generate energy within the vehicle so that it runs. So I think batteries are becoming very, very important. The EV ecosystem will grow in India. It will grow fast. And I can see we have at the takeoff point. All these new technologies, new processes, they have an S-curve. And the S-curve will have a very slow growth for a certain period of time, and then sudden acceleration, and then after a couple of years, you'll see them peaking. So I think we are just at the bottom of the S-curve. Next couple of years, you'll see a rapid growth. People have understood that this is a workable technology. EVs are doable, EVs make sense, and it's not as frightening in terms of range anxiety, etc. is concerned. When that takeoff happens, batteries become very important. Because batteries are 30 to 50% of the cost of a vehicle. And then batteries, technologies, how good they are, how light they are, their lifespan, etc., they become very, very critical. But in a very different context, they're also a problem. To be very, very honest, we don't make much of the battery, entire ecosystem here. We have become pretty good at the tail end of it, which is the front end, which is the actual assembly and manufacture of maybe cells, etc. We're okay. but we are not too good if you go upstream, you know. We don't make any of the ecosystem requirements, you know, all the components that go into it, you know, what do you call it, the anodes, cathodes, the electrolyzers, and all the other stuff, the chemicals that go into it. And if you go even further upstream, we don't make any of the materials that go into, you know, batteries, you know, lithium, boron, you know, whatever, cobalt, and new technologies which are there. So these are also concerns. So I think the government is very focused that A, we want to push the EVs ecosystem and make it grow rapidly, but at the same time, that should not lead to a very high level of dependence. One thing which a lot of people forget, you know, what is characteristic of the oil sector? The oil sector has been characterized for the last 50, 60, 70 years by producer concentration. You know, OPEC controls the bulk of the oil production and trading in the world. And you know what that has led to? You have had the 73 price increase, you have the 81 oil shock, multiple oil shocks, you know, and production is actually controlled and managed to see that oil prices are maintained. The concentration that is there in the electricity, the EV sector, not in the vehicle, but in the batteries, is worse. It's phenomenal. It's probably 90% concentrated in one location, if you look at, you know, if you go upstream. So the dependency and the concentration risks that are there in the EVs ecosystem far exceed anything in the petroleum and natural gas sector. So we need to look at that, and I think that's one of the reasons why the government wants to produce, push the EV ecosystem, not only in terms of size, but also up and down the value chain.
So yeah, just I think thank you very much for laying out that large. Just, I mean, two things. I mean, you know, Mr. Subramanian talked about growth. I think one anecdote that he gave some time back when I was hearing him speak and that has stayed with me, he was sharing how the number of transshipments that today come into India, all come through Colombo port. And that number is going to grow 10 times. So where are we going to build these 10 ports? I mean, these are the kind of, this anecdote stays me because these are the kind of questions, we have to build 10 port cities. Where will we locate them? The challenges, of course, of locating a port city in this sort of rapidly changing climate context, all of that. So there's all the opportunity, but also then the challenges and the risks that come with it. So just regurgitating anecdote. But I think one of the things you've been doing at NITI has been pushing, whether it's city regions, whether it is sectors, to take a medium-term, long-term view for sectors, right? Whether it's these growth hubs projects that you've been part of, whether it's the work now that has been done on sort of decarbonization, cement, steel sector, or looking at the semiconductor industry. Similarly, just from a battery ecosystem perspective, maybe if you can, how do we, of course, in a large way, this lithium opportunity, we have not been able to fully capture. But as we think about advanced chemistries, etc., and maybe take a 20-year view, just your reflections on what we should be doing as a country to say, in 2047, maybe new technologies, that we are very much a part of that ecosystem.
So I think that's a very, very fair question. I think one of the things that is often missed is we don't take a long-term view in our country. We try to address immediate problems, immediate challenges, immediate opportunities, and think 2-3 years ahead. There's one difference. If you go to the Western world, the developed world, they're largely static. We're talking of 2 to 3% growth, which will be great by their standards. So when new technologies come in, most of them are replacement technologies. They replace something which is there. If the United States moves to EVs, they're basically junking IC engines. If somebody else moves to a new version of, say, if you go into telephones, when the mobile phones came, the importance of landlines goes down because they were already pretty saturated with these things. We are a growing country. We're a developing economy. And in our country, if you look at penetration of any technology across the board in the country, we are largely in single digits. And how many Indians own cars? How many Indians own scooters? We are very, very low. When we are in that situation, if we actually have growth aspirations, we'll always have to project sectorally, where are we going to be 20 years from now? And then the question then arises, can we engineer our systems to what is needed 20 years from now, rather than incrementally do things the wrong way and then try to correct it. So can you build India the right way is the question I would pose. I'll give you a very different example. Take wired telephone lines. I mean, I studied in Switzerland. Switzerland has only one telephone wire that comes to your house. You can change the operators who supply your broadband, your telephone. You just have to tell, I will take Swisstel, I will take some private operator, I will take Orange. But there's no rewiring of the cable to your house. You go to British, when the British Telecom was privatized and they brought in competition, they had cable and wireless which came in with Mercury, I guess, to whatever. Your telephone just added one button. I don't want my call to be routed through British Telecom. I want to use Mercury service. You press the yellow button and dial. What happens is there is no duplication of infrastructure. You look at it today. You will have a BSNL phone. If you want Jio, they will lay a cable. You want Airtel, you have Air. We were actually struggling with this problem 2 days ago in Niti. Why can't we have open access to the last mile infrastructure? It's a wastage of scarce capital in a growing country. So coming back to things like EVs and battery ecosystem, we'll have to actually close our eyes and think, okay, 2047, this country will be 100% EV. Maybe there will be some residual uses for old technologies. In 100% EV, what will be our battery charging ecosystem in the country? What will be our battery ecosystem in the country? I'm not talking about manufacture. Because manufacturing is just one phase. The beauty of manufacturing is it happens in concentration locations. Usage happens in distributed locations across the country. And then, since most of India is yet to be built, are we building all these features into our buildings, our cities, our local areas? I think that's very important. I'd like somebody like, say, WRI to work, and since you work in a lot in the urban space, half of your work is urban space, can you actually design templates of colonies where you have, chargers also built into the, the local colony ecosystem? Today, when we think of planning a colony, you'll think of a park, you'll think of a school, you'll think of some religious place, you'll think of a market. Do you think of what do you do with vehicles, etc.? It also means you need to change. I mean, and WRI has been involved. For the last 1.5 months, Niti has been trying to work, okay, so far, so good as far as EV ecosystem and government subsidies are concerned. What is it that we can do to unlock and really scale up our EV ecosystem in India? And we've had multiple meetings, manufacturers, charge operators, charging ecosystem operators, fleet operators, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers separately, and trucks and buses separately, financing agencies. Talk to all of them and power companies. A lot of issues come up. Building bylaws do not allow, in many places, chargers to be there in the ground floor or basement of multi-storied apartments. If you don't allow that, who's going to buy? Because most private owners will actually charge at night. So there are a whole host of issues that need to be resolved. The question is, 90% of India is yet to be built. This $4 trillion economy is going to become 30 trillion. That 26 trillion is still out there in the future. If you get all these laws correct, you will do that. Roads should already be planned for charging stations in urban areas and rural areas or across highways. You don't need to retrofit things in India. And I think that's very, very important. That be it cities, be it offices, be it buildings, we need to engineer them and put laws and regulations. EV ecosystem will happen through two routes in the country. A part of it, and I won't put more than 25%, will happen through mandates. We will have to put an element of, take Delhi. You moved from, Euro 1, Euro 2, Bharat 3, Bharat 4, Bharat 5, Bharat 6, right? And that's how the pollution levels came down. So some mandating will be needed. But more than that, you have to make the entire ecosystem commercially viable. And we'll have to push it from that side without too much of government subsidy or intervention. All of that will come if we actually think long distance and engineer the country, the cities, and the buildings correctly.
It's great that you make this almost point of mandating. One is preparing the ecosystem to receive this kind of, and then mandating or pushing the industry then to take targets and work towards them. So, most of our audience, is two types of audience here. There's young entrepreneurs. You had interactions with some of them in the room next door. Also, people from policy think tanks similar to WRI. So, any words of advice to these audience and how they can be helpful, both to you and overall to this economic development agenda of India?
No, first of all, for all the entrepreneurs, you're into very exciting times. Have faith in the country, have faith in the economy. This country will do very well. And this country is going to boom. and it's going to boom like nobody's business. This is, next 20, 25 years are going to be a golden period when the economy will change. The way the country looks will change. And you're all part of the journey. As entrepreneurs, you're taking the right decisions. Have faith in the country, have faith in your capabilities, and have faith in science and technology. And science and technology is going to be one of the major drivers of change and growth in India. That's one. On the other side, I'll say that government is actually a very, very active government. We are constantly looking at things sector after sector, trying to create ecosystems. I'll give you a completely different example. The government had a PLI for electronics manufacture that brought in the mobile phones into the country, that brought the laptops and other things into the country. But what do you then realize? That's only the tail end of the manufacture. Nothing that goes into the phone, very little gets done in India. When Niti Aayog sat, analyzed, 6 months ago, we came out with a report on the electronics ecosystem. That's now become a scheme of the government. So the whole idea is, okay, you have done the upstream, now go backstream. Couple of years, in 2 years, you will see the entire electronics ecosystem also to moving to India. And what are we focused on? We are focused on quality, we are focused on technology, we are focused on large infrastructure, we have looked at logistics, we have looked at R&D and HR. You need skilled people. Same thing we did for auto components. And that report was just released a month and a half ago, in the month of April. And it's very powerful. Very soon you'll see that also showing results. We're going to come out with something on chemicals another 10, 15 days. EVs is the next area. We already have a transformative mobility mission in NITI. It's done it bit. Whatever you're seeing on the ground is because of the leadership this gave. Because as Madhav said, everything is distributed on multiple ministries. So NITI is actually the single point for actually looking at taking an overview. Our next step is actually to escalate it. How do we hit the 30% penetration much before time? Do we have to wait till 2030? Can we do it by 28? And then can we reach, say, 50% instead of 30% by 2030? That's the kind of goal we'll work towards. So have faith. I think you got a very good environment here, a strong enabling environment, and there will be challenges day to day. But I think isn't that part of life? So I think start addressing those challenges. Know that the government is forward-looking, technology-oriented, and very ambitious. So match your ambitions with the government's ambitions.
We'll just take 2 questions from the audience and we'll close. So anybody, 1 or 2 questions? Anybody? There's a question there, Pawan. Please introduce yourself and then,
Greetings, sir. Thank you so much for the insightful information and all the knowledge that you've provided. I'm a student. So my doubt certainly revolved around China particularly. As you have mentioned that, the earlier speakers have also mentioned that India is now looking at different initiatives of going beyond lithium, because right now we are highly dependent on China and Hong Kong like countries for the lithium ion batteries imports. So do we consider, and what exactly is the government's plan about dealing with China, which is supposedly considered as a competitor for us, for the industry? Then what are the actions that the government is trying to work upon and turn to different alternatives for the certain issue?
We'll take all 1 or 2 more questions. Anyone in the audience?
Hi, sir. Any comment on tariffs and bilateral trade deals and the supply chains, tariffs and supply chains?
Okay. So let me begin with this. I'm not talking of the global tariffs because the world is in a bit of a turmoil. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow because they're fluctuating, but I think we are negotiating some bilateral agreements with some large economies. So that may be as they are. One of the things that we've been very successful in, but not so successful. We've been very successful in actually upping our manufacturing game. The size of our manufacturing in the country is visible. But one thing where we have not been as successful as we could have been is becoming a part of global value chains. We have actually had the old model of manufacturing. Take items, take raw materials, manufacture, and then sell. The way global manufacturing happens is, products move across borders seamlessly, multiple times. Old story, an automobile produced in Canada crosses the border with the US about 8 or 9 times. between Toronto and Detroit or wherever that is. That's the way global value chains function. I mean, if you have a phone here, you don't know how many times these components where they have originated from and how many times they have crossed borders. Countries which have managed to penetrate global value chains generally tend to have low tariffs, and more important than low tariffs is very low paperwork. Every time it crosses a border, if you have to file a ton of paperwork, it is not very convenient for businesses. So if you go to Southeast Asia, you'll see this triangle or quadrangle, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, now Cambodia is a part of that. Items move seamlessly across borders. If you pick up a Dell laptop, you actually can't figure out how many points the components within the Dell and the final product have touched during its production process. Same happens with EVs, same happens with automobiles. Things move around the world. And I think that's something which NITI has been pushing. Our programs, be it the GVC program on auto components, the one on electronic components, the forthcoming one on chemical, it's focusing on getting India. It's actually titled as Powering India's Participation in GVCs. So I think there's a very strong work on that. You can go to a website. Young lady, I think you've said something very fundamental. I mean, China is the global manufacturing giant, and India has ambitions to be a giant itself. It's not that we want to displace anybody, we want to grow. And I think we have the capacity, we have the capability, we have the potential. On the R&D side, it has been shown. That's why you have so many global capability centers in India. But coming to individual areas, let me first mention, this program, a joint sponsor is also Department of Science and Technology. Why are they here? They're here because they also fund a lot of startups and a lot of technological developments. I mean, the lady in front of me is from the department. So they fund a lot of incubation centers, they have funds, they have grants which do that, A. B, the government has set up a new fund called ANRF, Anusandhan, which means research, National Research Fund. This fund is massive. And it's actually basically targeting technologies which are going to be high impact. Take them from a certain TRL level to another higher TRL level. And I think the guidelines have just been formulated, the CEO of that has been selected, and this is something really, really big. Simultaneously, a second announcement has been made in the previous budget. This is called a similar research fund for private sector R&D. Why should all monies go only to government labs? I mean, a lot of you are private sector. How about funding private sector? That is about to be announced in terms of the final design, etc. This is to actually fund, if you call the first fund for taking blue sky technologies or pure ideas into a prototype level. The second one is for taking it from a prototype level to a product level, which you can actually then mass produce. That's where we think private sector would have greater interest in. And these are going to be very, very low cost, either grants or write-offs or low-cost loans for very long years. The whole idea is fundamentally the kind of products we are all talking of have to be designed and produced in the private sector. So private sector has to become integral. One of the weaknesses of Indian manufacturing is there's very little R&D that goes into it. It's actually, if you look at the share of R&D in India's GDP is low, and more than 80% of that is in the public sector. Where is the private sector R&D? The whole idea is to catalyze private sector R&D. The new batteries, the new battery technologies, the new EVs, the new suspension systems, the drives, all of them have to come. That's what I'm seeing in the exhibition next door. And I'm sure this will be catalyzed not only from the existing programs, but these two new funds which are there. Put together, they're more than 1.5 lakh crores. So if you look at in money terms, it's more than $20 billion being put only for this purpose. I'm sure in 2-3 years, you'll start seeing impact. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your thought-provoking insights. I request Mr. Madhav Pai, CEO WRI India, to please felicitate him. Thanks a lot once again. We now break for lunch. The lunch will be served in the dining area, which is to the left of the main stage. I request everyone to please come back and be seated at 2:40 for the next session, which will be discussed. Also a gentle reminder that the battery technology showcase is open all day, and we encourage all of you to explore the exhibits which highlight exciting innovations across battery manufacturing, minerals and circularity. See you.
Should we start? Requesting everyone to please be seated in the hall. And can I also request our WRI folks to usher the rest of the folks back to their seats? We would be starting the session moving forward in the next 1 minute. All right. Our second panel talks about the role of startups in strengthening academia-industry collaboration and technology development in India. Startups are playing an increasingly pivotal role in bridging the gap between academic research and industrial application, especially in high-impact areas such as battery technology. Their agility and entrepreneurial drive enable them to rapidly translate lab-scale innovations into real-world pilots and prototypes. By fostering co-creation with universities and forming R&D partnerships with industry, startups help de-risk early-stage technologies and accelerate the path from concept to commercialization. Moreover, their ability to build scalable manufacturing processes and integrate into global supply chains is positioning India as a serious contender in the race for the next generation battery chemistries. To set the stage, we are honored to invite Mr. Sudeep Jain, IAS, Additional Secretary, Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to deliver a 10-minute expert note. Sudeep Jain is an Additional Secretary in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. As Senior Deputy Election Commissioner of India, he scaled EVM production to 4 million units in a single year and modernized the electoral IT architecture, overseeing polls in 10 states. As Chairman and Managing Director of the Tamil Nadu Energy Development Agency, he pioneered grid-tied solar rooftops, delivering over 300,000 installations and 100,000 solar streetlights. His strategic leadership also revitalized state enterprises such as Tamil Nadu Industrial Explosives and ECIL, and he remains deeply committed to community welfare initiatives. Welcoming Mr. Sudeep Jain for his keynote. Let's have a loud round of applause, guys.
Good afternoon, friends. First, my compliments to WRI and all the partners associated with the organizing of this Battery Summit 2025. I'm privileged to be part of the team here to address and interact with all of you. Renewable energy, as you all see, is leading the climate change mitigation measures globally, and in India we are nowhere behind. In fact, the speed at which renewable energy has grown in last decade or so has been phenomenal. Today India stands at number 4 globally in renewable energy, and we are very positive that we'll be number 3 this year itself. So that's the story we are building. That's the scale at which the sector is growing. All of you are well aware of the growth that the various components in the renewable energy sector have seen. Solar energy is the one which has made the most rapid progress, but we are also one of the leaders in the wind energy sector, and similarly in various other forms of renewable energy, the work has been phenomenal. In fact, to share with you, the story is not just about the installation of the generating assets, but the growth that we have seen in the manufacturing side. Wind energy, we were amongst the leaders in the turbine manufacturing. Today we have close to 18 gigawatt of installed capacity for manufacturing per annum. But the solar energy has shown in last 3 to 5 years the growth, and today we are 80 gigawatt plus of module manufacturing capacity in the country, 25 gigawatt plus of solar cell manufacturing capacity, and similarly in all the ancillary components that go into manufacturing of the solar modules, we are seeing more and more growth that is coming up. Looking at the manufacturing capacities globally, in solar module manufacturing and cell manufacturing capacity, we are the largest outside China in the world. And this growth story requires that on a daily basis we have new and new innovation. We have curious minds like those present today in the summit, that we keep looking at how do we innovate more, how do we bring about more disruptive technologies, how do we keep bringing down the cost so that this energy transition that the country is witnessing is continuing to grow at the exponential pace. With Honorable Prime Minister's vision and leadership, the 500 gigawatt target for non-fossil power capacity by 2030, we are very much on track. And after that, we'll also require and will continue to grow exponentially to meet out our growing power requirement, to meet the electricity demand and the growth that we will see 7 to 8% annually. There is no other way but to keep adding more and more renewable energy. Now, when we say that this much of more renewable energy has to be added into the grid, the most pivotal role that will now be played will be from battery energy storage systems. Because with solar generating hours and the evening demand or the night demand, the only way we can serve the 24-hour requirements is only if we are able to store energy. And that's where we are seeing the entire excitement, the interest in the battery energy storage systems, the new and new innovation that is happening. In last 3 years, we have seen the prices coming down by half or even more. I think 1/3 we have reached in terms of prices. We will continue to see this trend, and today we clearly see that renewable energy plus storage is commercially able to compete with the firm thermal energy, thermal electricity generation that otherwise was difficult to compete with. Our requirements of battery energy storage that is projected by 2031-32 is 236 gigawatt hours. We have just made the beginning. We, I understand, have only about 500 megawatt hours of BESS systems currently in place. But the good news is that in the first quarter of 2025 itself, we have close to 9 gigawatt hours of BESS bids that have come out. So we clearly will have almost 50 odd gigawatt hours of bids this year itself in the BESS system, and this trajectory will keep growing. The one again major area where the growth of renewable energy sector is facing constraints today is in the transmission evacuation shortage. We have certain pockets in the country where probably because the radiation is the best, the demand is the highest, but we have huge congestion in terms of evacuation, and building the transmission system takes a much longer time than building a solar energy plant. So that's where the industry faces a challenge. But the good news is that most of this connectivity is available during non-solar hours. And that is where BESS will play a major role. We will see that now moving forward, the plants will be storing the energy throughout the day and then injecting into the grid only when the demand is the highest, and it also fetches the best prices. So we will have a win-win scenario with more and more BESS getting into the grid. It will be required at all levels, not just at the generation level. It will be needed for grid management at the grid level, at the DISCOM level, and also at the consumption level. So already Central Electricity Authority has issued a guidance that 10% of BESS has to be there in all the projects so that more and more BESS integration takes place. Now, as researchers, as startups, we clearly see that the sector has so much that the startups can play a role. There is innovation needed in every area of the battery systems, whether it is materials, whether it is chemistry, whether it is battery management systems, whether it is predictive analytics that will be led with AI. In each of these areas, more and more innovation is needed. The grid management will require, in fact, once we have thousands and thousands of BESS systems located across the country, the ideal scenario would be when the grid managers are able to decide when to charge it and when to discharge it, even when it is probably on your rooftop. So those kinds of systems are technology is very much possible. We will need more and more innovation in each of these areas, and we will be looking at startups to contribute towards this, to keep innovating, and from the ministry side, we will always be willing to provide the required support. There are R&D schemes under which the startups can apply, the academics, the institutes can apply, research labs can apply, and we can work together in that direction. So I wish the organizers and all the delegates for the Battery Summit a very, very constructive dialogue, deliberations, and I'll also be looking forward to some of the outcomes of the summit, which we can later use for our policy guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for that insightful address on the role of startups in strengthening academia. Anywho, moving forward, we would like to get started with the panel discussion. Our first panelist, we would like to invite Professor Satish Chandra Ogle, Director, Research Institute for Sustainable Energy, TCG CREST. Could we have a round of applause, guys? Our second panelist is Professor Raghunathan K, Professor of Practice at IIT Madras. Our next panelist is Professor B.K. Panigrahi from IIT Delhi. Our next panelist is Mr. Piyush Gupta, Founder and CEO, Lithium Power Private Limited. Our next panelist is Mr. Manoj Khurana, Vice President, Aether Energy. And our last panelist is Ms. Anshal Jain, CEO, PMI Electromobility Solutions Private Limited. This session will be moderated by Mr. Pawan Mulukatla, Executive Program Director, Integrated Transport, Clean Air and Hydrogen at WRI India. Over to you, Pawan.
The session after lunch is always the most difficult one. I want to make sure that we are not talking just amongst ourselves, but we are also talking to the audience. So the format that I'm thinking is one round I'll ask questions and then I'll walk around the room to make sure that we bring people to this discourse and it's not a conversation that we are having here. So I'll just jump right into the question and Professor Satish Chandra, let me start with you. We heard earlier the Niti Aayog CEO talk about that 90% of India is yet to be built. Can you hear me? Can you increase the volume here? A little bit. Yeah. No, earlier Niti CEO was here and Dr. BVR was talking about how 90% of India's economy is yet to be built. And the whole thought process of doing this battery summit was how do we really bring, how do we actually cross the valley of death? Because we see a lot of TRL 1 to 3 happening across the academic and research institutes, but the commercialization has always been a challenge. So the question I wanted to start with is that despite a strong academic foundation in battery research, India continues to face challenge in translating to lab-scale innovations into market-ready solutions. So just wanted to request you to touch upon what are some of the key institutional or regulatory, or what are those barriers that we need to address in the ecosystem? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first of all, for this invitation to be a part of this important event. Thanks to WRI as well as, casting the program in this particular way. What I have seen is that, mostly the people who are academicians, okay, and who are doing extremely good research, let's say in cathodes, in anodes, or some people are doing in electrolytes and so on. Many of them are interested in publishing papers and possibly writing some patents and so on, but they don't want to take a leap into doing a startup and going further because, there are the hurdles in battery is a very complex animal, perhaps, as complex as human beings, and there are many things involved here which have to be tied together to make it into a success. And what I will say is that, people who have, and the earlier also speaker said that there are some people who have that entrepreneurship spirit, which is required to take that plunge. I remember when I had first gone to, Atal Incubation Center, the NCL Center, and I took some of my students, and Mr. Premnath, who was the head there, I was telling them that we have an idea, we want to do some startup, we have this idea, that idea. He said that, he looked at my students and said that he cannot be an entrepreneur. He is an ideator. He may get one idea every day, but you need one idea which you will take further to a particular level and so on. So I think this is something which some people are born entrepreneurs. They may not be very scholarly, but they know how to take things further. Okay? And then I also find that when there are examples where people who have started startups in a complex high-tech field like batteries, they try to, they have struggles getting characterizations done because that is very expensive and so on, and I have found them struggling going here to take an XRD, going there to take some other things, and they are struggling. So the people who are good in their work, they shun away from doing all those things, and they are comfortable winning awards, rewards, accolades, which is much kind of in their things. So I think doing a startup in battery is not that easy. I may have certain comments to make a bit later about my own experiences of having worked with companies, not through a startup, but directly through some companies. And I think what is important to realize is that the support system for battery kind of research has to be substantial, and the institutes also have to have a tendency to give a helping hand. In fact, the directors and others should realize that these startups need to be supported, hand-holding has to be done so that they can flourish beyond a point. Otherwise, if you, that uphill struggle is seen by others, it will be very difficult to get in there, I think. But I will make some other comments a bit later, I think.
Yeah. No, thank you, Professor Ogle. I think 2-3 key points, right? Like, what my learning was, what are the different roles that they are playing? Someone being an ideator versus someone's ability to run a startup versus business. How do we, I'll just follow up on that. How do you reduce that gap? Do you think that we should force design the startup founders? Like, how do we bring people with this caliber?
I think basically, I've seen that the way the startup has to be configured, there could be certain researchers, but there could be certain other people who have the other skills to take it further and so on. So it should be a proper group of people, and a lot of mentoring has to be done at an early stage. And I have found, having done that, I think it is possible that some of them can go further. But one of the things I have realized is that some startups start with certain goal, and the goal is some waivers later. For example, somebody says, okay, I will do hard carbon for sodium-ion batteries. Okay, they do hard carbon from bio-waste, this, that, and the other. But after that, somebody asks them, so your carbon, they show on the lab scale or even the proof of concept stage that this is coming up to a certain point. Okay, but after that, people ask them, so how is this, do you have a pouch cell? Do you have this? Do you have that? To give them further funding and grants, and they'll start going somewhere else. Okay, and their funding requirements become different. They say, I want this plant and something, and they fizzle out after that. So if they focus on certain things, okay, startup, then they can go further. But they begin to go waver out elsewhere so that to earn further funding for sustainability. So sustaining a startup becomes a problem, and I think I've seen several cases where that doesn't happen that easily. Okay, so I think these are kinds of issues which are involved, and once again, we'll talk about certain examples later, I think.
Professor Raghunathan, let me bring you in to comment on this, because we always keep hearing about the similar question, but also a little bit extending it, that we keep seeing a lot of MOUs between academia and industry happening all the time with limited concrete implementation strategies. So are there any specific frameworks to bridge this gap, and what would your advice be?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of points to add to what the professor just said. As a startup, one of the first things to do is to know where the product is going to end up. And if it's an industry, get the industry people on board early. I worked with an OEM, a GM for many, many years. A classic example is a startup coming to us and saying, here we have this fancy technology. This is going to work beautifully in your electric vehicle application. And we start looking at their data. And in fact, what they designed was a power cell. And what the OEM was looking for was an energy cell. A power cell has, for those of you who are interested, the loading is low. 2.5 milliampere per square centimeter versus 4 milliampere per square centimeter. If it's 2.5 level loading, it's going to perform beautifully. You're going to get fantastic cycle life, fast charge, but the energy density is going to be so low that it's unsuitable for, they said, we worked on this for 1.5 years, look at the data and will you support us? And our answer was, sorry, this is not going to work for us. So if you are a startup and if you are going to spend time and money on a new product, know where the product is going to end up and partner with that industry early enough in the game. And you don't want to spend 1.5 years or 2 years and find that it's not going to work. That's one. The second was more on your question. What do they need? And most of them, they work until TRL level 3, for example. And going from TRL level 3, which is in a lab scale, to full-scale manufacturing takes a lot of money and effort, and it's not going to happen overnight. And typically, we see 2 stages going up to TRL level 4 to 7. If you take cell technology as an example, you first make coin cells, show performance, but then the next level that's very important is something like a credit card size cell, which is still not production size, but definitely larger than coin cell. And that's your proof of concept. And they need support to do that. It's not easy. You need equipment, you need facilities to produce these cells, and you need places to take these cells and test them. And after this level, where you showed success, you still need prototype, which is where you show manufacturability. I'm picking an example of cell manufacturing. So this process of two levels of scale up after TRL3 takes about 2 to 3 years. So it's not going to happen overnight. And you need anyway help. See, this is what we are missing, I think, in India. If we can provide an infrastructure where some startup or even a lab can take their cells and scale it up. And if the government, it's best to come from the government to begin with. If there are facilities, several of them distributed across the country, they can take their technology, scale it up, take it to the next level, and then show data that shows that this is going to work. And unless that happens, your cell manufacturer or an OEM is not going to invest in this technology. So these are two key advice or learnings from a startup point of view.
Professor, thank you. I think very interesting perspective. So 2-3 things, right? One, you're saying that there needs to be this whole massive shared facilities, which helps in production, which helps in testing and all that. So that's an investment which has to come probably from the government, maybe. I don't know how these facilities need to be created.
The major OEMs overseas, they do invest in this facility. But our goal here is to kickstart this industry. Everybody needs to move forward. So instead of waiting for the major manufacturers to invest in this facility, if the government can fund and set up this word prototyping facility keeps getting kicked around. So if we can build 1 or 2 of these, this is a big investment. So here is a place where the startups can quickly take their technology and show that it's scalable and it's going to work in a full-scale manufacturing level.
In fact, this is exactly in the Maha EV mission we had discussed these ideas. Both of us were in the committee there, and at least north, east, west, central India, there could be 5 facilities which are outstanding facilities where the startups can go, and if they scale up a little bit of material and try to do something, because if everybody tries to do everything and generate that facility, that will be a problem, and that is where the valley of death can happen. So this is something which would be very good for the government, and perhaps industries which are interested here could participate in that. So the other point that he mentioned, I'm just taking 1 minute, is the early engagement with OEM or big industry is something which is, for example, in our case, we started working on sodium battery with KPIT company. Okay, KPIT is actually a software company, but their president, CEO, Ravi Pandit, wanted to test something in the area of, these batteries. It was not my startup, but having some interaction, I found that first few months went into deciding what we need to do. And it is not making a battery as a fashion making a startup as a fashion statement. And he said that, okay, this happens, lithium battery does that, sodium does this, etc. And we were talking as researchers, this is the speed of charging, this, that. He said, okay, let me say now the following. I want to have a battery for intra-city buses, not even intercity buses, okay? And then he gave an idea that a bus will run around Pune for about 40 kilometers. Then 15 minutes the driver will go out for a cup of tea. The battery should charge, okay? And then he runs back so that I don't have to have a big battery which will take 400 kilometers. I want a battery charged only going for 50 kilometers, but fast charging by the time he takes a tea. So then we took a call to go for sodium battery, fast charging and all. And it took 5 years, as he rightly said, even with support of KPIT, to come up with a technology. And now it has been transferred, and we have here Trentar Solutions. The KPIT has transferred to them, and I think Bjorn, who is this CEO of the company, will talk in a later panel. They are going to manufacture it. So it took a big push from them and a well-defined target to do something. It is not that I want to start a sodium-ion battery startup. What will you do with it and what purpose is to be clarified, I think.
No, this is very interesting. Piyush, let me bring you in. You heard from, some of the most eminent researchers and academia on how this should be. I also wanted to get a perspective from you, and also building upon what Professor Raghunathan was saying, and also Professor Ogle, that this is actually about not 1 year or 2 year journey, right? You're talking literally about support for 3 to 5 years at least, when you're talking, at least from the example and the case study we are hearing. How do you see this actually unfold? What have been your learnings and your journey itself?
Hi, this is Piyush. I work for Lithium Power. We manufacture the EV powertrain components, BMS, motor controllers, chargers. And we don't manufacture only, we develop and then manufacture. Manufacturing in India is generally considered as nut bolt technology, get stuff from China, assemble in India and make it as made in India. We don't do that. We develop and then we manufacture. By the way, he mentioned about KPIT. We were privileged to work with KPIT when they launched their first cell. When they launched, it was powered by lithium BMS. Yeah, so we were very proud of that. Yeah, well, it's just coincidental. But I would like to present a very different perspective on what the two professors just mentioned. It's completely different. Probably you would have not heard of this perspective. Government of India is doing probably the best job they can do in supporting academia and startups with grants. You can always ask for more, but it's enough for everyone right now. What we need are success stories to come out of the academia, yeah, in terms of startups. And I'm not talking about, there are two types of startups, generally, yeah. You would have consumer-facing startups where you're building brands, right? Manoj will talk about it. Aether is a consumer-facing brand. That's fantastic. But when you're talking about research being done by PhD students, most likely they would not be working on something which is a consumer-facing brand. Most likely they would be working on a B2B product. Yeah, something which is going into something else. Yeah, maybe it's a consumer electronic product, maybe it's a chemical product, maybe it's something else. But that's what most PhD products are. They're not about design of a motorcycle, a bike, or a consumer electronic. It's a sub-specific component. And that's where we need to start having these, the pull factor from the research so that people can see successful case studies. And I'll tell you why, what is probably missing. There are two elements of this, right? Is there enough money floating around in academia? I think there is more than enough money floating around in academia right now. Yeah, government is giving enough money for academia, and there are enough industry partnership programs where my company is also a partner. Yeah, that I really do not see as a bottleneck anymore. Where I see a real bottleneck is a policy supporting indigenization. I'll give you a very simple example. And that will illustrate the real focus of a different and alternate view of policy. Let's say I'm manufacturing cells. Well, by the way, nobody manufactures cells in India. But if somebody comes to me and says, hey, I have come up with a new chemical which is going to completely alter your production process, right? Yeah, fantastic. I'm going to do 3 to 5 year investment. But if I'm a large industrialist, what I would generally do, where is my supply chain? My current supply chain. My current supply chain is 100% China-based. In 99% of the cases that I've seen in India, the guy will say, hey, you know what? There's this brilliant young guy in India who has come up with this chemical. By the way, do you have this? I actually see pin drop silence here, but people who are in these research development jobs, you would actually see this. This is exactly what happens to us on a daily basis. We come up with an innovation, we go to a potential customer. More likely than not, they will take that innovation to their supplier in China and say, hey, you know what? Please give us a copy of this. Now, how can you stop this? You can't change human behavior. You can't change human behavior. You can't change my behavior. You can't change the gentleman's behavior. But if the society has to progress, An alternate way of doing this is, government is giving enough money. There are enough ideas being generated out of the academia. There's enough research being done. There are enough startups being done. All you need is case studies, successful case studies. Can government take a decision tomorrow? We are not going to allow import of a specific chemical or a specific component from China. I think that's what is required. I think that is what is required. You take any single thing, you make a success story out of that. Yeah? 5 successful startups in chemical space coming out of IIT Kharagpur, which is my alma mater, IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, is just going to create so many startups coming out. They have enough money. The biggest problem is not to go from TRL 3 to TRL 7. People have enough money. Yeah? It is just because if you go from TRL 3 to TRL 7, there is no market for that product. I'll give you a fantastic example of fantastic technology which was developed in India. Many years ago, and I've been in this industry for around 10 years. Yeah, so I'm a veteran in this industry. Government of India, one of the labs came up with a nascent technology to develop LFP cells. I think it was by ISRO or one of the labs. They came up with a tender. Yeah, I think the technology was licensed to around 20, 30, 40 companies. Not even a single one was successful. Why? Not because the technology was bad. I think it was fairly similar to a technology that existed 10 or 15 years ago in China. Right? Just because none of the guys could make it profitably to compete with the Chinese supplies at that point in time. So my take on this is, there is enough money floating around. There can always be more, right? There can always be more. But what are you going to do with that money? You can take it from TRL 3 to TRL 9. Doesn't matter. As long as there is no, and I'm talking about business products here. I'm not talking about consumer products. I'm not talking about a fancy app. I'm not talking about a consumer design. There's a different ecosystem for that. That's not where PhD students should focus. Yeah? Academic research has to focus on solving the needs where you're developing deep technology. And for that, you need to find a success story for market adoption of those successes for that research. And that's where we need to have a policy where government has to pick up 4 or 5 sectors and say, hey, you know what? We are not going to allow imports in these sectors for the next foreseeable future. Indian industry, Indian academia, they will find a way to support that vision. That's my view. I think it's a very different view from what the professor just said.
Yeah, no, quite awakening view also in a way that, you're saying that money is not the issue. You're saying that the market fit and is it ready for the market to be adopted, and then how do we really make it happen with good policies? Quite something for all of us to reflect on, but let me bring Aanchal here. Aanchal, you have been deploying so many electric buses across India, and it's central to India's mobility plans, but there are high upfront costs and battery life cycle challenges which require new business models. I'm trying to understand how you're leveraging circular economy like battery reuse, second life applications. I mean, these are big batteries we're talking about, right? 300 kilowatt hour for every electric bus that's being deployed. So what are some of the innovations that you're doing in this, and have you reached a point for the end life of your buses that deployed in any of your cities? Yeah.
So just before I start, the question you're asking, I think I disagree with PhD in that there is not enough.
I want to keep your mic closer.
I think what is there definitely is government's push to stop imports. It is just that we are in a chicken and egg situation. Every time we go, okay, from this year, we want to stop, say, XYZ imports. We have to keep extending those timelines. So the FAME documents and now what is coming under PM E-Drive, which will be applicable for buses, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, whatever wants to get a subsidy, they are very strict norms, and they are becoming even stricter every year on what you can import. Every year we are seeing relaxation on semiconductors and battery and associated, just because we are not able to catch up to the demand. We don't know where the lithium batteries will be made. If we want to deploy, I know specifically for the bus sector, we want to deploy about 40 to 50,000 buses every year. So the batteries we need for that, like we are not even allowed to import batteries anymore. We are only allowed to import cells now. And in fact, like a lot of OEMs, including us, have our own battery plants where we are making batteries from cells and have put in a lot of capex and technology in that. So it is just that number is not available. That is why it is not being imposed. And I would hope, like if like we can say for self, we were not battery manufacturers, we were bus makers. The reason we had to become battery manufacturers was because there was no option for us. We were not allowed to import. We had to do localization. There was not enough available for us to buy from. Like I think Octillion was by far the only other battery provider in the country. So monopolies never give me joy. So we had to do our own investments to start making our own batteries. So that is one. Second was, I think in terms of money going around again, sorry, I'm in a disagreeing mode today, is also the money is available for companies. When we had the first PLI go about, which was for cell manufacturing in the country, the turnover requirements were extremely high. We had 3 or 4 players who won, which again, that money is going directly to the industry. It is up to the industry on how they want to share with academia. I think what our professors here were arguing for is that let that money initially come to the academia as well, where that boost can come for themselves. Or like, you know, your story where that subsidy would have probably been better for that LFP cell initially to make it viable or make it at a competition level from China. So, you know, again, we had to do things ourselves because we did not have an option. We would have loved to have an option and we would have loved to buy it, and we would have loved that the subsidy instead of maybe the bus just went to the cell provider because my cost would have come down anyway. Now going back to your question about circular economy, none of our buses have seen end of life yet, but our batteries have seen end of life. Again, we only have options of 2 battery recyclers available currently who are buying our batteries, and I don't know what they are doing with it. So we are again in that situation where we are trying to figure out ourselves what to do for the end of life as well. So in fact, like that electric, again, I can say specifically for the bus sector and my fellow OEMs has been we are trying to figure out a lot of solutions on our own because the deadlines were given to us irrespective of whether there was infrastructure enough to support that deadline or not. And similar now, battery recycling, I get these, like, you know, a lot of my buses have finished the 5th and the 6th year, and those batteries are getting replaced, and we are just selling them to Atero, and there's one more of them, because we don't know what to do with them either. And we are again at, you know, in fact, like my recent fundraise has been about, ki inka kya karenge, wo bhi hame hi sochna hai kya. So it has been a lot of for us trying to figure out ye kya kare, and developing a lot of infra. And now actually that has become a double whammy thing also, because now I have developed my own 150 crore battery plant, so I am not going to buy from anyone else. Because I had to meet those deadlines, I had to meet those timelines, so I had to... Are you
willing to supply to other OEMs?
We have got a request, yes. And for me, the investment is already made, so it doesn't hurt. Like again, touch wood, we have enough fleet as if now that I don't have excess capacity in the near future, but it is something we might be open to. But circular economy solutions, unfortunately, we have currently not figured out yet, but it is in the process of our next as well, because we are going to get a lot of batteries.
Yeah. Manoj, let me bring you in here, and congratulations on the recent IPO. Where is Aadhaar in all this? I mean, you're getting a lot of batteries, you're doing all the research, you're doing everything from A to N. Tell us your story.
Am I audible? So, Aadhaar actually incubated a startup in IIT Madras, but we have now reached a point wherein we are also a consumer of technology which our research institutions are producing. So we actively work with few institutions, both through the ANRF framework, which the government has recently launched, but also directly with professors at certain institutes, which we feel can add value to what we are doing. I think commercializing tech is a complicated, long-term goal, right? Because it often starts with, are you looking at commercializing only in your country, or you think the world as your market? In some cases, the world cannot be a market because you are behind the world in innovation itself, right? If when the challenge Piyush was articulating, right, stop imports, it's not easy, because if somebody has already developed a certain technology or to a certain advanced stage and have set up factories which have reduced cost to a certain level, if you stop and you say, okay, we will commercialize and take time, in that the entire burden of cost, where will that go, right? So it's a complicated, I think it's not as simple. So, and there are different ways the government solves for it, right? They have, so they put in place incentives to create demand. So in our case, we still get 5,000 rupees, I think, only per vehicle in terms of purchase incentives, which used to be way higher earlier, but that incentives have helped us create demand and taken us to a point wherein we are way better in terms of our economics than we were with such high incentives, right? So that has a role, like creating demand has a role, for sure. On the tech side, in our case, most of our supply chain is already localized except cells, because currently in India we don't have, unfortunately, any company producing cells, though we have an MOU with a public company already, it's public information. We would love to buy locally produced cells, right? But till they don't exist, we are not in the business of producing cells, we are not in the business of designing cells, we are in the business of designing packs, designing vehicles and producing and selling those vehicles, right? But having said that, I also want to come back to the original point, which was, okay, how do we go from TRL3 to a higher level of commercialization, right? I think the starting point should be, and I hope it's already done in some way, this is not a unique problem. This is already being done in so many countries. We are not talking about something which doesn't exist. Oxford, Cambridge, a lot of other universities have programs wherein, I'll give you an example of a program I recently came across. It's called OSC, Oxford Science Enterprises. What they do is, Oxford has created a fund wherein they use the money to fund research which is produced in Oxford to commercialize it. They only fund that research, that's it. So, and in case the researchers or professors don't want to commercialize that tech on their own, they also have an arrangement wherein they would bring, let's say, somebody like Piyush as what you call entrepreneur in residence at the fund. That individual will have access to the institute research over 12 to 18 month period. That person will identify, this is a tech I like, this is a tech I would like to commercialize, are you okay with this? Once they agree, the OSC will fund it, and it becomes a venture which has to then follow the entire cycle of raising more money, commercializing, developing.
Is this happening in India?
Oxford, no, not in India.
No, I know it's Oxford, but...
So I'm not aware if this is happening in India, but the point I'm trying to make is, the starting point, if your goal as WRI is to make some change in this ecosystem and you work with different governments, both at state and federal level, right? Starting point should be to just show them simply what exists and what is already working globally, right? And then we see, okay, how do we adapt some of that to Indian context, right? Because, I mean, that's the end goal, right? You want the tech to not just stay in papers, but to actually become commercially viable businesses, right? So I'll just stop at that for now, and in the next one, maybe we'll add some more points.
But let me get to the audience. Any questions from all of you? It's such a fascinating topic for me. I just feel so mesmerized listening, and I feel these discussions can lead to probable solutions or options. Any questions in the audience? I hope the lunch was not very heavy, because I'm listening complete still silence. Yeah, please. Can we get a mic there?
The question?
So not comments, please, in the interest of time, only questions at this point.
Hello. As we are seeing recently now, we are generating huge RE power. So regarding that, just I want to understand and know to develop an ecosystem for the energy storage. So is there any futuristic plan to like process that lithium ion that is recently identified in Riyasi and Rajasthan Nago? So to develop that ecosystem and like processing unit for lithium ion and other like a key equipment that is required to develop a that storage system.
Anyone wants to respond?
It's not really related to what we were discussing, but India is already seeing a huge rise of demand for what we call BESS, battery energy storage system, and since most of the power is distributed by public sector entities in India, except few cities where you have joint ventures or private entities like Adani or Reliance in Delhi. So all of this is being done through tenders at state and central level, wherein I think over the last 4 or 5 years, I don't know, 20, 30 gigawatt hours of tenders have already come out in terms of, so there is already demand for such systems. And I think I met someone, I mean, JSW has already announced a program. Reliance has now announced they will build BESS systems. So it's a private enterprise. It's more, I mean, I'm sure you can do some research there, but the core component in BESS also is cells. The same, I mean, it's not same cells, they are different cells, but cells is the same, I mean, the same core component which goes into those systems as well. And those companies will also tell you that they would love to buy local cells, but they also have to, for now, depend on international imports.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So coming back to this startup system, how do we make it these young entrepreneurs or any person coming up with a new idea from the lab to market? I put it this way: is we should understand probably this kind of system is little different than the startup systems in other sectors, the batteries, especially in an ecosystem. Because the person one want to have is he has to look at it, the product, then he has to work with an OEM even if it goes then the turnaround time to make this product and then get it validated, it's going to be very long. And then it is very painstaking. And actually then we should do that. How do we accelerate that kind of system so that immediately get back quickly the feedback from the users? That's one part. Then the next part is the price. Ultimately, OEMs, they are looking at whichever is available cheaper, so they are looking at any imported ones, not being given to the Indian. On one hand, we are talking about localization, development, indigenization, but on the other hand, the users always, obviously, an industry, we don't find fault with him, but obviously they have to also make money. So they always look at it as a cheaper options available. Yeah. So that's what, in that kind, how do we bring that kind of a policy or kind of a thing? How do we bring in this and then solve these teething problems?
I'll let everyone respond to this.
I will like to say that the thing that you talked about, the scale-up issue, is something which is a huge problem for a startup because they're from lab to market. In fact, we experienced in our earlier making things at the gram level, initially making coin cell, establishing the parameters, then making a small pouch cell, but then making a little bigger with multi-layers and so on. We found enormous problems, and when KPIT came, this hand-holding was essential, and as he rightly said, at early stage, if the startup works with some big industry which is interested in it, then it works out because, for example, when we went to, let's say, 100 grams, and better at ARCI, even the oven, the furnace, and other things will have to change. Even the design of a furnace was changed. For example, when we made MVP, for example, we are doing in a tube furnace. Later, if you make 1 kg, half of it is a different phase and half of it is, so the full oxygenation is not there. So we do rotating furnace, spiral furnace. So the whole furnace was designed completely. So that particular stage requires a lot of money So I think that is something which is a big hindrance. And if you have a handholding of a company which is absolutely interested in that direction, then they are able to do that. And you know, what happens is about 6-7 people who are working on that project with me at ICER, you know, they were hired by KPIT to do that scale up with furnace design, etc. And now they are with Trentar. You know, so this is the way it works, because that intermediate point is where you can die, actually. And I think it is very important to have, because human resource development is absolutely critical, because the science, crack-free coating, if you do it like a roll-to-roll, it is entirely different than you are doing a small thing in the lab and so on. So I think these are the kinds of things which are very critical, and I think intermediate level support and the trained manpower, how we can keep them in the system, in the manufacturing part, is absolutely essential. Otherwise, after doing that, if they go somewhere and finished, we are losing that manpower. And India does not have that kind of strong battery manufacturing sector manpower, because it is electrochemistry, it is liquid physics, the electrolytes, what is happening, electrolyte, anode, cathode interfaces, diffusion phenomena, and so on. So there is high science. It is not something that you do one thing and begin a product and start selling. There are hundreds of things involved, and that's why good scientists have to be engaged, because this is knowledge-based thing. So it is a techno-economics which is related to fundamental knowledge and its persistence. If you buy LFP from 3 different sources from China, the battery doesn't work the same way. Okay, so it is something that everybody would know that, you know, it is not easy. Then you have to do some pre-treatment, annealing, what do you do? So these are the kinds of things, and if the startup has to struggle in all that space without some kind of hand above, okay, we'll take care of that and we take care of those expenses, it becomes very difficult for a startup, I think. So I think what he said, that at an early stage of proof of concept, if some industries are interested who want to do it, and I was just talking to Dr. Anita Gupta just now that we always do this industry academia meeting. Okay, now academicians are at one end of the thing, industry is at the other end. Okay, and we are struggling between TRL level 3 to 5. That is the big transition point. Okay, so I think we should have more meetings. For example, KPIT would not know that in Chennai IIT there is somebody doing cathode and has a startup. There is no database, there is no connect between the startups in the battery all over India in the battery sector and the big companies like Reliance and others who may be interested. Okay, and what I think DST and even WRI can do is to generate that database and connect all these people. Okay, so they will be able to say, okay, this guy is doing something, and their person can connect with him to take the technology further and so on. Even though the academician may not be interested in a startup, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone wants to respond, Professor Raghunathan, on this point? Because I think there's also this, just to wrap up this session, also the issue of, I think Professor Vijay was raising the whole, I think we ended up on this whole skill issues also in India, right? Like what we're talking about. So I can clearly see, one is this whole need for bridging the information asymmetry. There's a need for skill development. There is a need for de-risking some of this deep tech for a couple of years. But any other learnings, quick reflections? Manoj, let me start with you.
Sure. A couple of things which I had noted down, right? So as I told you, we work with some universities already. I think some realignment needs to happen. Professor also mentioned that focus is just on producing papers, right? And I mean, the incentives of the professors or researchers have to be aligned in a manner that they should be incentivized to commercialize as well. If their incentive is only linked to, I'm using the word incentive, not commercially, is to just produce papers, then that's where they would likely stop, right? Then we've been talking about this missing middle, that 4 to 7 is where we struggle the most, right? Maybe there's a scope for something like a proof of concept fund, wherein external startups or external entrepreneurs, potential entrepreneurs, can come and try to take that tech from 3 to 7, but they get some funding available to prove that tech at certain scale, lab, prototype, whatever, right? But someone needs to take that risk. An industry will not, like a Reliance was mentioned, they will not come and take something at TRL3. They would probably take something at TRL6 or 7. Someone needs to move it forward. I already talked about the OSC as an example. I think there's definitely scope to learn from other universities. We don't have to do it at the same scale. We don't have to follow the exact same structure. We can adopt within our ethos, our framework as well. But there are a lot of examples globally. And wherein what Piyush mentioned also is very, very important, that industry should feel that they should go to the research institutions and they will get value. See, ultimately for us also and for like people who work in the space, it's about like ROI, like if we invest time and resources, will we get something out of it, right? So the examples of KPIT or others should be sort of socialized and sort of be made prominent as well.
So, yeah, in addition to the points we discussed already, there is one more item I would like to add, which is awareness of the cost of the product. Because there are all these components, and I may have an exotic additive in my electrolyte, which is going to cost a bundle. And in the end, when you commercially manufacture the cell, it's going to be prohibitive. It's not going to work. So early stage cost model, whether it's a battery cell or any other product in this field, it's a good practice for anybody to have an idea of what your technology, the product is eventually going to cost. Having that number is a very good idea.
Thank you, Professor. Anchal?
So I think if I were to have one thing out of today's discussion, will be more focused targeting towards the academia with fixed targets. Okay, this is the outcome we are looking at. This is the timeline we are looking at. Like just like we have for industry, same should transfer academia that, okay, we want you to develop a cell with this specification in this time, in this cost, and so on. And then that is then up to the industry to commercialize it.
Piyush?
By the way, we have a JV with IIT BHU. We have commercialized a technology coming out of IIT BHU. Fantastic technology. It's one of the kind. And probably when it is commercialized, will probably the biggest power electronics exports coming out of India. So I'm actually working very closely with a number of IITs on commercialization of technology. But the general comment, I think the focus on papers, I think is right. I think that's there for PhD purposes. That's what you require. But if somehow we can relax that PhD with a paper in a PhD with 5 patents, right? That would be fantastic. I would really appreciate if PhD students in different IITs in power electronics, rather than working on a DSP chip or a Verilog, are actually able to write a embedded C code. That would be a fantastic beginning.
I think we'll need to reimagine and redesign our PhD programs also, Piyush. On that note, thank you to all the panelists for a wonderful discussion. There is no end to this, and this is just a beginning. A big round of applause. And yeah, over to you, Shrey. Thank you.
So we would like to hand over a token of appreciation for all our panelists. And following which, we would like to click a picture with each of the panelists. We would now like to invite Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of Scientific Division, Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology at the Department of Science and Technology, to the podium. Dr. Gupta has spearheaded over 100 technology business incubators and the NIDHI initiative under Startup India. Please have a round of applause for her.
So after listening to a very engaging and insightful panel discussion, I will take what Piyush has just highlighted. I think how many of you in the audience have heard about PhD incubator? Any one of you? PhD incubator? This was the concept mooted by the former director of IIT Delhi, where precisely he wanted the research outcomes to be commercialized in form of startups and promoting and stimulating technology entrepreneurship. So in their Sonipat campus, he is offering everything is taken care of. You need to just enter and get admitted in that incubator. Your housing, your other expenses are taken care, and you need to really focus on to develop your innovation and translate it in a shortest span of time. So I think the concept, like earlier notion was publication, but now first patent and then publish, and that's what we are really propagating in our scheme of work, which my division handles, is climate, energy and sustainable technology, where we have a larger connect with industry. So what concept we are promoting is not a living lab concept. See, in the real environment, the innovations needs to be really experimented on and in a collaborative manner. So unlike, you can say, a typical lab, which is inside an academic complex, it has to be worked. So for green hydrogen, we have a concept like Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster, where all top researchers, TRL level technologies beyond 6, 7, you need to engage with industry. So the complete value chain, which talks of production, which talks of storage, which talks of transportation, which talks of the end user in terms of off-takers. So it connects supply with the demand, and it is a continuum of innovation which really we are experimenting with. I think with all new technologies, we need to come out with the concept of living lab, not only to build the confidence of industry for faster adoption, but also it enhances the prospects of getting much more investment. So investment readiness is also one of the key component. So let me dwell a bit about and walk you through the way we dealt with the startup ecosystem in the country much before PM coined it from Red Fort way back in 2015, 15th of August 2015, when he really actually thought youth and technologies, innovators to be a new catalyst of change. So he coined this Startup India, Stand Up India as one of his pet initiative. And that has really been a game changer. But much before that, we have been in the business of promoting innovation, tech-based entrepreneurship through our technology business incubator programs, but our reach was limited. And why so? Because that culture of innovation entrepreneurship was virtually non-existent in our academic ecosystems, and we had a tough time really convincing the top brass of academic ecosystem why it really makes sense to have innovation and incubation and entrepreneurship ecosystem within the academic community. But some of the institutions were front runners, were very progressive. Just to give an example of IIT Madras, which is actually related akin to Stanford University. Then other IIT system also followed the same. And why? Because the quality of research, the research rigor which is present, the kind of connect they have with the industry, they are actually aware which way the world is headed to. And that's how they come out with a focus program. So when we started off way back in early 90s, the technology-based entrepreneurship had the clear mission only to convert job seekers to job generators. Then came another wave, how to really translate when India gained prominence in software and ICT related services, how to convert knowledge into wealth. Now today as we speak, how many of you are from the startup category in the audience? Can you raise just to have a feel of, hardly very few, few. So did you attend the Startup Mahakumbh this year? And what the message was given by the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal ji. He said, now we have proved ourselves in the ICT, app-based software aggregators and all that stuff. We have to move beyond that We have already proven there and come out with the solutions which are real deep tech in nature. So he really gave a clarion call to all our innovators and startups. We have a strong talent pool in science, technology and innovation in the country. Why can't we leverage this pool to solve some of the real life problems? So that was the clear message given, and DST, by virtue of its core focus and mandate, we are the biggest extramural research funding body in the country. And if any one of you have heard today in the inaugural session, both our secretary and our ministry clearly outlined the way progressively our budget has increased, and this year has been a game changer in terms of the quantum of funding we have really got. And this is only to stimulate industrial R&D and all to create a requisite and enabling startup ecosystem for deep tech. And you saw with the recent Mission Sindoor and also the changing geopolitics, strategic autonomy and technology sovereignty has become a core of all our new, you can say, technological progress. And also you saw the way Russia, Ukraine, US, Ukraine kind of talks. This all centered around the supremacy in critical minerals. So the supply chain resilience, then comes the other aspects when we talk of broader game of climate change, our commitments for 2030 to be really Atmanirbhar, Viksit Bharat, net zero. So all these are really very compelling factors for us to really sit down, chalk down and prioritize certain areas. Top 10 areas where India can position itself when we can truly call ourselves a developed India. So this is not going to happen. The events like this give us leads, will give us some takeaways really, which even if we target the electrification of transportation in a big way, or whatever targets we have set, 30%, how are we going to approach it? So we have to do the reverse engineering in this. It is government will only come out with programs, policies and some partnerships, but we all need to sit together as a collective responsibility and resolve that how we can make this thing happen. Everyone talked about there's a missing pieces in advancing the TRLs from 3 to 6 to 7, but fortunately DST happens to have the entire, you can say, funding kitty in its place. When I was heading the innovation entrepreneurship, we coined out a new program, Nidhi, which is National Initiative of Developing and Harnessing Innovation. And why was the need felt to really carve out a new program? We took close to 50 incubator champions, managers, top-notch experts, some few startups. We were there in island near Udaipur. We were trapped there. We simply brainstormed and we broke down the innovation to market value chain in different links. Where are the missing links? Because chain is as strong as its weakest link. So we have to really target what is the missing link. And I think somebody talked about the entrepreneur residence. I have led close to 15 delegations of startups to develop startup ecosystems. And there we could figure out that EIR, Entrepreneur in Residence, is one of the program where India, we do not have such programs. We do not have accelerator programs in the focus themes where a cohort is really taken and it is mentored, curated, and then it is actually presented before a set of investors where they can really do the due diligence, take the leads and invest in it. So all these programs we could really carve out based on after examining and having the experiential learning of the matured ecosystem, startup ecosystem. And Nidhi, we actually systematically stitched all those missing components. And EIR has been really very successful. It is being operated by NCL Venture Center, Pune. They are the lead program partner, and we have actually supported thousands of would be startup promoters through that program. Another is like another missing piece, where is the funding to build a prototype? When you have an idea, who gives you funding to build a working prototype? And that's how Nidhi Prayas is the program which is offering a modest support of up to 10 lakhs to convert an idea to prototype. And believe me, this has become a huge pipeline for future startups. I go to so many events, and even in Shark Tanks and all, I come to know that they have been the beneficiary of our Nidhi Prayas as the first where no questions are asked. It's a hassle-free funding operated and implemented through various incubators. I think close to 70 odd incubators are our program partners, and for that, Sign IIT Bombay is the lead program partner for Prayas program. So, and another aspect is, how do we inculcate the spirit of the design thinking? Any real life problem needs to be solved, we need to really start from the basic design principles. And that's how we started with India Innovation Growth Program. And we had the capsule of building a design thinking was also an integrated, because that is the precursor to coming out with a solution which is really workable, implementable, and commercializable. So all these aspects have to be really thought of. And in terms of, if we really narrow it down to today's topic of battery, where are the campus grown startups? Where are they? How many have really made success? Because success breeds success. We need to bring such kind of startups to the as the real life shining examples, as a role models. And I think in the battery domain we have 2 unicorns, and one is Aadhaar. It's a campus grown startup. So idea to IPO, we really need to showcase to the world. Another thing which we supported from Sign IIT Bombay, which also participated as arsenal of Mission Sindoor, was a drone startup Idea Forge. That also has seen idea to IPO journey. So it is not, it's all deep tech startup have a long gestation period, and therefore they need a lot of backing of government. They also need patient capital to really scale up their technology. And if you are targeting, which market segment are you targeting? Are you targeting B2G? If government is your buyer, like in the Idea Forge, defense was the buyer, then you have to really have a different sort of approach. If you are targeting B2B, your innovation, then it's a different. So you have to tailor your, you can say, marketing strategy depending upon the end customer you are targeting. And then you need to create the market demand. So I think I can go on. I think in the interest of time, our evolutions program have been carved out to really plug some of the missing gaps, which is because funding is available aplenty, but we really need to connect them with the, you can say, real market to test their products. That's why we have brought in ECMA, because our target in evolution program, we are giving modest funding of 50 lakhs, but the value add in our overall program is how do we enable these innovations to be tested and validated at real life with the component manufacturers. So I think now with you name, wherever we want to have our prominence and positioning, strategic positioning, we need to sit down, because each sector offers its unique challenges. There will be long gestation period, and given the kind of, we are in the best time, we need to celebrate, because there's a lot of political will, lot of government thrust and push. Everyone is on board. State government are also fine-tuning their policies. So we can't have a better time. Only thing is really we need to sit together and chalk out a program which is really successful and impactful. And without collaboration, without partnership, really we cannot attain the success or the goals we are aspiring. So with these words, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anita, for those wise words. We would like to present a token of appreciation. Guys, can we have a very loud round of applause? Moving forward, we will be having a perspectives dialogue here. But while we get started with the same, there's also a roundtable discussion with the topic Bridging Research and Commercialization for Battery Technologies, Pathways for the Indian Innovation Ecosystem, which is happening in suite number 294, Emerald, on the second floor. There's a lift to the right. All the stakeholders who are involved in the roundtable discussion are expected to move forward as early as possible, as it starts at exactly 4:30 p.m. Now getting on to the perspectives conversation, I would like to invite the following stakeholders on the stage. Firstly, we would like to have Mr. Suresh Babu Mutana, Scientist, E-Director, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Next, we would like to have Mr. Anil Radhakrishnan, Chief Product Officer, Tata Elxsi. The applause needs to get louder, guys. Next, we would like to have Mr. Dhaval Thakkar, General Manager, Tata EV. And lastly, we would like to have Mr. Polash Das, Program Manager Officer, Sustainable Mobility, UNEP. I would now like to hand over to Mr. Anil Radhakrishnan, the Chief Product Officer at Tata Elxsi, leading the work on data systems and platforms for the EU Battery Passport, to provide his remarks on the battery Aadhaar.
Right. So, good afternoon, good evening. So I believe now, after lunch, I'm sure the jalebi effect would have already started with some of you guys, but we will definitely try to make it interactive as well as interesting. So first of all, I would really like to appreciate and thank WRI for, and their, along with their partners, for arranging such a wonderful session around the battery and the associated technologies. So, here we are assembling here to share the perspective around the battery Aadhaar, the battery passport. But before I get into the detail, so how many of you have heard about this concept of battery passport? In the raise of hands? Cool. So there is a 50% who is aware of this concept of battery passport. So in the interest of others, a very quick snapshot of what is this battery passport. Because way back in 2023, I would say not way back, a couple of years back, in 2023 August, the European Union passed a regulation. It's called EU Battery Regulation, EUBR, to bring in focus around circularity. It's a part of the bigger initiative of digital product passport. So that initiative covers a lot of interesting aspects, which is also very relevant from an India context. So as a technology partner, Tata Elxsi, we have been spending a lot of time understanding those regulations. So in that entire journey, what we really figured out is, while the focus from the UBR is not aligned with the compliance as well as the regulatory aspect, the problems of India are definitely very unique. We are still an emerging technology house, like what the Niti Aayog CEO has mentioned. 90% of India is yet to be built. There is a lot more value which we can generate if we really build something very similar, what is really applicable for our nation. So this was the whole, the motivation. And then when we started partnering, when we started interacting with the ecosystem, partners, so the idea started evolving, right? So that's where this whole concept of battery Aadhaar, started, coming into picture. But as you know, like our Aadhaar, I'm pretty sure everyone is, familiar. It is really like our digital identity, for an individual. The concept of battery Aadhaar is nothing but the same. We give a digital identity to every battery which is really going to be put in the market. When I say digital identity, it starts with the birth of the battery till it is pushed to the grave, right? So the entire life cycle of a battery, gets tracked, traced. We should be able to really know from where the materials originated, from where the battery is getting assembled, which vehicle it has been, installed, and is it really reaching a stage for repurposing it? Is it staging a reach of recycling it? If it has to be really recycled, what are we really trying to do? I mean, are we extracting the materials? How much of the materials are really again coming back to the new battery? So there's quite a lot of entire circularity which is really going to come into play. And each one of you working on the battery, one way or other, will get, connected when the whole passport concept comes into play. So, so the whole battery Aadhaar is revolving around this digital identity and the economic value which it can really bring to us, the strategic importance it can really give to a nation like India, as well as the regulatory, the balanced regulatory approach, once the government decides to put all the entire regulatory framework, how this kind of technology can be really brought into the place. So that's how the whole the battery Aadhaar story started developing. And we as a Tata Elxsi technology company, we have been investing, building certain solutions around this space, and one of them is called the Mobis Plus. As you know, the Mobis is nothing but that infinite strip, right? That's the English word of it. So we thought, okay, the entire circularity can be represented by Mobis, and it can really be extended beyond a compliance tool. A lot of value can be extracted, not only just commercial value, but even values which can be used for further research activities in terms of how a particular battery is being used. Are there any design areas where things can be improved? So that's where we started building this concept called the Mobis Plus platform, which is a blockchain enabled, which really gives a lot of data security, very scalable, because we wanted to ensure that what is needed, defined by the Europe, may not work here, because we are still evolving, defining things, how we really wanted to put in place. The whole concept of Mobis Plus was, conceptualized around keeping the scalability, security, governance, observability aspect. And that is the one which is now becoming, we have just demonstrated, in the next room, the concept of battery Aadhaar. And we are all familiar with this QR code concept, because with the UPI, scanning a QR code and, starting your journey is pretty familiar to everyone. So in the scan of a QR code, how will you know the facts and figures of your battery? And what is that we can really do to protect informations which are meant to be seen by certain, role-based, players, in the entire supply chain or in the entire ecosystem. So these are all various layered approach which are really going to come into play. It's a very complex topic, very interesting topic, and definitely this is going to be really emerging in the coming days. That's what we are, we anticipate. So that's how, where we started and where we are now. So with that, let me just quickly pass it on to, Suresh Babu, because he represents the DST team. And how do you really, what's your perspective when it comes to the Atmanirbhar Bharat? How this Aadhaar is really going to play a role, because vision for India, and what should a passport mean for a country like India? So, few thoughts around that.
Yeah, thank you very much for asking very relevant question. In fact, when we look back 2-3 years before, we saw many fire accidents that took place in India, especially for 2- and 3-wheelers when they were transporting them. And the main reason, when they investigated, then they found that the materials that are used within the cells are inferior in nature. And then those are not meant for tropical conditions like us. And later, thanks to the government, that they brought out EIS 146 revised version, 156 revised version, because of which many fire accidents have come down. I think hardly we hear about these fire accidents. So another thing is now India is this battery requirement is growing rapidly, as we are EV penetration is also happening all over the country. And as per the statistics, we see that 128 gigawatt hour retired batteries will come out by 2030, which is very huge in nature. How do we dispose of these batteries, or how do we use them for secondary applications, whether they are fit for the secondary applications for repurposing purpose, or it is already done with it and then we should send it for recycling? How do we decide? All these questions are arising, and these questions will become more prominent as we go year by year as the number increases. So the answer is to introduce the battery Aadhaar. Battery Aadhaar, actually, it is the data will be encrypted, wherein we see all the data related to the manufacturer, the chemistry that is used in the battery, and then materials that are used, and also state of health of the battery, and safety aspects will also be included. And then we will have traceability of that battery, and also traceability of the performance. And these are very important, important both for the battery manufacturers and also for the consumers. So when it comes to India, this is very important, very important for our country, because the data, this data is very useful even for regulatory purpose, as you have rightly mentioned. So even if government want to know that how the material is flowing from which place, from which country, and whether it is a good material or bad material, and how can we decide, all these things can be encrypted in this. The biggest challenge is that how to build this battery Aadhaar, because the data availability is a very crucial thing. So most of the OEMs may not be open to share the data, and this data is very much needed so that we can trace it. So there are with these thoughts, we have started working with WRI India and also with Tata Elxsi, and then we have thought of building different layers and ensure that some data will be protected, some data may be open for the public. And DST, we are keen to work with industries to come up with this solution that is for the national interest. Thank you.
Thanks, Suresh. So maybe I'll just now flip to Palash, because while I was a little bit stressing around the economic value which the data will give in, because we are from the corporate side, but definitely there is a very different perspective in terms of the human rights aspect, in terms of the ethical sourcing of the data, correct? And you have been associated with many of these global OEMs and the global industries. So, based on your analysis, based on your interaction with the global audience, how do you really see what's happening outside of India? And now the relevance of this kind of an Aadhaar concept for India, and your views how this can be really, add value to a nation like us.
Sure, thank you, Anil. A very relevant question. At UN Environment, we will be supporting through this program. The Battery Summit is part of the program that we'll be running for the next 4 years, where we will be bringing in all the global experience that we have. For example, drawing parallel from the EU regulation, where the battery passport is embedded within the regulation. Right, 2023, the regulation came out. 24, 25, the technical specification and standardization has to be finalized, and by 26, it becomes a mandate. So those kind of practices, which is happening, in different part of the world, those experience can be brought in, and we can support the government in doing that. Apart from that, we will also be helping in interoperability and data standards. So this is the backbone, where the data protocols has to be standardized so that all the stakeholders, whether the manufacturer, recycler, regulator, they can have a standard format for accessing all the data. So the way the charging infrastructure has aligned to an international standard like CCS2, something this can be done aligning it with certain international standards. So our responsibility will be to help the government, building up those standards as well. So in terms of life cycle tracing, I agree with Anil that right from the source till the recycling, there has to be ethical practices that needs to be adopted. It also has to be compliant with all the environmental norms. So we'll ensure that those things are also been incorporated within the regulations, whether it's EPR or carbon footprint regulations. So all these things will be a part, so that all the aspects related to ethical mining or environmental concerns are being taken care of.
Thanks, Palash. So there is one very interesting point which Palash just touched upon, right? Because this is again standardization, right? Because now if you look at it, Japan, they have something called Uranus systems, right? What they're trying to do, they are really trying to see, I wouldn't say kind of a quote unquote a protocol layer for exchanging of data on the automotive segment. There is something called Catina X, which is really now picking up in the industry. There is a consortium called Mobi Consortium, right? Again, it's another blockchain-based consortium. So there are actions happening in pockets. So I'm pretty sure, because again, these are all problems getting solved in silos, and with the participation from bodies like UNEP, quite a lot of this will start coming on the forefront, and we also will be able to understand what it really makes sense if we have to really start defining a standard. Does it make sense to adopt, or should we make an attempt to define something? So good thoughts.
I want to add one thing here. When we talk about interoperable standards, when we were working on battery swapping, So the last standard was on network-to-network interoperability. Basically, that is between the different operators, you are going to exchange the APIs. So that's where actually we found that then we started working on VIN number, and VIN number is already there, and then battery identification number, and then we thought of adding few more. But the Aadhaar will have much more information than what will be there. So in a way, for battery swapping, this Aadhaar is, battery Aadhaar is very much needed. Unless we exchange APIs, it will not happen. Peer-to-peer kind of.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good point. So now I'll go to Dhawal. So Dhawal is from Tata Motors, and he handles the multiple departments, and one of the key department is on the logistics and supply chain, right? And so in this, among four of us, he's representing the OEM. He's wearing the OEM hat. And they are playing one of the most critical role here because they put the battery in the vehicle and the vehicle is the one which is put on the road, right? So I would like to get the perspective from an OEM because there are two aspects to this. One, as Suresh Babu was also saying, it's the availability of data, readiness to exchange, So there has to be a certain motivation element which will come into play. And then from the industry point, how are you really seeing it? This kind of a concept going to add value to the, the manufacturer as well as the entire OEM fraternity.
Sure. So thank you, Anil. I'll take the second question first, which is how do OEM sees it? So let me tell you, I've been associated with this journey ever since we started making EV vehicle, and we've been solving problems from very first day. The type of problem that we are going to solve with this battery Aadhaar are, let me tell you, I drive EV 28, 29 days in a month. One day when I am not driving, probably I'm either not driving or I have to drive my ICE vehicle, otherwise it will not work properly. So EV is in the mainstream, but there are a couple of challenges which probably there in everyone's mind. And that's a problem probably what we are seeing as OEM that the battery Aadhaar can help us solve. Number one, most of the time the used car sale, people would think that what would be the battery condition and how would it be looked at. So maybe a battery Aadhaar would be able to provide this safe, reliable data point about the battery health. So that could be one big win for us. The other one that we always wanted to address is that customer, so today let's say we are giving warranty up to 8 years and 10 years and sometimes lifetime. But if let's say customer wants to extend their car beyond the warranty period, then this provides a reliable data point that how much juice is left in battery pack. That's number two. Number three is when it goes to the recycling or repurposing, again the data point becomes very authentic, and then the realization of value becomes not on the basis of assumption but on the basis of facts and figures. So these are some of the primary reasons. Needless to mention, it is going to help us in terms of helping our customer optimize their insurance premium, helping us monitor their warranties and controlling warranty costs. So there are immense benefit if we look at it from OEM perspective. Now coming back to the first question about the data and the data transparency, there are going to be challenges in terms of some roadblocks, but frankly I think IT is sophisticated enough that provides reliable controls and role-based access. So this problem should not be a great hindrance. I guess it is more of a mindset rather than anything else today, because anything that we do in the business world, there is always a data that goes out of the business. Yeah, it's just going out in a controlled manner. So this is not going to be any other exception. As long as it goes out in the controlled manner, in the reliable manner, and it goes in the hands where it has to go, and not otherwise. So that will solve the problem, is what my views are.
So you just mentioned one point which was just made me think, right? Previously when the EVs were getting rolled out, there was always a term called range anxiety, right? So now there are a lot of charging stations coming up. Now there's a resale anxiety, correct? Now, okay, if I purchase an EV versus an ICE vehicle, because you can assess like it's an engine coming from this manufacturer, or it has been maintained this way. But when it comes to the EV, it is the battery, because effectively that is the one, and then you have the motor and then electronics and the metal, right? I mean, oversimplified 5 components or 4 components, right? So if you look from that perspective, your battery is going to be pretty critical perspective, right? So now you as an OEM definitely will be dealing with this resale anxiety kind of a challenges, right? So how do you really see something of this sort coming into play? First of all, do you really anticipate that kind of a resale anxiety is going to pick up, because now more and more cars will come for resale, or, because a lot of new models are coming in. And if yes, then do you think something of this sort will really help to address, some of those areas?
So we are anticipating resale anxiety. However, we have not seen a data point today in that sense that customers are so worried about resale anxiety. Maybe that is because the car is warranted for 8 years. So that there is a warranty which is going up to 8 years. But it is a valid point, and in this battery Aadhaar provides a platform that can actually provide authenticate data about the battery health. And then in turn it helps assess the value of the car and value of the battery, so that the resale anxiety comes down. In a way, it's a better realization for the customer, so that the resale anxiety points is addressed.
Yeah, thank you. So one, just adding on the question, follow-up question on the data part. So one of the confidence building measure, which I believe also need to come into place in terms of some regulatory touch points, in terms of how are we really going to manage the data. I mean, are there any, guidance, which they would like to expect? Because if you really look at this data is the core, which is really going to play out, right? So there is always going to be a talk around what should we really do to ensure that sufficient amount of data is being made available for this kind of an exercise to make it happen. So in those areas, government definitely plays a bigger role, because, so they have that, the capability as well as the, the mandate to nudge the industry, look, within the respecting the boundaries of intellectual property, how certain things can be made available. So are there any thoughts, any views from your side?
Yeah, government has different mechanisms to handle situations like this. In fact, a neutral entity can be created where actually this entire data management can be taken care, and for the benefit of the entire industry, because this is a national data, maybe coming from the different OEMs and battery manufacturers and all that, but at the same time, it's a matter of a national interest in which we need to safeguard everybody's interest. So there are ways and means. Government can create a new entity through different means that can be handled.
Yeah, thank you. We have one last question and then we'll just open up. So plus one, because you work with many international entities as well, right? So what are the insights? Because you are mentioning about the ethical sourcing, the human rights aspect and all of that. And how, and some of Europe is still formally going to come into play. I believe 2027 February is when it is going to be fully mandated. But as a build-up towards the journey, do you really start seeing the industries appreciating, acknowledging the benefit of this kind of a technology or this kind of a platform initiative which has been rolled out by various governments? So what's your reading which is happening across the globe?
So one thing which I draw parallel is, there are some fundamental basic requirements for a country to exist, right, which is the digital infrastructure. So if I draw parallel from the financial inclusion that happened due to UPI and Aadhaar, right, so since there is a similar structure already existing in the country, so that those sort of things can be utilized. It's all about encrypting it was an issue initially as well, where every different payment mechanism has a different way of, getting the payment transacted, right? And going forward, there was a unified, a platform that was available. So something similar can be translated, and this is what exactly is happening in at least in European Union as well, where the regulations plays a very important role, which is uniform to all the countries, uniform for all the manufacturers, and that's how everything is embedded within the regulation, and those are being adopted. So a regional approach is what we are trying to do, especially in African Union as well as in European Union. And something similar can be, India itself can be considered as a region of, a collection of all the states, where a central entity, as Sureshji said, will play a very critical role. The similar setup we have also seen in European Union as well, where there is a centralized mechanism which is acting as, a very critical role in terms of implementing all these things.
Thank you. Yep. So, any questions? Sorry. Okay.
So, I want to ask if this passport system and QR concept is only going to be limited for the EV big batteries, or will it be applicable for smaller appliances and mobile batteries and watch batteries also?
Right. So, see, from a platform perspective, it doesn't put any limitation. So now the whole point comes into from where do we want to start, right? Because if you really look at from a circularity point, from a critical mineral perspective, the EVs is on a fast growth trajectory, right? So it's all about prioritization. Should we make that as a starting point, see whether, stabilize the system, put whatever policies around it, and then see should we start expanding it beyond EV to other, battery systems. It can be even lead acid battery tomorrow, even though it is nothing to do with the, the LFPs or NMCs. It can be your watch batteries, it can be your mobile batteries. But, starting with a good starting point, the right starting point is very important. So the thought process was, why not we start with EV because of its strategic importance, geopolitical importance, and we also wanted to ensure that we are accelerating. I mean, while the range anxiety is getting reduced, as Suresh Babu sir was mentioning, 128 gigawatt hour of batteries are going to come. Are they going to be filling the landfills, or should we really start doing something where they are getting repurposed or recycled? So it's all about finding the right starting point and starting. So that's the reason why we started with EV.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. The battery passport or the battery Aadhaar captures the entire life cycle, right? And right from the mining. So while mining the critical element, it's not sure that where exactly these elements will be getting into. So in an ideal situation, yes, it has to be on the entire ecosystem of batteries.
Yeah. So one last question here.
Hello, greetings everyone. Thank you for the perspectives that you have given. My question is related to the inclusion of scope for lead acid batteries also, because we see a lot of pollution happening due to that, and also the circular economy concept. So do you see that older technologies will be having this compliance, the battery passport in them?
Sorry, which technology?
Lead acid batteries.
Okay, lead acid battery.
Yeah,
okay.
And other older technologies.
Right, okay.
Yeah, actually, if you see, the market is moving towards lithium-ion based batteries, and lead acid still will be there because it is cheaper and locally materials are available. As far as the lithium-ion batteries are concerned, most of the materials we are importing from abroad. So lead acid will not get wiped away. Those will remain there. And as far as this battery Aadhaar is concerned, I think we are actually focusing on mobility side batteries to ensure that these are mostly lithium-ion batteries. So we have to ensure that safely disposal of these batteries to reduce the impact on the environment and impact on the human health. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. And on similar lines, going forward, will the scope be include lead acid batteries also at some point? Because I don't see those batteries going away for maybe a decade.
Maybe you can answer.
So the market will play a role, right? So if going forward the prices of lithium come down and it's at par with lead acid, if the technology is more mature, more safe, so the OEMs and the manufacturer will tend towards getting into lithium-ion batteries, and that's how old technology phases out and new technologies comes into the picture.
Right. Thank you very much. Sorry.
One more thing I want to say, that even I think in the previous sessions we talked about battery energy storage systems, mainly grid scale batteries. Those are coming up in a big way because renewable energy is, we are utilizing in a massive way. And the batteries that come out of BESS also will be huge in number. So mobility batteries and stationary batteries all together will create a lot of demand for recycling and repurposing purpose and all that. So that is where actually this battery Aadhaar plays important role.
So thank you. So as I said, it was more of sharing the perspective of how the various parties within the industry see this, the entire battery passport or battery Aadhaar becoming relevant for India. And I'm 100% sure this is not an area which we can ignore, because this is really now going to become a necessity. With more and more vehicles, more and more batteries going to be out in the play, repurposing, remanufacturing, recycling, reuse, the 4 R's are really going to have its own prominence, right? So, so I would say definitely, anticipate. Government has got definitely a bigger role to play here. Think tanks, the entire research, DIFR also has got a role to play. And one beautiful thing which will start happening is the data silos will start coming together, right? Because you may have a data which is at the in-use side, on the recycle side, manufacturing, testing, designing, mining. So a consolidation of data will happen. The more the data, the richer the data, the more insights, the more value, right? So effectively, things can really start moving in that direction. With that, thank you very much for sharing your perspectives, and thank you WRI and DST team once again for giving an opportunity to talk about or introduce this thought process of battery Aadhaar. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to all the speakers for sharing their valuable insights. I request Dr. Praveen Kumar, please, to come and give a token of appreciation to all our panelists. I request everyone to come for a photo op, please. Thank you. Please give a big round of applause to all our distinguished guests. As we begin our final session for the Battery Summit 2025, we shift our focus from what will define the next phase of India's battery journey, deep tech innovation, and future-ready chemistries. A small announcement that the tea break will be served after the summit is over. We are left with one more panel, and thanks a lot for being patient and staying with us till now. It's really, really appreciated. So from localization and alternative chemistry to circularity and product engineering, this session brings together leading researchers and practitioners shaping up India's battery future. To set the context, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Shashi Bhushan Pandey, Scientist G at Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF. Dr. Pandey has played a significant role in guiding national research priorities across emerging technologies and innovative systems. As the program coordinator for electric vehicle mission, he plays a pivotal role in advancing India's electric mobility and research through stakeholder engagement. Dr. Pandey also oversees several prestigious research initiatives, including Ramanujam Fellowship, Power Fellowship, and the National Science Chair programs, which aim to foster scientific excellence and innovation across India. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pandey to deliver the expert address. A round of applause, please.
जरा पानी कहीं मिल जाएगा क्या? Shall I start?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, WRI, for extending invitation on this occasion, Battery 2025, and putting this talk as a context setting for this particular session. Just by looking at the session which we are going to have, I think it is slightly connected, if not fully. But it's good to know and advertise what Maha EV mission is and so on. So, since we are going to talk about batteries and circular economy and how batteries are helpful and so on. So, historically, we know all the way from electrochemical reaction, when the very first batteries came into existence, lead-acid battery and so on, and then solid-state battery, and then other batteries later on in mobile, and then we talk about the lithium battery, and then we talk about many other materials. So now we are heading towards a battery whose capacity we all know, that we talk about driving our car to 300 to 500 kilometers in one go and then charging it. So it directly indicates that the way we have progressed in this overall field, where just half an hour or 1 hour period from all the way lead-acid battery has gone to the battery era, where we are moving our cars and now even trucks and so on. So Maha EV mission is one of the very recent initiatives by a newly formed agency called Anusandhan National Research Foundation. It's an autonomous body under Department of Science and Technology, and Maha stands for Mission for Advancement in High Impact Areas, and under Maha, electric vehicle mission was the very first which was chosen. So just to have a recap again that what ANRF is, it's a newly established apex body through an act of parliament. It has been constituted to promote, enhance research and development across various fields, including natural sciences, engineering, technology, health, agriculture. Activities started in 23, and somewhere in early 24, the act came into picture. And the first executive council meeting was in August, and later on first governing board, which is chaired by Honorable PM, was in place. And since then activities are going on, and we are moving forward with a very fast speed, where some strategic interventions have been envisaged, like hub and spoke framework for uplifting science and technology ecosystem in university and colleges, to promote basically basic research and of course engineering, because the universities, we are hosting 90% of our R&D, either in form of students or faculties. That we have some mission mode research, sectoral investment and translational research, for example Maha EV mission, which I will be talking shortly. Then we are also planning to have some Center of Excellences and some other PM Early Career Research Award and PM Professorship to honor and identify highly skilled workforce and so on.
what is MAHA? So MAHA is to address scientific challenges and advance in the frontiers of technology in key scientific areas. It's all priority driven and solution focused research in mission mode. So it's not a basic R&D project, it's entirely different, which is basically solution focused and priority driven. It has also been envisaged as a multi-messenger, multidisciplinary and multi-institutional in nature, where we are proposing to fund with the proposed objectives having targeted outcome of a certain, let's say, TRL level, 3 to 5 to 6, maybe up to 7. And then duration we are giving up to 3 to 5 years. Participation of relevant industries and the startups are mandatory. Postdoctoral fellows could be encouraged, and electric vehicle mission is the first one. So we all know, and it is written in our Battery 25 abstract as well, that promoting Atmanirbhar Bharat and aligning with the goals of Viksit Bharat, positioning India in one of the global hubs in the development of EV components are the main goals, broad, high-level goals, and then bridging the gaps through targeted research, indigenization, value chain sufficiency are the key areas where we are focusing. And the aim is to have a global leadership by working in areas not succeeded well. So we have to identify such new areas, not just repetition of what already is going on. So in that way, we can foster the ecosystem by R&D in key EV components like battery, motors, controllers, power electronics, chargers, grids, and so on. So as it is written in the motivations for the battery 2025, that net zero emission by 2027 and then cutting carbon to a large extent, providing solutions towards a smart transportation or green energy are the goals, and cost effectiveness to operate a EV or EV related things with less noise pollution, less energy consumption, and so on. So where we are limited, if we try to just identify areas and try to club them together, then I think there are three major areas. There is a high initial cost and limited range. That is one problem in the EV sector. Then we have limited resources, and then heavy dependencies on import. So these are the three major sectors if we focus on, and if we try to evolve and encourage projects and try to take industries on board, then probably some of the solutions could be achieved. So high initial cost, safety issues, limited power, speed, acceleration, inadequate charging opportunities, inadequate innovation, lack of testing competencies, lack of development of suitable material, heavy dependencies on import, again, are the issues. So these are the major motivations, and the two major works which have already been done and exercised by DST as a white paper titled Catalyzing Technology-Led Ecosystem for E-Mobility back in 2024. It was a very good exercise done by DST people who are already working in this whole area since last many years. For example, Dr. Suresh Babu Muttana is here. He has worked quite a lot in this area and has helped a lot in evolving all these documents in a big way. And then the second exercise was done by PSA office in a report called E-Mobility R&D Roadmap for India. So those two were the base documents to evolve this overall thing. And apart from Dr. Suresh Babu Muttana, many other team with Dr. Gupta and previously working people who were already there are thankfully acknowledged to get this program evolved. And when all these things were taken into consideration, then we found that probably there are three basic areas. If we cover that, then the previous slide, whatever I outlined, that high initial cost, limited resources, and heavy dependency of import could be addressed. And that way it was decided that in the very first call, let us try to address issues related with tropical EV batteries and battery cells. And then second technology vertical, which we tried to cover, is the power electronics, machine drives, and then charging infrastructure. So those three outlined earlier, we thought that under these three broad areas we can cover. And so tropical EV batteries and battery cells, we are already discussing since morning, and many of you are experts in these fields. So I don't need to emphasize much on in here, that all the way from lithium to how limited lithium could be reused, recycled as a circular economy and so on, and as a lithium replacement. If we talk about aluminum and sodium and many other materials which are available in a rather cheap way, because in our salt also sodium is there. So it is as cheap as the salt. And if you try to make best use of sodium, or for that matter, other elements or combination of compounds, which can lead towards giving very high energy density as we have in case of lithium, then the problem is solved. Then it's just a matter of putting them together and trying to have a low voltage and high voltage and converting from DC to AC and AC to DC and so on. Because once battery is there, then we have to really work with the power electronics and a lot of converters as well. Just keeping a storage battery and getting electrochemical reactions and storing electrical energy back into chemical energy is not going to solve the problem. We need to have a very, I would say, high quality of better electronics where thermal losses and all other chemical losses are also addressed, and what we call scientifically a term called throughput. So throughput should be enhanced. So that way all these things are important. And then the charging infrastructure, as in India we are implementing EV only very recently, so we need to work from very scratch. So all the charging infrastructure must be there, how the power grid should be connected with that and where the infrastructure should be there. Shall we really stopping our car to have our lunch after every 100 kilometers or 150 kilometers, and some app should be there which should tell that Phala dhaba is very good and that's where you please charge your car. And by the time you are having your North Indian or South Indian lunch, your car will be ready to move ahead for another 300 kilometers. Is that going to be a normal practice like we have the petrol cars? That we need to work for. So that's where infrastructure is extremely important, so that in the country, not only in the rural areas, but in urban areas, there is a difference between putting a charging infrastructure in place like Chandni Chowk and in place like, let's say, Greater Noida. So that we need to think that whether such kind of charging infrastructure is there, then whether having a kind of pod taxi EV run Chandni Chowk is going to be more cost effective, or in Greater Noida, or for that matter any other city in the country. So those kind of questions are very directly related with this mission. So what we did then, we thought how to go ahead about it and how to make this money what government is investing from ANRF in a more amicable way. So we thought, let us have a concept of LPI, that is the lead PI. And the lead PI must be an Indian citizen. Overseas people can also participate. And the LPI must have a certain period of service remaining so that he can spend enough time to carry on the research to a desired level. And he or she must have a proven competency and experience of team in developing technologies demonstrated through publications, intellectual property, industry interests and so on. And it is also decided that any academic institution, industry, R&D lab or startup should be very closely associated with the LPI institution, which is an academic institution, and they can work together in a consortium mode, and we defined it as the E-node. And this E-node will be the whole sole responsible of the money disbursing or getting the work executed and monitoring and so on. And LPI will be serving as the key person. And then E-node, that is the LPI, should also focus on cutting-edge research, technology development, ensuring industry participation and so on, to generate the new knowledge, technology development, skill enhancement, repository of the research findings, patents, demonstrating cutting-edge technology and so on. emphasize on product development, technology commercialization, human resource development, training, enabling E-R&D team to gain access to the world-class facilities, equipments. So those are some areas which we thought could be very well chipped in into this program, so that it should not be just a simple research thing, but also some outcome-oriented things should be there, where some product or process should be demonstrated at the TRL level of maybe 6 or 7. So that's from 3 to 6, or I would say 7. And then other eligibility criteria you can go ahead and see on the web page. I am not going to read it. So this funding was, participation with the relevant industry was mandatory. The industry partner is expected to provide funding in cash or kind. So at least 10% of the project cost should be supported by industry in cash. That was one of the primary criteria, and targeted outcome, as I said, 5 to 7. And then the call was open at some point of time, and the process is going on. So here is the full time bar chart, where we started somewhere in December 24, and then we had the stakeholders meeting, and then we had our MAC meeting, and MAC meeting, and then MAC meeting scrutiny, and then again the MAC meeting, and finalizing things in February 25, and then shortlisting proposal in March. So at the moment we are very well ahead, working towards, here is a photograph of a stakeholders meeting, where a lot of people from industry and academia came together, and PSA, GOI, Professor Sood and Professor Karandikar, DSA Secretary, they addressed the issues, and it was a very open forum where inputs from different industry and academia were incorporated. And when the evaluation came into picture, we had twofold criteria, where alignment with the mission mode approach was the basic goal, where structure of the proposal in collaborative mode, industry participation, their contribution and so on were discussed. Then the technical review was done based on the proposed objective, expertise of the proposed team, proposed timelines, industry partner, scope, budget, all those things were discussed, and based on that, here is the output. So as you can see, this is a little messy slide. I don't like it somehow, but somehow this is the option I have. So the 3 technology verticals, as you can see, that is 1, tropical EV and battery cells, then you have electronics, then you have infrastructure, and out of these 3, if we take 3, for example, in batteries, if we take cell technology and material, implementation of batteries in EV and battery circular economy, then we have recently decided to fund 2 proposals. One is the T-Mobix by IIT BHU and team of industries. The second thing which have been decided to fund, to get funding, is ARCI Hyderabad, that is design, development, validation, demonstration of tropical battery material fabrication technology. So if we see these 2, then probably they are able to cover most of all the way from battery circular economy and implementation of battery and so on. Similarly, if we talk about the electronics machines and drives, which if we reclassify in terms of motors, power electronics and control of motors EVs, then you can see that many of them are, for example, the Siri Pilani and Professor Gangadharan from NIT Surakkal and then IIT Bombay, has a lot of scopes all the way from battery circular economy to motor power controls and so on. We found 2 proposals worth funding from IIT Kanpur and from IIT Kharagpur, who were in a condition to work under the Maha EV frame for this infrastructure part, and those 2 guys are able to cover low power charging methods, charging infrastructure, high power charging methods, and charging infrastructure and grid issues. So at the moment we are in the process of disbursing funds to them, and hopefully, although battery is a very wide subject, and a lot of other funding agencies and government ministries are funding, and the NRF has also decided to join hands. And hopefully, along with others, Maha EV mission goals, will be able to achieve good things in coming few years, along with other ministries and so on. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your valuable insights. I would request Dr. Praveen Kumar to please give him a token of appreciation, please. You can come and go. A big round of applause. Thank you once again, sir. For the panel discussion, we're joined by an esteemed group of innovators, researchers, and industry leaders. Together, they'll explore how India can lead in the new battery chemistries, circular solutions, and local manufacturing. Please join your hands in welcoming our panelists on the stage. Dr. R. Vijay, Director ARCI, Dr. K. Ramesha, Director CSIR, CERCI, Mr. A.L.N. Rao, Head of Circularity, Recycle, Dr. Rashi Gupta, Founder and Managing Director, Vision Mechatronics, Dr. Vintin D. Devakar, Vice President, Product Energy and New Product Development, Nash Energy. This session will be moderated by Dr. Praveen Kumar, who leads WRI's work on sustainable battery systems. With that, I hand it over to Dr. Praveen Kumar. I also request Dr. Shashi Bhushan Pandey to join us on the stage.
So, good evening, everybody. This is the last session, and there is a pros and cons of the last session. Pros is there that you don't need to set the context too much, because a lot has been discussed since morning. And con is there that you have to ensure that you are discussing something unique and new. That is the thing. So let me start. In this session, our focus will be on the understanding the research and innovation opportunity across the battery value chain. And we'll be discussing that what and how we should prioritize for the emerging battery industry in India, and how we can take the innovative solution developed at the lab scale to the industrial or the large scale deployment. So as Dr. Pandey in the presentation, he has shown that how the ANRF under the Maha EV mission is trying to create an ecosystem where the academia and industry is working together to develop the solutions which is innovative and that can be deployed in a short span of time. And in this Maha EV mission, there was a rigorous process to get the entries and shortlist, and then you have seen in the presentation that this is the number of projects supported under the Maha EV mission. So the first question I will ask to Dr. Pandey in this, that one of the challenges we have seen that there is a lot is happening at the lab scale, and researchers are working on the innovative solution. But when the mission like Maha EV mission is announced, so what is your learning that you can share, that what the ecosystem, like stakeholders, especially the research institutes and industry, need to incorporate in their process, that we get a very focused proposals under this kind of calls?
Yeah, thank you very much, Praveen. It's a very relevant question. I wanted to touch upon, but I mean, considering the time constraints, I didn't touch it. You are very right that we have learnt a lot from this proposal.
First of all, let me admit that in NRF we had little, I would say, time pressure to announce the call, and that's how you might have seen that, stakeholder meeting was conducted, so that whether we are moving in the right path, that was one thing. So we did up to a certain extent, and as I also said, that there were two base documents which were already exercised at the level of DST and PSA office, and that was compiled based on already a series of brainstorming sessions and so on. So the three areas, the technology verticals, that is the battery, material, and then the power electronics and infrastructure, those were defined based on those earlier brainstormings for a year and a half. And that was of course done in close consultation with leading industries and academics people. So as I rightly pointed out in my talk, that in the next call, hopefully which will happen, which should happen, and I will say it will happen, my suggestion would be that both industry and academia should come more close and identify more focused area. And where we think that really solution can be achieved with the given limitations of ours and the available resources in the country. And not only solutions can be achieved, it will be also able to address some of our own problems within the country. That is more important. Because borrowing things from abroad, always from China and other countries, we should reduce the dependency. So identifying those areas where Maha EV mission could contribute, or the funds available could be utilized in a much better way, can be done once industry and academia both closely work together and bring certain proposals and certain, some outcomes to us, that here are the areas where you should work for. Because we are a funding agency, and I don't claim that we are master of all the things, though we have custodian of certain amount which have been given by government, but our eyes and ears are academics and industries. So those eyes and ears should come very, very close, and this is very high time, where if industries and academic people think that under Maha EV mission the very first call was too broad, or certain things which could not be covered or were not addressed or were not included, here is the time. So our new CEO is there, and he is also an energy person, Dr. Shiv Kumar Kalyanaraman. He is very open and he is very excited person from Microsoft, and I am sure that he will be able to very happy to inculcate and incorporate all those suggestions and go for the next call, where we will be more focused and more aligned towards the very frontline upcoming requirements. I don't say that we might have missed it. Our call was very broad, as I said, that those were based on the certain exercise which was already done. We didn't want to miss that opportunity. That's how those three verticals were decided, and the call was open. And ample of time was given. But during calls also several industries came and said that, hey, why don't you open call in this, and why did you do like this, why don't you do like that? I said, sir, please write it to us. But unfortunately none of them have written to us so far. So I would say they should be more proactive. Just, talking on tea and, bringing it in form of a document, there is a difference in that. So I would say that please document it, bring it to us, let's have an open forum, open discussion, and evolve areas where you want the second call to be open. We will be very happy to support along those areas only.
Yes.
It's not nowhere in our mind that some X type of call will be supported or we will propose X area.
Yeah,
this
so
time
in
we are
the,
very
this
much open, and we, from this forum, again I am requesting industries and academia, please suggest those areas where you think that both can come together, closely work together in the available resources of the country, address certain problems in the EV, which in the long run are helpful for us. and dependencies on, abroad should be minimized.
Yeah, this is a very important point. As a country, we need to become more self-reliant in the technology development. Coming to you, Dr. Vijay, ARCI is doing a lot of work on the material research and even helping the startups in coming up and scaling the processes developed at the ARCI. So one of the challenge what we have seen in the country that we have a very, very bright mind sitting in the research institutions, whether at the research labs or the academia. Often what happens that the process and innovation developed at the lab scale requires a different approach if we want to scale at the industrial scale. So what kind of initiative or action or environment we should be creating where the innovations are developed at the lab scale, keeping in the scalability in the mind, rather than later struggling and thinking about whether that process or technology can be scaled or not.
Yeah, first of all, thank you WRI for inviting me to be on this panel and then sharing and then meeting many people from academia and industry and then startups. And I could see a lot of startups and then industries putting up stalls and then getting into this, and we're very happy to see this. So that means coming back to 2 years back, 3 years back to the now, that is all evolving. More and more people are coming. So that clearly shows that this is such a lot of potential for an industry and then to make money. And then coming back to this is a very, very challenging. And what we have created at ARCI, at our research institute, it's a Department of Science and Technology Institute. From the beginning, we have created an ecosystem for a translational research. See, when it comes to the fundamental research, when an invention to the innovation, if it has to move, it has to cross the valley of death. So we do, until unless many inventions, which is actually developed at the lab scale level by the academic institutes, they don't cross, and then they don't go into that. And then that is reasons, number one, because the scalability, as you are saying that, you are making a very small few grams or few milligrams of the material, or a component, or a component of a cell, or a material for a cell, or for that matter, any other thing research. And then when you are testing it, obviously that will give you the good performance, good values, good things. But, sorry. That's a thing. But when you are actually making into from a lab scale thing, and then you have to look at it, the component. So that comes, the challenge comes is the design of the component, how the user, how the OEM or whatever the user wanted it. Whether it can be in a, like for example, in a battery system, whether it should be in a cylindrical form, or it should be in a prismatic form, or it should be in a pouch form. So then once you having realized it, until unless you make that and then show that it's a performance. So from that, taking to that, it's really a kind of a lot of design, a lot of engineering, and then in terms of has to be done, how it has to be fabricated, how the component has to be fabricated, and then respective electronics or the respective other complementary expertise which has to be brought in. Then only you can make it and then do it. And then when you do that, then when it comes to that, the material has to be produced at the large scale, and then you also have to see that the repeatability and then the performance at that scale. That is the number 2. And the third one is the cost. Whether having done all that, whether that can be an economical for an industry to produce and then sell it so that there will be buyers. See, if having done all the things also, if it is not economically viable, and then there will not be no takers, and then the industry which takes the technology it cannot start producing it and then make money. So it will die on its own. So what we have evolved at ARCI is a regular procedures, and then when it comes to we do it, we give a freedom to our scientists to work on all the materials, because in the research we have to be on par with the global things. We do it, and then that will go into the publications. But at the end of the day, at the same time, when it comes to the TRL level 2, 3 and all, then we do that is a project, plant engineering, we do that. So when you say that when you produce it, what could be the minimum capacity a person has to, a company has to produce so that it becomes viable. So then we implement that what could be the capacity of the plant, then we work out what could be the machinery and then capex, then work out what could be the cost of the product, manufacturing cost. We don't take over the project. And then we also don't take into the manpower cost, because it varies from when you take our government salaries and then other things, overheads and all, it will never become viable. So we take out that, we took it, it's a capex cost, and then the raw material cost and the operation cost, and then utility cost we take it except the manpower, and then we work out the cost. So for example, I'll tell you the example what we have done is we started all these battery materials in from 2007, 2010 onwards, and then we worked on and then we worked on LFP material, and then we done it, we made the cells, and then we have proved it at the cell design, cell thing compared with an imported material. Then at that time we wanted to transfer this technology, so the company came and then asked what could be the cost, and then at what level he has to set up so that it becomes an economic. Then when we worked out, when we have done that, then our cost is coming out to be 2 times, 3 times the imported cost of the material. Then we decided, then we worked out what are the things which are actually playing it. So when we observed that the process, that's the flame spray pyrolysis process what we have employed, then the precursors, the raw materials cost, and then capex cost of that is very, very high. Then immediately say that, this process cannot be commercialized. It's not viable. Then we switched over to an alternate process called as a solid state synthesis. Then we have done it, we produced the material, again validated, then looked at the capex, then we worked out, then we say that, the cost is, the raw material cost and the capex which is there, it is cheaper compared to the other ones. Then we went and then told the industry that, look at it, this one. And so until unless we do that, one is proving that application, keeping that, there is an application proving that my material is working in a real component level, and then you carry over the field trials. And then at the same time, selecting the processes and then selecting doing the plant engineering and then the flow sheeting of that to get a lower cost produce it. Until unless you don't do that, we cannot take this into the technology. And then that means that, do you mean to say that can we get 100% success? No. So only few. So what we do is we identify at that time a potential technologies, potential things we work on, and then we bring in the multidisciplinary and then expertise on a common table, whether it's a mechanical engineers or chemical engineers or electronics or the chemists, physics, bring in their work together and then make it into a final product. So that's what we do, until unless we do it. So nowadays what we are doing is, in a startups when they are coming up, we are helping them, we are bringing them and then making them to large scale production. And then other thing is ARCA over a period of time capable to produce in the large quantities, in the tens of kilograms of the materials, or the hundreds of numbers of the cells, or hundreds of numbers of other components we can produce. We have the mechanism to produce, and then that can be used for the field trials. So that's why, so all those models, if you could employ, then definitely we can take it into commercialization. So invention, so we can cross the valley of death and then go to the innovations.
Yeah, very important point that even when we are thinking about the scalable solution, we have to keep in mind the economic viability of that. So coming to you, Dr. Ramesha, CSI at CCRI is one of the leading research institutions in the lithium battery research. So my question is that whether when the research institutes are working on any project and plan the innovative solution, so whether this thinking process of scalability and economic viability is inbuilt, or we need to include in our research ecosystem that we should keep in mind the scalability and economic viability of the solutions. And the second part of the question is that in the battery space, some of the organizations will be working on a particular aspect. For example, cathode, electrolyte, anode materials. But as under EV Maha Mission, the objective was to get some tangible output or product at the end of the project. And that requires the cross organization or expertise, and they should come together so that material to the product at the pilot scale can be demonstration. So how this kind of culture can be incorporated in our ecosystem?
Yeah, let me just give a brief introduction about my institute. Maybe most of you may not be aware of it. So it's a CSR laboratory, Central Electrochemical Research Institute, that is at Karaikudi. So that I think that's a very unique institute, which everything what we do there is electrochemistry. It's a battery, fuel cell, hydrogen, electrolyzers, and corrosion, electroplating, almost everything. I think there's a very unique institute. Of course, I don't think even in not only this country, any other nation also may not have this kind of institute which is totally devoted towards electrochemistry. It is now 77 years old. So you think that, you know, in 1950 itself, CSR thought the importance of electrochemistry and energy that time. So yeah, and coming to your first question, whether we have to really think scalability, economic viability. See, like, you know, our CSR Institute or SICRI, we work on two different ways. One is curiosity-driven research. Of course, when I say curiosity-driven research means it will have somewhere the end application. It's, even though we talk about fundamental research, but there is a clear vision that, you know, it has to go to applied science sometime. And of course, another part is where how to improve the TR level and MR level and all these things. That were the, let's talk about lithium batteries. SICRI, I mean, even for a lithium battery, we might have started from the year 2000. Not just now, we have started working 25 years ago. Even sodium ion battery, before even this country knew about sodium battery, we started working. I remember myself started working in 2010, sir, on sodium battery. So, when you talk about lithium ion battery, you talked about different cathode, anode, electrolyte. So there are though the battery is very simple concept, it's anode, cathode, and electrolyte and a separator, but together it's a very complicated system, very, very complex. So it has many aspects, material of course one thing, and how much you load, and what is the electrolyte use, the interaction between them, interface between them, and SEI layer formation. So it becomes very, very complicated system as such. And then you have thermal behavior and all those things. So SICRI, one more thing is that we also have pilot scale production facility of lithium battery. First, I think more or less I can say that first time in India kind of thing, we started building this kind of pilot scale facility 2012. I think we are the beginner in that way. I also had initiated that one. Initially, we had a small facility which you can make maybe 50 number of lithium-ion cells. I'm talking about cylindrical cells, not coin cells. And then now we have a facility where we can do 500 to 1,000 cells per day. Actually, it's open. It's any industry, any startup, you can come and use our facility. It's available. Even many of industries have come and used also that facility and utilizing. And of course, the chemistry-wise, LFP is the one, and of course NMC, lithium, nickel, manganese, cobalt. So we also drive further the research, how to minimize the utilization of cobalt. So whether we can eliminate completely cobalt. So that's an area which we have been actively working. Almost like 811 is commercially known now. We also reached where cobalt is almost negligible. And this is one area, of course, sodium ion battery also developed so much, and not only SICRI now, almost so many institutes have been working on that. And good part is that sodium and lithium, the process more or less the same. You can use the same instruments, same equipment. So that's where we can even adopt both lithium and sodium chemistry. I even remember during 2018-19 when even COVID started, that time we sat with the Niti Aayog and had a lot of discussions that 1 year, 2 years with the many industries to create supply chain within India. We knew that we have to do it, supply chain. So we even started talking about those industries working on copper, aluminum. we said, why don't you make aluminum sheet, copper sheet, which was not, I mean, the industries perhaps never thought about it. Now I see that there are something, even many companies started developing these kind of, some components, even the tabs, even cans, steel cans, and of course materials. We can even see many startup entrepreneurs started doing the NMC, LFE, even carbon. So I see that, we are converging, where something's happening. And other than lithium, sodium, there are other battery systems. There is a flow batteries. We work on everything so that, they have different applications. So we don't want to stop somewhere like only lithium or sodium. There are many flow battery systems, lithium sulfur or metal sulfur, metal air batteries. So this is where India can actually make impact. Because lithium, we are more or less, we lost the bus. The other countries have gone before us. So we thought we should not stop it. So we are going ahead with the other new and the solid state battery. Thanks to DST, which gave us, Suresh Nuthan is here. 2015, we started a solid state battery. Thanks to DST, which gave us the funding. And still today, whatever the work we have done, it is so useful. I think the strategy remains same. How we do the pouch sealing, pouch kind of a system where you cathode and you have make electrolyte layer solid and then anode either lithium or something. So whatever the outcome of the project, very relevant even today, even after 10 years. So to say everything we are pushing both things. One is whatever the TR level, which are already 4, 5, pushing towards 6 and 7. But we don't stop basic research also. That's important because we see that after 10 years, that will also be a bigger technology coming up. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amisha. Yes, for the especially for the filling the gap at the Dr. Vijay was telling about valley of death for the technologies. So yes, Suresh Babu, he has launched the DST has launched the evolution program to support the startups, so that the technology at the lab scales or at the advanced stage can be given support and they can take that technology at the commercial scale. Coming to you, Dr. Diwakar, you have heard of the DST and ANRF, they are having good intent to support and help country become self-reliant in technology development. And we have the two, director from CSIR, CCRI and ARCI, they are the two leading institutes, and they are trying to develop the technology and hand over to the startups. As an industry, one question I have, that the localization is a very important aspect as far as the lithium battery is concerned. We are importing everything right now, and even if we are going for the cell manufacturing, there is a gap on the active material manufacturing. And even if we develop this whole supply chain, do the backward integration, still we'll be struggling with the equipment manufacturing. So we'll be importing the equipment. So how we prioritize these challenges and create an ecosystem where expertise in the academic research institutions should work with the industry, and government should support the high priority area, so that we address this vulnerable issues that related to the supply chain.
Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting, and I've sat through the whole session from morning, so I've listened to a lot of very interesting pieces of advice, all of them well-intentioned and spot on. But your question, just to answer your question, I think I worked with both ARCI and SECRI. SECRI, I'm more like a visitor. I go there every 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So we do a lot of work that way. So just to give you a bit about what NASH does. So NASH is a very young organization, NASH Energy per se. It's part of the bigger NASH group, which is based out of Bangalore. They're just 2 years old, but they've already set up a plan to make 32 140s, LFP chemistry, but it's the recipe for that is in-house. So the in-house research team actually sits out of Japan. But we're starting to build some team here to look at what we could do with localization. Now, raw materials,
we don't have in India. We still have to import, right? So that is some place where we are trying to see what is the best way to move forward. So while there have been news that there is lithium deposits available, we're still waiting for, somebody has to mine it, somebody has to, so that is something that we are always looking at. So from the industry point of view, what we do is product backwards, right? We decide that we would want to work on a particular form factor of a cell, particular chemistry, and we go backwards trying to figure out what's the best way to achieve that. So whether it's build versus buy, and all those decisions are based on two things. So one is economics. I think Dr. Vijay had already talked about it, so I'll keep it a little short. So one is economics, right? So it's unit economics. Ultimately, an industry exists to make money for its shareholders and those who have actually invested, and to make a product that people will buy. You don't make a product that will put in a plinth and say, yeah, maine bana diya, so look, there it is. So we wanted to go to the market, we want it to be accepted, we want people to use it, and then feedback, and then start to improve further on it. On the localization front, it's again the same thing. It's economics and regulations. So sometimes regulations comes before the economics, so that time you do have to invest that amount of money. That's where, so two parts to answer your question again. On the basic research side, on even to a place, even to a point of pilot. So we can go to an ARCI, we can go to a SECRI, we can actually do pilots. It may not be the size that we want, but we could definitely do 18650s and 21700s today. Even pouch, I suppose, 15 ampere pouch, right? But to scale up, and if you were to put a, let's say a 600 gigawatt hour line, we still need to go for equipment outside.
That's the point I was telling.
Yes. So the interesting part is DHI is starting to look at this and saying, hey, why don't you guys, those who have actually invested and put a line, why don't you also start looking at whether you can mechanize this, right? Why don't you look at those key elements? Say, for example, if you look at laser building, right? The laser source is not from India. Yeah, right? So it's either from Japan or it's from Germany, but then there are people to put it together here, okay? But the rest of it, the calendaring, the slitting, when it comes to making this cell at large volumes, we still heavily rely on it. So again, what the message I'm sending out is the government has heard us. DHI is starting to look at it, and they're starting to put together some teams, both from the industry and from academia, those who look at making products, so product development sort of academia, so industry-facing organizations. Those would start looking, but again, I don't see that happening in the next 1 year, but the work has started. So
my point is like, of course, economic viability makes sense, but for the certain critical technology, we have to have the capacity, because the economic viability will go out of control if we just see the geopolitical situation, that suddenly the things getting at the 10 rupees can become 110 in a week time, I'll say less than week time.
Right.
So we have to have the capability so that in a stress time, we should be able to scale it fast.
Yeah.
So having the technology, at least with us, is very important. And another thing is there when we are developing the technology. So one of the issues is the production scrap. So we need to develop a high-end technology so that we reduce the scrap production.
Output efficiency. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And the material aspect, what often we say that we don't have the raw material. What I feel that we are not looking towards the recycled material. We are not tapping on that. So some stress can be released from that side if we create an ecosystem where we are recovering the raw material from the black mass and at least mixing with the virgin material, so that overall demand is coming down. So increasing the efficiency to check the overall raw material demand and filling the gap with the recycling. So we need to have a holistic view to address this challenge?
I agree with you. I agree with you. But again, when it comes to industry and we working backward from a product, it's economics and regulations. So that would dictate whether we approach this fast or whether we take a step back and say, let's wait and watch. Because the way the economics is working for recycling, and I'll keep this short, is net energy is, net cost is negative. The way it is.
LFP, that's why the technology side, like direct recycling, can help us, but that is at the lab scale.
Yeah.
So,
I just want to comment on that. So, I mean, this is the right thing. Like, CSR also thought on this matter. And with the direction of Niti Aayog, we started a program called B2B, battery to battery. So, we collect all the batteries and we convert into black mass and extract all the metals back. And then we cook all the cathode anodes using those materials and make batteries again. So that's why we called a program called B2B. So we just finished the first phase of it, creating a building, creating the facility, everything. Right now we can make at least per day 10 kgs of, conversion of 10 kg of black mass. And we are going to the phase 2 now onwards, so we can increase the number, the quantity. So probably after a year, we can even have more than 100 kg per day kind of a, recovery of metals. So I just want to inform. The SICRI also working on the recovery of metals from the used batteries.
Yeah, coming to you only, Dr. Rashi. So you, in the battery space, you're working since long time and you are seeing the global as well as the Indian market. And I personally feel that research and innovation ecosystem should be given priority so that the technology development can be accelerated. I'm not asking any question. I want you to give your view and suggestion how we create an ecosystem where our expertise in the research institutions are used effectively in the technology development space.
You've put me on a spot right now, Praveenji, with all the big shots sitting on the stage. And if I say a word, I'm going to be screwed up after that. But any case, so just giving a short background with the question that you've asked me. At Vision Mechatronics, we have been the pioneers in India for the world's smartest lithium battery. Way back in 2015, when nobody was talking about lithium. So what goes in is a lot and lot of research, a lot and lot of time, energy, effort in developing a product which is suitable for your market and geographical conditions. Now what happens is, coming to your question directly, when I was working in Second Life, okay, at that point of time, when we tried to collaborate with academic institutions, there were some speed breakers that come in between. Most of the research institutions or academic institutions, their aim is paper publication, getting their PhDs done. But the aim should be that whatever research I'm doing has to be commercialized out in the market, which is not their aim. Okay, my research paper is done, I'm out of it. The researcher has gone to the next thing. So that continuity of that entire development is missing. And when this continuity of that entire development is missing, the business entity or the commercial organization is left hand to mouth. He doesn't know what to do. They really don't know. And they cannot complete their entire transaction. And then they are on their own. So they would rather employ, I mean, this is a hard reality. They would rather employ those PhDs and MTechs or masters, MSc guys in their own organization, put them to task and get their product out. Literally, we had to do that because the time consumed by the research organizations and your academicians for whatever methodology they've been following till date is not what we need today. We need the decision has to be fast. Whether the technology is going to survive or it is not going to survive. And if we keep delaying that for like 6 years, 7 years and 10 years, we are gone. And given the current geopolitical scenario that the world is going through, we are all at war right now. And if we do not come up with something fast and something scalable, something commercial, we are at a big risk in our own country's security. I mean, how long are we going to keep importing things from our neighbors? How long? I mean, we have the world's best brains in our country, but we'd rather work for foreign nations, but not for our own selves. So somewhere that gap has to be bridged. And if we don't bridge that gap today, when are we going to do that? It's already high time now. I mean, look at circularity and sustainability. I mean, today I had the discussion with two young boys who were saying, we are scared, should we put in LFP or not? I mean, if we put in for recycling for LFP, will we get our money? Will the business model make sense? I mean, innovate at that point, right? Why are you scared that whether I should go for LFP recycling, NMC recycling, LTO recycling, or lead acid recycling, or any other vanadium, sodium, whatever? The point is innovate. And if you don't innovate today, we are finished, done and dusted. So all the models that we have been using for the last 2 decades will not hold valid for the coming next 2 decades. And if we don't change the way we think, change the way we act, change the way we innovate, we are not going to become the next superpower. But we have to become the next superpower. India will take the lead. In fact, when the Honorable Minister today was saying India is going to be number 3, I said no. India is going to be number 1. We will be the world's largest and the best economy, but we will lead the change and we will change first.
But for that, we need to become self-reliant in technology development. Coming to you, Mr. Rao, from the recycling side, like we heard, like there is a problem of the non-availability of the raw material, and the recycling industry is emerging in our country. So what kind of research and innovation support our recycling industry requires? If you can just share some priorities. We have Dr. Ramesha and Dr. Vijay here. So at least those priority areas, they can just initiate in their institutions, and our recycling industry can get support on those priority areas.
Hello, yeah. I mean, being a recycler who set up recycling facilities, and especially the lithium and battery recycling too, and 4 or 5 years back, we know the struggle that we had to face. And any CSIR we go, or any research institution we go, I mean, Rashi said it rightly, so but do not want to go there. The ask with the government of India always has been that, support the industry in the R&D segment and get that collaborative model working with the various CSIR labs that are there. It was a very, very tough times for us. We were the pioneers in setting up the facilities. I think 2, 3 other recyclers were there, but all of us struggle. Even now we struggle, as when I put the hat of a recycler per se, battery recycler. The support that is anticipated and expected out of our own labs is not there, right? And due to various conditions, that's there for that matter. So now coming out and me being the head of circularity and recycle, we're trying to work out, connect the stakeholders across the supply chain and bring about low-cost solutions that benefits every stakeholder. And what we see is that a lot of boys and girls out there, industries, who are wanting to get into this industry. But they say, Rosa, now at least we are able to go and speak to, earlier it was CMHs and NMLs, and now there are quite a few. We are able to talk. Some of the other technology we will get. Go to China and get, they say the patent we can give you, but we don't give you guarantee also the performance of the hydromet operations per se. So on the technology side, we see today morning, I was very happy to see that, there's funds for the industry also, and there's funds for the labs too. I was saying 4 or 5 years of hard work with the government of India, finally we are able to see some results that's come out there. How well the industry uses it is the next thing, right? So the second thing is, most of the people say that, sir, ye to theek hai. Now going ahead with state governments and working for land and zoning, other things, oh my, that's another hell. But machinery is another aspect. Now what sort of a machinery do I buy? Where do I buy? Go to China, see various other places go. So it's a very complicated process end to end, but we do have the best of machinery manufacturers here in India too. So what we need is to build that industry, we need a one-stop solution that can actually guide the investors or the startups in every aspect of it. Maybe the labs can take it too. Maybe the government can support these labs too in this particular way. And also encourage the other stakeholders, it could be the machinery manufacturers, the chemical guys, anybody, and build that consortium and build it up. That's the next step, I believe, is the right thing to do. Now coming to the job that we do is work on the supply chain, because material is the key for a recycler. Where is the material available? At what price? How do you identify, validate it, inspect it, and assess it? That's the most important thing, which everyone is dying currently. And we also have the illegal exports and so on and so forth. That's another story for another day. But identification of the material, working out pricing indexes, coming out with pricing models for that is one of the key challenges which we have taken up. Two, most of these gigafactories and manufacturing facilities are coming out with production scrap. That is scrap that's being generated. We know for a fact initially for any factory it will be 30-40%. It will come down to 1-2-3% going forward. Where do you sell? So just the panel before, the lady did say about, I give it to a recycler, I don't know what happens. Now that's a very, very important point. What we have brought about is we have brought about platforms that tracks every material of scrap that is actually, that is in the manufacturing process generated. And with BRSR reportings, DRI reportings, carbon emission trackings, logistics, inventorization, so on and so forth, we are able to give value addition at least 3 to 5% extra to that manufacturing facility. Now that's origin of the material scrap that's there. And we see the informal sector scrap available there. So we have built-in marketplaces for filling in the demand and supply. Again, the material specifications, the hierarchy, merchandise detailing needs to be put in a proper way. So that's something which we are working on, doing in the marketplace, connecting the stakeholders for buying and selling. Cash economy plays a very important role. So how do you bring in GST transactions? Hence, the dealer, distributor, retail network is going to be the key in absorbing them into the ecosystem. Last but not the least, it goes into the recycler or refurbisher and ensuring that the transaction happens cleanly with documentation and helping the recycler to understand the output material sales, where to sell, when to sell, how to sell. That's a big aspect. EPR credits is one element, but selling of the output material, that's something which we have built up platforms and bringing in AI-based pricing engines into it so that we are able to it. And last but not the least, we have in the e-waste, battery, plastics, tires, oils, ELV rules, multiple rules, reuse of secondary raw materials or recyclates. So we are helping the producers and the recyclers to connect that material, recycled content, supply it to the producer, and ensure that it is being used in the new product manufacturing, and bring in that circularity end to end. That's what we are doing currently, and been successful to a certain extent, I would say.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Due to the time constraint, we'll be just taking a brief comment from Dr. Vijay and then Dr. Rashi.
So, yeah, one of the things is, one is, as you mentioned, that how do you do that from the fundamental R&D to the complete product. So one of the ways of doing that is working in a consortium mode. So which is in an academic institutes, then a research institutes, kind of a pilot scale production, then in an industry which defines that what exactly the product needs, then what kind of specifications, what kind of performance, what kind of things. So we can bring in together, and this is the model actually it is thought of and then implemented by ANRF. And that's what the Maha and then Dr. Pandey's lecture we have seen. And where a lead PI which takes that, and then you have in academic institutes, so research institutes and all. And that's the way it has to, every research proposal, I mean when the government is funding or the industry is funding, so it has to be done linking that an academic institute, then a research institute and expertise, and then even the equipment manufacturing, all those things, then only things will, will work, and then we get a technology, and then we get self-sustained, and then Atmanirbhar, all those things can happen.
One important aspect that I wanted to highlight was when we were talking of scalability and from lab to the commercial operations, and when you said looking for materials, adding the recycled content to the fresh battery manufacturing, something very crucial here is that how do you assess after mixing those materials which are recycled, the battery performance would remain the same or the cell performance would still remain the same? How do you assess that? And not just mixing them, there are 2-3 categories that could happen. One is entirely recycled, one could be mixed, and one could be fresh with a different percentage. We need lot of standardization there to come in to say that, okay, this much percentage can come, this much performance should be there, and this is the best that is possible. And we need labs to test and to certify these, which is currently a shortage for your first life, which is a shortage for new technologies itself in India. I mean, and you are asking that's a very, very tall ask to have mixed recycled material to the fresh material and to get a battery out of it in India. So what we need to do is put the feet on accelerator and put the car in the 5th gear and run. Because if we do not do that today, I don't think we, and what the minister also in the morning said, it's time that, we just don't sit in these conferences, we get working and we accelerate and do these things faster.
Yeah, that's why if you
one more thing, you will miss out in all of this is the important is the skill. Because in India today, I mean, there is so much of shortage of skilled human resource today. Because when we look at, sir, just let me complete and I'll give it to you. If you look at the skilled resource today, we are in a big challenging position for the first life and the BESS that we are looking at a few gigawatts today. And when we have the recycled content coming in, the skill refinement becomes even more crucial and critical. So that needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, Mr. Pandey, you have, okay, briefly please.
Yeah, it's a quick comment just to what Dr. Rashi was trying to highlight earlier. If I got your point correctly, probably your point was that a PhD student who is trained is largely taken into the system, and government institutions go ahead with their PhD students and so on. As pointed out by Dr. Vijay also, that in government, if some proposal is planned, then there are certain ways and means which are to be followed. But out of the box ideas like yours, we at ANRF are very open to it. For example, I can tell you that like PMRF fellowship you might have heard about and so on. Similar practices there at ANRF as well. And you are very right. And although it's a matter of policy level change and so on, but at the moment, there is a very correct atmosphere once we talk about industry-academia interaction. and enhancing it to very different scales and heights. Out of the box ideas like yours, you're most welcome. Please do propose it to us in form of proposal that if productivity could be increased, it could be enhanced, then why not? I mean, PhDs are definitely highly educated, they may have different avenues, but if you believe that there is a BTech person and he can do towards any X or Y area much better than a PhD, then programs could be evolved like that. Definitely, we are very open to that, but please pen it down and then bring it to us. Thank you.
Yeah, so before we close, just consortium mode is very important, but we have to change the approach where for the critical areas, we should define the problem first and then form the team, because usually it happens that we form the team and then define the problem.
Another point is KPI.
Yes, yes.
KPIs are the key performance indicators,
Yes,
are to be defined.
Yes. So thank you so much for joining us for this panel discussion, and due to the time limitation, we'll be not able to take any question. Over to you, Chandna. Sorry, we have crossed the time.
Bringing this final panel to a close, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our incredible speakers for leaving us with ideas and thoughts to carry forward. I request Dr. Praveen Kumar to give all our speakers a token of appreciation, please. I request our speakers to come to the front of the stage for a photograph. Thanks a lot again. As we draw Battery Summit 2025 to a close, we invite Mr. Manoj Kumar Muthumanikam, Project Specialist at UNEP, to reflect on the day's discussion and share closing thoughts. Mr. Manoj is a Project Specialist at UNEP, where he provides technical and implementation support to GEF climate change mitigation projects across Asia-Pacific region. His work spans electric mobility, energy efficiency, green housing, and net zero transitions. With over 16 years of experience in climate finance and project management, Mr. Manoj has worked with UNDP, National Development Banks, and global consulting firms. He's been a key partner in this effort, supporting cross-country collaboration and UNEP's broader battery ecosystem work in India. So.
Thank you. I'll begin this address with two assurances that I will be the last speaker and I will be very brief. And usually we call it as a power pack day, but I think this we can safely call this as a battery pack day. No issue, sir. Yeah. So on behalf of the organizing team, it is my honor to thank DST, Niti Aayog, and other supporting partners for this excellent event. Colleagues, we are happy to inform you that around 500 people have participated in this event, and we have had 28 companies displaying their products and services in this space. And it is such a great thing which has happened today. And we also thank the Honorable Minister, the senior dignitaries from the Government of India side and the academia side and the industry side for having spared their time for this interesting summit today. I'm sure that we have set the bar high, and we are going to take this work forward in association with the various stakeholders in this room, and we would be doing some notable work in this space. And last but not the least, I would thank all the organizing team of WRI led by Pavan, Chaitanya, Praveen and team for their excellent work. And thank you once again. I think we have some arrangements, tea arrangements. Yeah. Okay, since most of our batteries have drained, probably we'll end the day with high tea. Thank you.
I request Ms. Chaitanya to please give Mr. Manoj the token of appreciation. A big round of applause, please. Thanks a lot, Mr. Manoj, for your continued leadership and kind words. Once again, on behalf of WRI India, we sincerely thank you all for being a part of Battery Summit 2025. Our heartfelt thanks to our partners, Department of Science and Technology, Niti Aayog, UNEP, ARAI, Battery 360 Alliance for their vision and commitment in making this summit possible. We hope today sparked meaningful conversations, inspired new ideas, and helped build bridges towards a resilient, localized, and innovative battery ecosystem in India. I request everyone to move towards the high tea and look forward to continue this journey together. Thanks a lot again. A big round of applause to everyone sitting over here.